Just like the last heavenly tribulation, he wasn't about to bring away all of the lightning tribulation liquid. Sure, how only brought away a bit. And then that golden ancient immortal pond began to become indistinct, disappearing with the lightning radiance. Heaven and earth became quiet, the lightning tribulation no longer existing. And now, sure how felt more powerful than he had ever felt before. 3 strands of immortal energy circled around him, making him look aloof and transcendent, as if an exiled immortal descended into this world. Many eyes were watching him. The little cauldron in his hands was too attractive, containing some lightning tribulation liquid, making quite a few people's eyes burn with passion. Sure how inspected himself silently. His own life level had been greatly increased, turning into a true deity. After crossing the lightning tribulation, he underwent a great evolution. The current him was more powerful than ever before. He felt like he could easily kill a divine flame realm cultivator just by reaching out a finger far above them. At this moment he was shocked. Those curse and overcast powers all disappeared, no longer existing. Was it because of the lightning tribulation or the lightning tribulation liquid? Sure how was greatly shaken. The sea of curse power that arrived, crashing down like a tide. Even though it was the first time he was infected, the effects not too serious, not immediately killing him. There was also a sinister gloominess that shrouded his mind. But the current sure how was sure that the strange force he was infected with had been completely purged. His body now clear and perfect without the slightest bit unwell or abnormal. His blood energy was flourishing. His state couldn't be better. Sure how smiled, shining incomparably brilliantly. One had to understand that even the heavenly deities Ma Yuan, Golden Ancient Elephant, Paixio, Horn Dragon, Ancient Ape, and others died because of the curse. He now seemed to have discovered a new dawn. At this moment there were heavenly deities that came, moreover more than just 1 or 2. A few of them had terrifying eyes, releasing powerful auras. They observed him secretly, possibly going to take action. However, there were those who carried good intentions. An exceptional heavenly deity among them moved. The 8-armed soul race's elder, with his white hair but youthful complexion, immortal aura Dao Bones, walked over. Behind him Chao Yuxing, Little Rabbit, and others. Haha! A hero among youth. Little friend is truly stunning. Rarely seen since ancient times. Truly possessing heaven-warping talent. The elder laughed loudly, praising him. Senior is too kind with his praise. Sure how acted humbly. He wore battle clothes, body shining, clothes fluttering about. Within his calm voice was an indescribable heroicness. Without a doubt, this was a young hero. Everyone here, regardless of whether it was friend or foe, they all had to admit that Huang established a magnificent feat, breaking a legend in an era without heavenly tribulation. Not only did he trigger a heavenly tribulation, he even successfully crossed it. This was a world-shaking event, one that would definitely be recorded in history. No one could erase this glorious event. Could be said that today's events would have long-lasting effects. He had shattered the taboo and forbidden. Sure, brat, you really are dull. Didn't you hear my message? That golden immortal pond is clearly not an ordinary object. So why didn't you help me fetch a few stones? The divine striking stone cried out. Hee, you were all right after all. Everyone knows that a disaster lasts 1,000 years. That saying definitely isn't for nothing. The little rabbit giggled. You were missing for half a year. Everyone already burned paper offerings for you. Now, it seems like a bit of a waste. The graceful and noble Shui Lin said indifferently. It's good that you resurrected. Otherwise, if I tried to get revenge for you, it would have been a bit troublesome. Might even throw my life away in the process, Chao Yuxing said. Luo Dao, Lani Chen, Lui, and the others all walked over as well, this place quite lively. Qing Yi was the only one who disappeared with a flash, leaving this place. In the distance, the ancient freaks Chang Gongyan and Dragon Girl also nodded, sending their greetings and congratulating him. The effects of this event were truly too great. Sure how it crossed the tribulation, killing 7 great heavenly deities in one go, yet he himself miraculously survived. It really was nothing short of a legend. Hee hee. There were creatures that laughed coldly inwardly, clearly a heavenly deity that came from one of Immortal Ancient's powerful races, an extremely powerful individual. An outsider caused the deaths of my Immortal Ancient natives, 7 great heavenly deities, 8-armed soul race Tao brother. Do you plan to shelter him? Someone said coldly, regardless of whether he was right or wrong. Sure how crossed the tribulation, guiding over endless curse power, bringing destruction to 7 great heavenly deities, causing them to die miserably. This triggered huge waves. Within the eyes of some of the natives, he was a fiend. It could be said that those 7 great races hated him bitterly, that they couldn't live under the same sky. Sure how didn't feel fear. Even when he was in the divine flame realm, he made it through alive. Now, he was already in the mid-stage of the true deity realm with 3 strands of immortal energy around him, allowing him to feel much more confident and at ease. Senior, I invite you to have a drink. Sure how produced a jade cup, and then he poured out a golden viscous liquid from the white jade little cauldron. Fragrance wafted outwards, making people feel intoxicated just by smelling it from the distance. Many true deities' eyes went straight, their breathing hurried. That was but the liquid from the ancient immortal pond, its value too great. There were heavenly deities whose eyes were deep, watching coldly, not showing that much concern. The 8-armed soul race's peak-level heavenly deity drank this cup, and then he closed his eyes to enjoy the aftertaste. Good, 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 more fragrant than wine that has been brewed for 10,000 years. I never expected to even be able to enjoy a cup of lightning tribulation liquid. And not right. Suddenly, the 8-armed soul race expert's face changed. His expression became dark. He quickly sat down, white mists rising from his head. What happened? Everyone became shocked, especially those from the 8-armed soul race. Those experts were even more nervous. With a hula sound, a large group of people rushed over, surrounding this place out of fear that something bad would happen to the elder. Old ancestor, what did you do to him? Someone questioned. Heavenly deities for a race were too important. You cannot treat him with disrespect. I am fine, the 8-armed soul race elder shouted. He continued to sit there. Even more mists rose from within his body. Sure how was greatly shaken up. As expected, it was like what he expected. This lightning tribulation liquid likely could neutralize the curse. Little friend, may I ask for another cup? The 8-armed soul race's peak-level heavenly deity spoke, revealing a hopeful look, one that was filled with desire. Okay. Sure how poured out another cup for him. The elder was extremely impatient, downing it in one go, and then he began to sit in meditation. I also want to drink it. The divine striking shouted noisily, its eyes extremely red. The others revealed fervent expressions, staring at the white jade little cauldron in Sure Hao's hands. This was priceless divine liquid that would only appear during heavenly tribulation. It was just too difficult for ordinary people to obtain. Sure Hao smiled, producing many cups, filling them all up and handing it towards them. He also gestured towards Chang Gongyan and Dragon Girl in the distance, inviting them to have a cup. This made outsiders' eyes even more red. This rare precious liquid was gifted out so casually, treated like nothing major at all. Hee hee. Someone laughed coldly. That was a heavenly deity, not believing that this alone could by the will of the people. When he obtained assistance, he was still going to take action when the time came to. Today, it is not enough even if you 8-armed soul race is willing to protect him. Huang must die. He has to give our immortal ancient natives an explanation. A heavenly deity even more so spoke bluntly. Even though an outsider successfully crossed the tribulation today, establishing an unmatched glory that will be recorded in the annals of history, he still can't be let off alive. He will be executed. In their opinion, this outsider provoked public anger, killing 7 great heavenly deities, regardless of whether he was in the right or wrong. This event couldn't be forgiven. How could an outsider act so unbridled? He had to be killed. A biting cold chilliness spread through the air. A world-shaking battle was perhaps going to break out today. There were heavenly deities that came with killing intent, not wishing to let Xianxia free. How powerful! I feel like I am going to undergo a transformation. Chao Yuxing, Xuelin, and the others were all shocked. This type of golden lightning tribulation liquid exceeded their imagination, the medicinal effects too astonishing. At this time, the 8-armed soul race's heavenly deity trembled greatly, the mists around his body thick, turning from white to black, and then becoming black light, burning on the surface of his body. What? At this time, there were heavenly deities that finally cried out with alarm, becoming incomparably shocked. How could this be? That is curse power. It is burning and disappearing. In the dark, the heavenly deities that carried powerful hostility cried out with alarm, no longer able to remain calm. At this moment, all of the natives were shocked. There was no way they saw incorrectly. That was curse power that was being neutralized. The 8-armed soul race's elder suddenly opened his eyes, and then it got up, roaring towards the heavens. It was like the cry of a dragon, the roar of a tiger, shaking the world. It was full of power, no longer carrying the slightest bit of abnormality. He was incomparably excited, staring at Xianxia and saying, "Little friend, this great gratitude cannot be expressed with words. Please, save my clansmen. Heavens! He truly dissolved the curse?" This triggered a huge commotion. None of the natives could calm down. The curse that had tangled about them for their entire lives, making them live in the shadows, was now actually neutralized by someone. This was earth-shattering, the meaning for them too great. This was even more shocking than the fact that Xianxia crossed the tribulation. Even more shocking than the fact that they watched 7 great heavenly deities die before their eyes. Who wouldn't be moved? Huang could neutralize the curse power. This meant that they might be able to free themselves from this suffering. Everyone stared at the snow-white little cauldron in Xianxia's hands. That was hope, a way of life. All of their eyes showed incomparable desire. A figure flashed. The centaur race and ancient fiend race's 2 elders also rushed over, their bodies almost trembling, voices shaking. They sought confirmation from the 8-armed soul race, and then they looked towards Xianxia together. "I heard that last time, 2 seniors also came out to rescue me. I ask you 2 to drink with me," Xianxia said, pouring out lightning tribulation liquid for them. Those 2 individuals' arms were trembling. If they only treated this like lightning tribulation liquid, then they definitely wouldn't have acted like this. Now that they understood this could neutralize the curse, this liquid felt even heavier than a mountain. The 2 of them drank it in one gulp. At the same time, all of the heavenly deities in the darkness felt their mouths and tongues go dry. These heavenly deities that had earlier acted cold and bore powerful hostility were now stupefied. A few individuals' faces distorted, clenching their fists, really wanting to immediately rush over. However, they just issued a threat, and they also released such heavy killing intent to kill Huang, so how could the situation immediately be changed, getting off their high horse and plead for the liquid? "I feel my body becoming warm, something burning, the curse power becoming weaker. This is too great." The centaur race's elder cried out loudly, its hair and beard trembling, face full of shock. The ancient fiend race's elder was also like this, directly becoming like an old urchin, rolling in the void a few times, crying out with AOAO sounds. In the distance, the other heavenly deities were jealous and envious. Right now, even their eyes were becoming red. The heavenly deities that were hostile towards Xianxia became silent, their faces gloomy. What were they supposed to do? Should they bow their heads and beg him? A few people felt blood rush to their heads, becoming extremely stirred up, but also regretful. They truly shouldn't have offended this youth. He could actually neutralize the curse power. It was rumored that this type of golden lightning tribulation liquid only existed in an ancient immortal pond after crossing the most powerful lightning tribulation. A heavenly deity sighed inwardly. The most powerful lightning tribulation, what did that signify? Death. Destruction. Not even many of those from the last great era could make it through. It was extremely difficult. "Little friend, do you have any more?" The centaur race and ancient fiend race elders raised their cups, faces red. They desired it greatly, asking Shi Hao for more. Shi Hao held the white jade little cauldron, about to speak. However, powerful energy fluctuations rang out in the void. There were heavenly deities that took action, wishing to steal it, moreover not just one. Powerful killing intent erupted, rushing at Shi Hao. At this moment, the 8-armed soul race, centaur race, and ancient fiend race's 3 great heavenly deities took action to stop them. At the same time, Shi Hao spoke, and he also turned the white jade little cauldron over, saying, "Everyone, you all came too late. The lightning tribulation liquid has been completely used up." He turned the white jade little cauldron towards everyone. There was only a small amount left, not even enough to fill half a cup. One has to understand that to neutralize a heavenly deity's curse, they needed 2 cups of the liquid. This bit was definitely not enough. Forget about other heavenly deities, even the centaur race and ancient fiend race heavenly deities were stupefied. In that instant, all of the attacks stopped, the heavenly deities retreating. It was because any further fighting was meaningless. How could it be like this? There were heavenly deities that cried out inwardly. At this moment, many of them looked towards Chao Yuxing, the little rabbit, Xuelin, Luo Dao, Chang Gongyan, and the others. This group of outsiders didn't have curse power, yet all of them drank a cup. This was too extravagant. This was a sin, a waste. There were heavenly deities that were furious, truly wishing to roar into the heavens. What were they to do? The medicinal effects had been refined by those people. Little friend, is there truly nothing left? The centaur race, ancient fiend race's 2 elders' voices were trembling. No more. Shi Hao shook his head. He had drank up most of it, and he only brought out a bit from the sea of lightning. At the same time, he looked at those 2 elders, saying, "Seniors, half a year ago, I had previously visited the ancient fiend race, centaur race to seek shelter, but along the way, I encountered your race's heavenly deity's interception." What? The 2 elders were furious. They looked at their clansmen, realizing that the reason Shi Hao only gave them a cup was likely because he was upset. At this moment, the 2 elders truly wished to personally take action, interrogate to see who it was that did this. This was too shameful. In the distance, the other heavenly deities also roared, filled with unwillingness and despair. There was originally hope, yet in the end, they were kicked back into hell. Younger generation, did you do this to make us feel fake joy? I am going to kill you. A heavenly deity roared with anger, killing intent surging, about to take action again. Woo! Even though there's no more lightning tribulation liquid, I'm still here, Shi Hao said indifferently. Everyone became stupefied, and then they revealed looks of shock. If I don't die and peacefully grow, I'll definitely cross another tribulation down the line, Shi Hao said casually. Little friend, you are my clan's esteemed guest. Follow me back. I want to see who dares touch you, the 8-armed soul race's elder said. He was the only heavenly deity that had his curse dissolved. Correct, little friend. You are our esteemed guest. No one is allowed to touch you. The centaur race, ancient fiend race's 2 great heavenly deities also shouted loudly. Little brother, please come to my grievance race as a guest. Dao brother, please move to my Holy Spirit race. My clan's princess will take you as a husband. Little friend, please visit my beauty race as a guest. My clan has exceptional pearls waiting to be married off. In that instant, many well-known heavenly deities rushed over, surrounding Shi Hao, so enthusiastic it made others feel numb. I recall that there were some old bastards that wanted to kill me. What do we do about them? Shi Hao said. Who dares? I'll wipe them all out. A heavenly deity roared. Chi! The sound of space shattering rang out. The heavenly deities that wished to kill Shi Hao immediately fled into the distance. If all these heavenly deities looked over, who wouldn't grow apprehensive? Even if all those who were hostile joined hands, they still didn't dare offend this many powerful clans. Moreover, the current Huang definitely couldn't be killed. It was because he was their antidote, their life-saving talisman. Just like that, heavenly deities fled. In reality, those people were all feeling like it was too late for regret. Why did they have to tear apart all face like this? What were they supposed to do in the future? They definitely had to beg that youngster, or else how were they going to obtain lightning tribulation liquid? In the distance, the group of cultivators were stupefied. The situation changed unbelievably fast. Just now, the experts of all clans wanted to kill Hao. Yet in the blink of an eye, the high and mighty heavenly deities surrounded him, enthusiastic to the point of making others feel stupefied. Someone who could neutralize the curse. How could they not attach importance to him? It affected the fate of the clan. Heavenly deities were trying to rope Hao in. That type of friendliness was just too rare. How many people saw heavenly deities smile apologetically like this, lowering themselves like that and inviting another? This was especially the case when those great heavenly deities frantically introduced how great their own clans were, totally devoted, wishing they could immediately seize him over to their side. Of all the races of this world, if my beauty race dares to claim itself to be second, then no one else can say they are first. My clan's pearls are magnificent and exceptional, with beauty above all others under the sky. There was someone on the side that opposed this. The Holy Spirit race claimed that the beauty race's people had a morbid type of beauty, that if they were talking about exceptional style, then that should belong to their Holy Spirit race's princess, the one known as the #1 beauty. Soon after, Shell race's people cried out, saying that powdered human beauties were meaningless, that after 1,000 years pass, 10,000 years, they would become full of wrinkles, ultimately just a piece of yellow earth. Meanwhile, their clan was a cultivation holy land with immortal ancient traces, that this was what was truly meaningful. It is still my ancient fiend race that is most suitable. Not only is their places good for cultivation, there are also exceptional beauties, as well as endless heavenly treasures. The ancient fiend race heavenly deity spoke. He also waved over, loudly laughing and saying, "My clan's gorgeous beauty just happened to be here. Why don't you get along with little brother here?" Fuck! Before Hao even said anything, the divine striking stone couldn't help but cry out first. On the side, Chao Yuxing and Chang Gongyan were stupefied as well, a bit speechless. The ancient fiend race's beauty came, the corners of her clothes fluttering about, black mists surging, long hair falling to her waist, dancing in the wind. Then, she reached out a palm-like large hand, calling out to Hao. Hao felt dizzy. He was originally looking forward to this, his eyes even shining, wondering how stunning the ancient fiend race's beauty would be. In the end, as soon as they met, he immediately wilted that Pearl was actually the same as their heavenly deity. She was 10 zhang tall, her face full of black demonic patterns. Several long fiendish teeth protruded from her open mouth, snow white and shining, extremely sharp. That waist was as thick as a small mountain, the large bronze eyes making Hao's hair stand on end. "I am a bit unworthy," Hao said quietly. The little rabbit rolled back and forth in laughter, and Xuelin also covered her mouth in laughter, joining in on the fun. "I feel like she's not bad." "Hao, you can consider her," the little fatty Chao Yuxing said. "Heavenly beauty. Hao, you have to work hard to match the ancient fiend race's princess. You still aren't going to go over to give your greetings?" Dragon Girl was also stirring bad waters. The veins on Hao's forehead jumped. The 10 zhang tall ancient fiend race princess was so tall and big, completely different from what he had imagined. "Cough, it's fine. Since little friend likes her, there is no need to feel inferior. If you nourish your body a bit more in the future, you won't be this weak, able to become as healthy and beautiful as my ancient fiend race." The ancient fiend race's heavenly deity teased. "We'll talk about this later." Hao hurriedly shook his head. When faced with the princess of a race, he wanted to flee for his life. "Little friend, it is still better if you go to my centaur race," the centaur race's heavenly deity said. "Does the centaur race have a princess?" Hao asked him. "We do, moreover 5 of them." The centaur race heavenly deity laughed loudly, revealing 5 fingers. Hao stared at the human body upper half, the horse lower half, and then felt a bit stupefied. In the end, he shook his head, not going there even if he was beaten to death. Haha. As heavenly deities, their eyelashes were all empty, experienced in the ways of the world, gone through too many things. They naturally saw how distressed he was. I believe little friend's temperament is intermediary. In that case, just go to the beauty race or the Holy Spirit race. They indeed have exceptional beauties. Someone laughed and said. However, Shihao was scared badly. The Tenjiang tall ancient fiend race princess was currently glaring at him, her enormous pearl-like eyes flickering with dark light, making him shiver coldly. If those clans all had these special beauties, then he felt like it was best to immediately run. Haven't you seen the ancient ancestor before? Then just come to our holy land. Its branch is still there, said the 8-armed soul race's heavenly deity. Okay. Shihao joyously replied. This was a perilous situation. 7 great heavenly deities died. Huang successfully crossed the tribulation, shattering the legends. The effects of this were great, triggering huge waves. Of course, the most shocking thing was still that Shihao could neutralize the curse power, causing Immortal Ancient to undergo a huge earthquake. Everyone was discussing this matter, because there wasn't anything more important than this. This made all clans erupt into commotion. After they obtained news, experts immediately sent out men towards the Holy Land where the guardian spirit had previously resided to see Huang. Outside world, 3,000 provinces. They couldn't see Shihao's situation, because immortal energy covered his body recently, hiding him from sight, but they learned about the situation from others. This triggered great waves. It was as if a volcano erupted, faced tribulation, and succeeded. Moreover, the most powerful heavenly tribulation, the lightning tribulation only the most powerful geniuses would face in the last great era, the cultivators of all sects were shaken up. This was just too astonishing. The crowd was shocked, all of them stupefied. There were still people who could cross tribulation in this era, and moreover succeed. This was a bit unreal. Perhaps in the ancient times, the era we didn't know about, there were also some who also attempted at the tribulation, only that no one knew about it. Only after a long time had passed did someone say this. It was clear that this was for the sake of consoling oneself. After all these years, how many geniuses emerged? Too many to count. It is possible that someone became an immortal beneath our notice. Someone said softly. However, these people didn't really believe these words. If there really was someone who became an immortal, the entire world would know about it. There was no way they wouldn't sense anything. Hong! Suddenly, a resplendent streak of electricity tore through the sky, directly hacking from outside onto the ground. At this moment, forget about others. Just the sect masters and the most powerful ancient ancestors were shaken, staring blankly towards the sky. Even the existences that had cultivated in seclusion, laid dormant in various ancient lands, widened their eyes, feeling incredibly shocked. They stared towards the sky into the world beyond. That aura was too powerful, as if there was immortal Tao energy. That was an enormous streak of silver lightning, connecting the heavens above and earth below, thicker than hundreds to over 1,000 mountain cliffs connected, simply about to destroy the world. The center of the 3,000 provinces, that most ancient altar, a sect master said with a trembling voice. Heavens, that altar revived. It actually could still move, displaying its use. The immortal Tao ruined formation started up. Mysterious creatures are about to descend. At this moment, the ones that were crying out in alarm weren't heavenly deities, but rather sect masters. All of them widened their eyes. The 3,000 provinces had an altar inside of an ancient land at the very center. It contained endless mysteries, a place that all sects watched over together. After all these years, there were too many who tried to activate it, but they had never succeeded. Yet today, mysterious lightning radiance descended from outer space, making it revive. It didn't belong to this world, something left behind from the last great era. It was an immortal Tao formation. Right now, even powerful sect masters' voices began to tremble. There was nothing more shocking than this. Creatures that don't belong to this era are going to appear? The 3,000 realms were greatly shaken. Immortal ancient ruins, guardian spirit realm. This was an expanse of auspicious earth. As soon as one approached it, they would sense a strong spiritual essence. Every single stalk of grass and tree was shining, even ordinary grass, after receiving nourishment for a long time, developed spirituality. The further one entered, the more divine it was. Powerful tribes also appeared one after another. The mountain range was vast. A total of 10 races living here, all of them rich and powerful. They guarded this sacred place. Normally, forget about outsiders, not even the other races in Immortal Ancient could approach this place. This was a forbidden, restricted area. Now, Shihao was guided here, and even Chao Yuxing, the divine striking stone, Little Rabbit, and the others basked in his light, following along, approaching that legendary guardian spirit Pure Land. The 10 great tribes were all vast, incredibly large, the population great. Meanwhile, at the center of the place they surrounded and protected, the ambience was even more extraordinary. Mountain ground rose and fell, beautiful dwellings appearing one after another, some floating in midair, others located on mountain peaks. All of them were releasing auspicious, multicolored light. Along the way, a divine spring trickled. White mists filled the air, multicolored brilliance moving about. There were divine mountains that didn't rise steeply from the ground, but rather floated in the air. Their surfaces were fresh and green, immortal energy rising in spirals. There were even gold waterfalls that fell. In summary, this place was mysterious and sacred. Shihao was in high demand. The creatures from all clans accompanied him, but right now he shook off everyone, including heavenly deities, running frantically towards the heart of this place alone. "You cannot approach that place," someone cried out loudly, wishing to stop him. However, the heavenly deities of those great races gestured outwards, stopping them, not letting them walk forward, allowing Shihao to enthusiastically rush forward. In the Pure Land, spiritual essence was rich, all colors shining brilliantly, turning into a liquid and landing on the ground. They gathered into small streams, all of them spiritual force rivers. This was a bit shocking. Spiritual essence roiled, brilliant colors shone gorgeously. In the mountain region, the small lakes gathered together, forming a lake in that area hazy with primal chaos mist. It looked more and more sacred, and there was a type of solemn and dignified aura as well. When one arrived in this place, it made one feel reverence, not daring to make noise or act rudely. At the lakeside were a few ancient temples, but they already collapsed, long falling. One could vaguely see all types of diagrams engraved on them. Endless creatures were worshipping a willow tree. Willow deities, 3,000 divine countries. This is one of them. Shihao's chest was rising and falling violently. A light wind blew over. When the multicolored mist slightly scattered, he saw a tree at the other side of the large lake shrouded in brilliant colored mist, taking root there. It was overflowing with green intent, carrying a faint golden color. It was as if gold was embedded within its green jade-like body, releasing a gentle radiance, making one's mind immediately feel at peace from a single look. "Willow deity," Shihao cried out loudly in shock. "What branch?" This was clearly an ancient tree that reached into the heavens, the branches spreading out, reaching into the clouds. Through the mist, he could see that it was even taller than a lofty mountain. Behind him, the 8-armed soul race, ancient fiend race and centaur race's heavenly deities trembled, feeling shocked and startled. After all these years, the guardian spirit's branch actually revived, displaying this magical projection. One had to understand that normally, none of them could see it. Even if they used secret methods to have an audience, they could only see a withered branch that rested before the ruined ancient temples. "You are the second one that was able to awaken me." The willow tree released a warm light, conversing with Shihao. "Willow deity, who else was there?" Shihao's emotions were rising and falling greatly as he looked at this willow tree. A cauldron that was sticky with blood, coiling with heaven and earth source energy. It brought someone with it, previously coming here to awaken me. "It's that thing again," Shihao said softly, He already guessed that it was the ancient cauldron he had encountered in the black abyss within Burial Realm. He knew that what he saw was merely an engraving. That large blood-dyed cauldron had 3 feet and 2 ears, surrounded by source energy. The entrance of the cauldron was filled with endless primal chaos. What kind of background did it have exactly? Whenever Xianxia thought of it, he would always be shaken up inwardly, feeling great waves stir within him. What kind of history did that thing have? There were too many things unknown. However, the thing that made Xianxia the most moved was being able to see Willow Deity. Even though he knew that this wasn't its true body, it was still difficult for him to calm down. He thought of too many things, wishing to understand the great era of immortals. You came too late. I am only a short branch that is about to no longer exist. There already isn't much I can help you with, said the faint golden willow tree. Right now, this branch linked up with Xianxia's arms, allowing him to see another willow deity. This was what Xianxia was interested in, wishing to tell it everything that happened in the outside world. Why? Xianxia was confused. I am but a branch, my memory damaged to begin with, not a true body. In addition, I used up power exceeding the limit, so it is time to scatter into the wind. The willow tree shook its head. It wasn't the true body, just a branch. The fact that it was able to exist for such a long time in front of the ancient temples was already quite a miracle. Used up power exceeding the limit? Xianxia was confused. It was also because of that one from last time, said the willow tree. What kind of background does that person have? Who exactly was that person? What kind of mysteries are there? Xianxia also wished to know about this. He hurriedly asked again. Surnamed Yi, already left immortal ancient ruins, Willow Deity said. It also told him that it only remembered the surname, and that Xianxia definitely had to remember it. What happened? Willow Deity, why don't you remember anything else, but still warn me so seriously? Xianxia became more and more curious. That person doesn't belong to the past or the present. Helping this individual exceeded my limit, the interference and influence too great, said Willow Deity. This was also the reason why it exceeded the limit of this tree branch, making both everything in front and behind become indistinct, unable to retain any clear memories. Xianxia was shocked. All because it took action once, there was such great after effects. This was simply unimaginable. Why did that person come? Is it impossible to remember? Xianxia asked. Already forgotten, no impression left, said the willow tree. This was simply unimaginable. Was this the rebound of heaven and earth? Xianxia released a sigh. If the willow deity truly was here, how great would that be? Things would definitely not have ended up like this. Behind him, the 8-armed soul race, centaur race, ancient fiend race, and other heavenly deities were all stupefied, all of them incredibly shocked. The reason why the ancient ancestor guardian spirit was in a dormant state this entire time was actually because of a single person. The blood-soaked great cauldron carried a single person, surnamed Yi. Xianxia's eyes flickered with radiance, remembering this in his heart. You are already a true deity realm cultivator. How are you going to proceed in the future? Has the path already been set? The willow tree asked. The green leaves carried bits of gold, branches stretching into the heavens, majestic and holy. True deity, even at the true self realm, this path still had to have a clear objective, a single path, a single Tao. The most powerful. Transcend, Xianxia said clearly and directly. Too big, the willow tree said. The true self realm was where one made a crucial decision, which was to set the grand target for one's future. Proceeding down the path with hard work was also a type of sincerity, a type of self-reflection, single-minded devotion. I agree, it is a bit big. If I want to become the most powerful, transcend, I must achieve long life, starting from this stage. Xianxia said. It is still big, the willow tree said. However, Xianxia knew that even if he truly obtained long life, there would still be enemies. Otherwise, why did the immortals of the last great era die, ultimately falling? That is why he wanted to become the most powerful, transcend above. Only by establishing his foundation here would it be enough. I am merely demonstrating my sincerity, the result of my self-reflection. Xianxia said. He wasn't truly going to accomplish those things in the true self realm. The so-called most powerful transcend. Even if one truly achieved long life, it would still be difficult to achieve, let alone right now. Transcending won't do. The most powerful cannot do it, and long life is also too far. Only understanding life and death is. Xianxia spoke again. How will you accomplish it then? The willow tree asked. Comprehend life itself. Xianxia said. He made his goals smaller step by step. Only when he reached the next step in what he was going to do, it still exceeded the true self realm. You've already made plans. The willow tree nodded. Yes, in the true self realm, I am going to comprehend the willow deity's method. Xianxia noted. The willow deity had passed down its technique to him a long time ago, remembered in his heart when he was still in the lower realm. Back then, his cultivation wasn't enough, not able to comprehend it yet. The willow deity had previously told him that he had to reach the divine flame realm at the very least, or else there is no way to cultivate it, as there will be danger to his life. It was because it was a willow tree, its magic related to natural life. Only, ever since he entered Immortal Ancient until he reached the divine flame realm, what Xianxia needed to do most urgently was cultivate immortal energy, not having the time to devote to anything else. Only now could he be considered to have time. If one wanted to comprehend the path of life, one had to travel on the brink between life and death. Only with life would there be death, only with death would there be life. One had to exhaust an extremely great amount of life potential. That was why Xianxia went from the most powerful transcendence, down to long life, and then down to comprehending life, ultimately choosing to study the willow deity's method in the true self realm. He had long made plans. This ancient technique, compare the method with the other me. See if there are any changes, said the willow tree. A branch reached out, touching Xianxia in the space between his brows. This was, without a doubt, the precious technique of the willow deity from the immortal ancient great era. It was passed on to Xianxia. Xianxia trembled. A golden willow tree appearing in his heart. All types of symbols appeared, the brilliance overflooding into the heavens. He closed his eyes, compared the two, his benefits tremendous. A type of method was changing, evolving. This was a process of itself. For any type of precious technique, the most important thing was to completely comprehend it. The process of evolution from the past to present was actually extremely important. The true self-realm, he was going to cultivate the willow deity's precious technique now. In addition, he believed that he wouldn't stay for too long in this cultivation realm, because his preparations had been made too well. Outside world, 3,000 provinces. All sects were shaken up, finding it difficult to calm down. Right now, there were much less people at the borders of the uninhabited region. Those who left no longer stared at the immortal Tao flower petals scenes, instead hurrying towards the higher realm's central region. Central province, the edge of the ancient altar. Right now, light connected to the heavens, silver electrical arcs incomparably thick as they connected the sky above and earth below, submerging this place in endless radiance. It was as if a divine country was descending. In reality, this was just the power that was stirring up this ancient altar, making the immortal Tao formation remains revive. Forget about heavenly deities, even sect masters were shaken. Many important figures from different sects hurried here, carefully watching what was happening. Great waves stirred within them. This was a grand immortal formation left behind from the last great era, its ruins surviving to this day. It was watched and protected by many sects, but it had remained peaceful for endless years. However, today it actually produced such a great disturbance. All of the great sects were alarmed. They couldn't help but pay close attention to it. That creature is going to come. Heaven-mending sect's sect master spoke, his expression stern and serious. This was a bit inconceivable. After remaining silent for all this time, there was still someone who could use this formation, about to come here. The electrical arcs were clearly transmitted from the void, forcefully starting up this ruined formation, making it operate. It was a bit strange and terrifying. That creature was definitely not ordinary. Hong! A final violent sound rang out. The silver-colored electrical arcs receded, forming a gate that shone with silver brilliance. Rich spiritual essence rushed out from the pure and holy scene, as if a divine realm was taking form. "It's coming!" Everyone was shaken. Someone walked forward, heading outside. A powerful aura was released, making many people here feel like they were suffocating. The heavenly deities even more so trembled, finding it difficult to endure. Hong! 3 figures walked out first from the silver-colored passage, all of them middle-aged. However, the great changes their eyes displayed revealed that they had already lived for an endless amount of time. A tremendous wave of pressure was released as soon as the 3 of them appeared. Soon after, the pressure was withdrawn. Their eyes swept over everyone here. Then, 5 or 6 individuals walked out from behind them, all of them youngsters, including both male and female, all of them possessing astonishing auras and surging with exuberant vitality. Who were these people? Outside the ruined formation, the higher realms cultivators were all stupefied. Those 3 middle-aged individuals were one thing, deep and immeasurable, temporarily difficult to evaluate. Meanwhile, the ones that appeared afterwards were too young. That type of vitality was unmistakable, their ages definitely extremely young. However, they were all unexpectedly already heavenly deities. A middle-aged man spoke out, the voice ancient and difficult to understand, difficult to comprehend. It left everyone feeling stupefied. Finally came, after carefully listening, an ancient sect master finally understood the meaning. This is an ancient language a bit inconsistent with the language of the present. Only by carefully thinking about it will one understand. Their language came from a common origin as our own. A sect master from the higher realms said with a serious expression. This left others feeling even more shocked. Where did these people come from? 3 middle-aged individuals, all of them mysterious and immeasurable. They were extremely calm. Those youngers could still be considered to be surging with energy, not lifeless. Someone spoke up and even walked forward, still the ancient language that was difficult to understand. Why do I feel like I alone is enough to sweep through all of the young experts in this world? None of them are all that special? Too lacking. The higher realms cultivators, after carefully thinking over his meaning, there wasn't a single one whose expression didn't change. This youth was too arrogant, speaking this sentence as soon as he walked out, not friendly at all. However, soon after, everyone closed their mouths. There was actually immortal energy that appeared on his body. It was too shocking. Heavenly deity with immortal energy? What kind of monster was this? At the very least, the higher realms didn't have anyone like this, and not even the most powerful geniuses in Immortal Ancient reached this cultivation realm. When this youngster appeared, all of the heavenly deities from various sects felt a bit stupefied. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that those young men and women all possessed extraordinary bearing, all of them giants among men, their auras rarely seen. The 4 young men and women, even though they didn't reveal immortal energy, they were definitely world-shocking, not below the youth that spoke. Their attitude proved everything. Truly disappointing, too weak. Was the younger generation all ruined? The youngster who spoke up before shook his head, looking at everyone present. The higher realms indeed had a few younger cultivators that came, but compared to those people on the altar, the difference was too great, simply impossible to even weigh. Their faces and ears flushed red with anger. One of them was unresigned, saying, "We are indeed slow-witted, not geniuses, but there are people who might not be weaker than you all, only, they temporarily entered Immortal Ancient's remains. I've heard of that place. Rumor has it that only geniuses who aren't deities yet can enter, so they should all be some little cultivators. They want to compare to heavenly deities? Too far off." That youngster shook his head. He was a heavenly deity, and he had immortal energy as well. With his arms behind his back, he overlooked everyone. This naturally made everyone quiet. Truly weak. He shook his head again, and then he looked at a few heavenly deities from the higher realms. "Since your youth are too weak, then I wish to exchange pointers with you all." "You!" Some people's expressions became unhappy. "Still too weak? How about this? All of the heavenly deities can come at me together. I'll exchange pointers, will all of you," he said calmly. "Soul Island. It was suspended in the air, blue-green multicolored light shining and auspicious energy swirling about. It looked auspicious and holy. This was the eight-armed soul race's precious land, the place outside the guardian spirit ancestral land. Many people came today, so it was extremely bustling with activity. Many thanks for seniors' hospitality. As long as I don't die and can continue living, I will definitely face tribulation again. Bring back pool after pool of lightning tribulation liquid for everyone. Xianxia said rather brazenly, making this promise while slapping his chest as a pledge. Little friend truly is a giant among men, about to rush into the sky soon. We will offer our thanks in advance. Wait for that day to arrive. Grievance Race's heavenly deity spoke. After leaving Guardian Spirit ancestral land, they arrived in Soul Race's restricted land, exchanging cups and drinks here. This could also be considered a welcoming reception for Xianxia's success, congratulating him for crossing the tribulation. It was clear that Xianxia was the main character of the banquet. His table full of heavenly deities, all of them treating him with great respect, touching cups with him. A few people sighed inwardly. Huang truly couldn't die. Nothing bad could happen to him. It was because he had already become their last straw of hope. However, there were some who cursed silently, feeling that this brat was too wicked and cunning, definitely realizing beforehand that the lightning tribulation liquid could neutralize the curse power, yet didn't treasure it, gulping it down like a whale in the lightning clouds. Later on, he even gifted it out unbridledly, having Chang Gongyan, rabbit, and even a stone drink it. This was just too disgraceful. This not only was a waste and squandering, it was even more so a sin. When the extremist natives thought back to this, their eyes all became a bit red. It was too much of a waste. They really wanted to roar towards the sky. They knew that Huang did it for the sake of self-protection, doing this for his own benefits, making the heavenly deities do everything they could to protect him. It was because if he did this, everyone had to protect him, moreover having to hope that he crossed tribulation again. Soul Island was extremely large. It floated in the air, clouds rising and multicolored light hazy. There were beautiful mountain peaks on it, divine springs trickling about, divine birds spiraled about, clouds and mists swirling around. Chao Yuxing, Shuelin, Chang Gongyan, Dragon Girl, and others also came, borrowing Xianxia's spotlight, lucky enough to enter this divine ancient island. So many medicinal herbs. The little rabbit stared at the distant medicinal garden, a miserly look appearing on her face. She was not interested in the food on the table at all, instead staring at the medicinal field. Haha! If little girl needs, then I can gift you some holy medicines. The eight-armed soul race's elder spoke, face full of smiles, full of benevolence, saying loving the house and its crow was definitely wrong, but it was to give Xianxia face. The heavenly deities here all saw that the youngster's relationship with Xianxia wasn't shallow, worth roping in. Okay, I don't need the whole stalk of medicine, just half a leaf of every single one. The little rabbit immediately jumped up, grabbing the eight-armed soul race old heavenly deity's arm, immediately calling him grandpa intimately. Just a small matter. The eight-armed soul race heavenly deity waved his hand, having someone bring her out to pick them. However, soon afterwards, a miserable cry sounded within the soul race's ancient medicine field. What happened? Everyone turned around. They only saw a stalk of divine medicine cover its head and run for its life, disappearing without a trace, running from one end of the medicine garden to the other. Divine medicine. Many people's eyes went straight. The little rabbit took a bite out of it, eating a small piece of its leaf. All those that became divine medicines already developed intelligence, able to move about the mountains and valleys, extremely crafty. The eight-armed soul race felt their heart become sore. Normal medicines were one thing, but the divine medicine of a clan was actually discovered by this rabbit. It seemed like they couldn't allow this rabbit back into the medicinal field again no matter what. Cough, it's fine, just half a leaf. Even though the eight-armed soul race's heavenly deity felt his heart become sore, he still spoke with a smile. Then, everyone continued to touch cups, discussing various secrets within Immortal Ancient, speaking about many dangerous places. Sure how remembered them one after another, especially the Saint Wood and other heavenly treasures that he might use in the future. The eight-armed soul race didn't hold anything back as they told him about their locations. However, they also warned again and again that those places were extremely dangerous, that he definitely couldn't take risks. If he truly needed them, they can consider helping him look around. Not far out, Chao Yuxing, Luo Dao, and the others were full of envy. This was simply ridiculous. There were actually heavenly deities that were offering to be his escort. This fraud, purposely using up all of the lightning tribulation liquid, not leaving any behind, instead having so many great heavenly deities attach such importance to him. They cursed silently. Seniors, who was it exactly in the past among the esteemed clans that wanted to kill me? Sure how looked at the centaur race's heavenly deity, and then at the ancient fiend race. The two great heavenly deities immediately felt a bit embarrassed. The events of the past really were a bit unjustifiable. Sure how tried to seek shelter from them, yet in the end actually encountered the pursuit of heavenly deities from their races. If they carefully investigated this matter, they would definitely find out. Even among the most powerful clans, how many heavenly deities would they have? The two sighed. This matter was truly hard to settle. Could it be that they had to denounce the heavenly deities of their own clan? The loss was just too great. However, if they don't give this youth an explanation, then he definitely won't be satisfied. Little friend, you already reached the true self realm. Do you need any heavenly treasures? The centaur race heavenly deity asked. The intention of this shift in topic was too obvious, but this was also what he was implying, trying to compensate Sure how with holy objects and other things. I only wish to find out who it was that displayed hostility against me, wishing to kill me. Otherwise, I just won't feel at ease inside. Sure how said. The ancient fiend race's heavenly deity frowned. This was a bit troublesome. If this youth didn't yield, the consequences would be great. They were still hoping to obtain lightning tribulation liquid from him. However, to punish their clan's heavenly deities severely, that was too difficult. They would directly reject that idea. Ow! Suddenly, a roar sounded, shaking up this entire island, making everyone shiver inwardly. The heavenly deities no exception. Their fine hairs all stood on end. Who is this? Sure how was shocked. This roar was just too terrifying. One could see large amounts of ripples emerge from the depths of the island. That was an ancient great formation that was shining, displaying protective effects. Otherwise, if this formation wasn't in place, the entire island would explode, shattered by this great roar. In reality, the heavenly deities present all became a bit pale, their expressions a bit ugly. If that person was released into the outside world, it would definitely be a sect master-level exceptional figure. However, why is it so ruthless? Its roars like an ancient beast's. The little fatty Chao Yuxing asked. Xuelin asked for guidance, inquiring who that was. Those heavenly deities all sighed. The eight-armed soul race heavenly deity even more so looked at Sure how, saying, Little friend, in the future, you definitely have to succeed and save my soul race. He didn't hide anything. That was the eight-armed soul race's old ancestor, as well as their clan's #1 expert. His strength was deep and profound, long exceeding the heavenly deity realm, his age close to 1,000,000 years old. What? Xuelin and the others were shocked. An ancient sect master-level figure who had lived for a long time, its strength powerful. If someone like this was released into the outside world, he would definitely become an extremely powerful figure, to the extent where he might even be the most powerful. The natives could still remain clear-headed if they reached the heavenly deity realm. As long as they didn't leave the ancestral land, living wasn't too big of a problem. However, once they exceeded the heavenly deity level, then that would be troublesome. Along with the passage of time, even if they hid in the clan, the curse would become more and more severe. At that cultivation realm, one naturally possessed unmatched magical force, able to suppress their bodies. However, even if they didn't die, they would become muddle-headed and display all types of terrifying problems. It was clear that the 8 armed race's #1 expert experienced precisely this type of situation. He had already gone mad for several hundreds of thousands of years, normally always spending his days asleep. They never expected him to wake up today going mad once again. "Can I take a look?" Xianxia asked. At the back of the island, a thick black mist pervaded the air. This was a stone mountain region where not a single blade of grass grew. It was completely different from the peacefulness they previously witnessed. This scene was all because of an elder restrained by thick chains. He was restricted at the center of the great formation, his hair disheveled, skin wrapped around bones. However, he still tenaciously lived on, moreover possessing astonishing power that surged like great waves. It sensed that someone walked over, standing outside the formation. He suddenly raised his head, withered yellow hair like wild grass, a pair of eyes releasing shocking beams of light through the hanging hair. How powerful! Even heavenly deities felt their hearts shaken, not daring to take half a step into the formation. "Is there a way to make him clear-headed for a moment?" Xianxia asked. When the others heard this, they were all stupefied. This was especially true for the 8 armed soul race, all of them looking towards him. Even if they woke him up, what purpose would it serve? "There is still a bit of golden liquid left in this cauldron," Xianxia said. He produced that white jade little cauldron. Along with his movements, the white walls shone, releasing drop after drop of golden liquid, a wave of fragrance wafting out. "Ah, little friend, you still have lightning tribulation liquid?" Everyone became shocked, their eyes widening, eyes burning with incomparable passion. They truly wanted to immediately throw themselves over. However, this was the 8 armed soul race's territory, with a great formation locking this place down. No one dared to move rashly, and at the same time they didn't wish to offend Xianxia. "Little brother, you truly hit it well, actually still having precious liquid." The 8 armed soul race's heavenly deity cried out with pleasant surprise, his fingers even shaking. Only the final cup left. Xianxia handed the white jade cauldron over to him, indicating for him to look inside. This was indeed the case. The total liquid stored within the cauldron was only a bit more than a cup. The centaur race, ancient fiend race's heavenly deities' breathing became hurried. They already drank 1 cup, so if they were given another cup, they would be able to completely eliminate the curse. Their chests rose and fell greatly, now completely understanding that in the end, this youth was unsatisfied with their races. He had previously been attacked by their clan's heavenly deities, so he hid this last bit. "Sigh!" The two of them sighed, feeling regret and resentment towards their clansman's actions. "Our clan has a soul-suppressing stone that can temporarily awaken him," an expert from the 8 armed soul race said. Everyone was envious. The soul-suppressing stone was a strange treasure, extremely beneficial towards one's soul cultivation, to the extent where one almost didn't have to worry about going mad. Even if one was cursed, reaching the very end of the road, it could still reawaken a muddle-headed soul for a moment. Xianxia nodded. The soul race knew what to do. A strange stone was produced, affecting everyone's souls. It was only the size of a fist, as if it could suppress endless souls in the underworld. It was entirely silver-white, glistening with radiance. The divine striking stone frantically swallowed its saliva. Unfortunately, it could forget about this stone. There was no chance for it to devour it. Everyone watched nervously. The elder in the great formation immediately calmed down, the light in his eyes no longer vicious, becoming a bit clearer. "Old ancestor, hurry and awaken. You curse might be able to be neutralized," 8 armed soul race's heavenly deity shouted. "Who is calling me?" That elder that was 1,000,000 years old woke up, its eyes displaying a bit of radiance, recovering its consciousness. "I am your distinguished self's 63rd generation offspring," the 8 armed soul race's heavenly deity said respectfully. Everyone was shocked. This elder's background was indeed great, his status too high. How many times greater was he than even the clan's most powerful heavenly deity? His strength was definitely terrifying. Neutralize the curse? The #1 expert of the soul race that was already a million years old's eyes immediately erupted with divine light. Even with the great formation between them, it still made heavenly deities feel waves of pain. The 8-armed soul race's heavenly deity quickly explained the situation, and then directly brought over the small white jade cauldron. The golden liquid disappeared into the elder's mouth. He closed his eyes, and soon afterwards, roiling black mist emitted from the surface of his body, moreover burning, turning into black light. Everyone was shocked. It was effective after all. Hao was satisfied. He finally saved a great figure who possessed enough weight. He had a feeling that Immortal Ancient would probably open up earlier, not like the past where it would continue for over 1,000 years. In the outside world, he reckoned that there would be a group of old fellas waiting for him, preparing to kill him. If he rescued several exceptional sect master-level figures in Immortal Ancient, then he could directly slaughter his way out. I hope everyone can protect my secret, temporarily not leak it out. Hao clearly stated. There were 3 strands of immortal energy surrounding his body, able to shroud this place in mystery. Those of the outside world couldn't pry about his circumstances through the immortal Dao flower petals, so only those present could leak out this information. This was to be treated with the utmost secrecy. Those present nodded, these races all relying on Huang for their future. Hong. A great fluctuation was released like a mountain flood. The elder in the great formation opened his eyes a bit clearer than before as he said, still a bit off. He was an existence that existed above the level of heavenly deity. His power extremely great, so the power of the curse was profound. A cup of golden liquid was definitely not enough to neutralize all of the curse power. After all, even a heavenly deity needed 2 cups of lightning tribulation liquid. Little friend, our great gratitude cannot be expressed with words. I will wait for your good news. Hope that you can successfully face tribulation, the 8-armed soul race's #1 expert said. He didn't leave, continuing to remain sealed. Even though his consciousness was no longer muddled, it was hard to say when things would relapse, so they had to be careful. Only when the curse was truly neutralized would it be safe. Hao already stayed in the guardian spirit ancestral land for many days. He wanted to leave for quite some time, but the great sects nearby all insisted on him staying here, asking him to enter seclusion here. He had previously visited the centaur race, ancient fiend race, moreover vaguely sensing the auras of the 2 heavenly deities who had tried to intercept and kill him. However, those 2 races never said anything. He quickly left, not willing to get too involved to avoid anything unexpected happening. He feels a grudge against my clan. This is definitely not something good. In the future, if he truly succeeds in crossing the tribulation again, will we even have some lightning tribulation liquid given to us? Someone said softly, Hung, you think heavenly tribulation is that easy to cross? Especially later on, it will definitely be even more frightening. This person might not even exist the next time. There were heavenly deities who were discontent. It was clear that the heavenly deities that had previously made a move against Hao didn't wish to stay low, let alone ask Hao for forgiveness, secretly observing the situation with cold intent. Hong. Several days later, a world-shaking enormous sound erupted, lightning radiance shooting out in tens of thousands of streaks. Someone was facing tribulation, and the power was incredibly great. This information was shocking without a doubt, creating a sensation. After Hao successfully crossed tribulation, there was someone else who stepped on this path, guiding down heavenly tribulation to refine the self. A heavenly sword tore apart the void. A figure stood alone below the heavens, triggering the terrifying tribulation. Endless lightning poured down, blasting the great earth until it caved in. One person, one sword, faced the lightning tribulation. This shocked Immortal Ancient, especially the natives who all rushed over. Even the 8-armed soul race, beauty race, Holy Spirit race, and others were no exception. Even though they obtained Hao's promise, they still wished to immediately hurry over. The effects of this were too great for the natives, the meaning great. Someone is facing tribulation again. I truly wish he can succeed. That Huang thinks he's all that, believing that we all can't leave him, Mayu said. Good. I hope this person can succeed. I will personally take a look. Mo Luo nodded. The two who spoke were the heavenly deities of the centaur and ancient fiend race, as well as the ones who took action against Sure Hao. The heaven and earth great disaster left all sides shaken. Soon after, news came out that the one who was facing tribulation was Gu Jianyun, an ancient freak. This was the one who came from Sword Valley, the one who challenged Chang Gongyan in Xin Province before entering Immortal Ancient. His power was extremely great, ranked among the best of the ancient freaks. When Sure Hao heard this, he frowned. Sword Valley, Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Fire Cloud Cavern, and others were all powers that treated sinners' blood descendants with malevolence. They worked together to suppress Xin Province. Sword Valley's disciple, I truly wish to take a look, he said to himself. Hong! The heavens fell and earth cracked. Ghosts cried and deities howled. Gu Jianyun faced the tribulation, his might flourishing with greater and greater ferocity, attracting a few heavenly deities. Succeeded. Another person succeeded in crossing tribulation, establishing a great glory. Someone shouted loudly. News was transmitted to Guardian Spirit Ancestral Land. All sides were greatly shaken. That day, Gu Jianyun succeeded in crossing the tribulation, similarly leaving Immortal Ancients great earth-shaken, triggering great waves. In that instant, many people rushed over, surrounding that place. It was because someone saw an immortal pond in the lightning tribulation clouds that contained lightning tribulation liquid. Gu Jianyun sat beside it as he treated his injuries. This made people go crazy. Another exceptional figure appeared. Ha ha! Many people laughed loudly, and the heavenly deities that previously bore hostility against Sure Hao became even more carefree. The shadow over their hearts completely swept away. What did they still have to worry about? Another exceptional genius appeared who similarly crossed lightning tribulation, grasping the mysterious precious liquid. There was no need to beg Huang. Huang, who does he think he is? The best since the ancient times? Another person succeeded to take your place. Haha. There is hope in eliminating the curse. We might not necessarily have to ask Huang for assistance. So what if we kill him? There were heavenly deities standing in the distance who spoke like this, their blood energy terrifying. Only the remains of the lightning radiance were left of the heavenly tribulation, already considered ended. However, Gu Jianyun was still treating his injuries, guarding the lightning pool. A few heavenly deities immediately isolated this place, protecting him at the center, waiting for him to walk out from the lightning clouds to invite him back to their clans. What happened was shocking. Centaur race and ancient fiend race each had a heavenly deity here. Precisely Mayu and Mo Luo, the two of them laughing loudly here, leaving many people stunned. Didn't those two races go to ask Huang for help? Why are they working together with the heavenly deities who they previously clashed and conflicted with? Shush! Lower your voice. Mayu and Mo Luo. These two heavenly deities had previously taken action against Huang, leaving him in an extremely passive state before. Now, they are completely relaxed. In the end, Gu Jianyun walked out from the lightning cloud, completely succeeding, carrying powerful aura, advancing into the true deity domain, becoming one of the most powerful heaven-warping geniuses. In the outside world, even though a major event happened, after everyone learned of Gu Jianyun's success, a great uproar was still raised throughout the 3,000 provinces, making many people tremble. This Gu Jianyun is quite something. Actually, this formidable, guiding lightning tribulation and making it through, surpassing the past. All sides were shaken. The 3,000 provinces unable to remain calm. Sinner's blood descendant. Do you think you can lead everyone alone? Our people can do it too. Once Immortal Ancient remains open, it will be time for your downfall. An ancient sect's heavenly deity said coldly. Fire Cloud Cavern, Phantom Drake Dao Gate and the others hated Sure Hao bitterly, truly wishing to have him killed. Unfortunately, they couldn't enter Immortal Ancient. Little friend, are you willing to go to my clan? Within Immortal Ancient remains, a few heavenly deities were incredibly enthusiastic, transmitting sound to Gu Jianyun, stopping all other clans' cultivators. All of them were wishing to bring him away. Little Dao friend, could you bring out lightning tribulation liquid? There were heavenly deities who were even more direct. My Centaur clan and Ancient Fiend clan are willing to escort you, help you seize Immortal Ancient's greatest natural luck. There were two great heavenly deities that walked up, leaving everyone stupefied. It was precisely Ma Yu and Mo Luo. If Sure Hao was here, he would naturally understand everything that was going on. Soon after, others' eyes became fiery, wishing to exchange for lightning tribulation liquid for sacred objects with Gu Jianyun. I'll just gift it to seniors here, Gu Jianyun said calmly, not taking anything in return, directly gifting out a few jade containers. This triggered a huge uproar. It was unknown just how many pairs of eyes stared there. Even the 8-armed soul race's heavenly deities and others almost rushed over, but they were a step late. It is still little friend who is straightforward and upright, not thinking of reciprocation, offering such precious liquid out. Do not worry, we will not treat you unfairly. There were heavenly deities who laughed loudly, greatly stirred up. The heavenly deities here all offered praise. This is the difference between them. They both successfully crossed tribulation, but one hoards the rare commodity. White little friend is so straightforward, admirable, Ma Yuan said. This was already devaluating Sure Hao. Ma Yu held a jade container in his hands, lightning tribulation liquid sealed within, so he naturally didn't feel any fear, nothing to be scared of. This was the case for Mo Luo as well, overjoyed at this great turn of events. He knew that the curse should be neutralized now. Two people really are different. Little friend is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. In the future will definitely have great accomplishments. I believe someone will feel nervous now. After all, he's not the only one anymore. Haha! The other heavenly deities generously offered their praise as well, all of them wishing to rope Gu Jianyun into their own clans. It had to be said that Gu Jianyun was blessed with talents, extraordinarily powerful, crossing the heavenly tribulation. Right now, his smile was calm. The effects of successfully crossing tribulation this time really were enormous. He could now borrow the native's power to do many things. His own strength also shot up greatly. He laughed. Everything was going as planned. By acting so modestly, behaving in this manner, he could definitely rope in a few heavenly deities, gather a terrifying group of power. Moreover, in this way he would occupy an even greater advantage over Huang. His smile became more and more brilliant. I am going to immediately neutralize the cursed power, a heavenly deity said. In reality, there were some who couldn't wait at all, already drinking the lightning tribulation liquid, sitting in the void and closing their eyes to dissolve the curse. As time went on, the one who drank the lightning tribulation liquid first opened his eyes, revealing a look of puzzlement, saying, "What? It seems to be useless. Something's not right. My curse is still here, not weakened." Another heavenly deity opened his eyes, his expression confused. Gu Jianyun's smile immediately went rigid, frowning. Then all of the heavenly deities stood up, all of them lowering their heads to look at the jade container in their hands. They clenched their fists one after another, their expressions complex, all of them becoming silent. In the distance, there were many cultivators who couldn't help but feel stunned when they saw this scene. Why is it useless? There were heavenly deities who released a low roar. It really was too disappointing. It was both lightning tribulation liquid, and it also carried a golden color, so why didn't it work? When they were certain that the curse was still present, impossible to dissolve, these heavenly deities felt like they fell from heaven down to hell, all of their joy vanishing, instead feeling extreme despair. What is going on? Someone roared. They reached out with their powerful divine senses and carefully sensed everything. In the end, they released a sigh. This lightning tribulation liquid carried a golden color, but there was purple light within it as well. If they didn't look at it carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it, but the more they looked, the more they could see the purple hidden within the golden radiance. Someone purified it, but only a small amount of gold liquid remained, most of it actually purple liquid. The wisps of golden liquid were actually enough to dye all of the purple liquid golden. This was extremely shocking. This type of lightning tribulation liquid is ineffective. Those heavenly deities were shocked and angry. Even though they were heavenly deities, they had never underwent the heavenly tribulation, and as such, everyone only saw a single person trigger heaven and earth lightning before. Everything they knew about it came from bone books. When Gu Jianyun crossed the tribulation, they saw the lightning pond, as well as the endless lightning sea, so everyone thought that this was also the most powerful lightning tribulation. Now it seemed like it was too far off. Only the lightning tribulation liquid produced by the most powerful heavenly tribulation was effective. At that moment, the centaur race's Ma Yu's face fell ashen. When he thought of those words he spoke before, he clenched his fists tightly. The ancient fiend race's Mo Luo was even more regretful, truly wishing to slap himself in the mouth. What was he supposed to do now? The words he spoke just now, if they reached Huang's ears, he could forget about ever neutralizing the curse. There was no way lightning tribulation liquid would be left for them. The other heavenly deities' expressions were also ugly. This made them realize what extreme joy turns to sorrow really meant. They were happy too early. In addition, the words they spoke just now most likely offended Huang. News transmitted into the guardian spirit ancestral land. Sure Hao only spoke a quiet sentence. Purple lightning tribulation liquid. I already obtained a pond of it while facing it at the supreme expert realm. When these words were sent out, it triggered a huge uproar. It was too shocking. This was the first time everyone learned that he had previously crossed tribulation while in the supreme expert realm. Gu Jianyun's expression became ugly. The deity tribulation he crossed with such difficulty, the lightning tribulation liquid he obtained was useless. Meanwhile, Huang already faced tribulation when he was in the supreme expert realm, at that time already seeing purple lightning tribulation liquid. Gu Jianyun was furious, his face white. Huang! Heavenly tribulation sounded again. There was unexpectedly another person who was facing tribulation. Ma Yu, Mo Luo, and other heavenly deities immediately rushed over. Unfortunately, those who tried afterwards all failed, their bodies and spirits erased. Not everyone can be Huang, all crossing tribulation. Moreover, the most powerful heavenly tribulation, someone said. This was immediately acknowledgement by many people. This wave of tribulations stirred up great waves. All sides were paying close attention, affecting the hearts of all of Immortal Ancient's natives. However, there was nothing they could do. The most powerful lightning tribulation wasn't something just anyone could cross. Currently, there was no one who broke Sure Hao's legend, not even able to cross ordinary lightning tribulation, almost all of them dying. Little friend, this is a divine pill that uses soul-guiding lotus as the main medicine, as well as several dozen other holy medicines as side ingredients, something that was carefully refined. The centaur race's old heavenly deity spoke, his face smiling apologetically as he handed a jade container over. There was a precious pill inside that was swirling with light, the radiance making the little white jade case shine brilliantly. When it was opened, medicinal fragrance wafted outwards, a rain of light scattering down. The soul-guiding lotus was a divine medicine, extremely rare, difficult to find. The precious pill refined from it was naturally extremely priceless. Sure Hao didn't accept it, instead asking, I heard your sex Ma Yu previously ridiculed and looked down on me, expressing deep hostility against me. I wonder if the one who intercepted and tried to kill me was him. The centaur race's old heavenly deity was embarrassed. The reason he brought over the divine pill this time was for the sake of easing the tension, trying to fix the relationship between both parties. However, Ma Yu's actions clearly crossed the line. The assault from the past had not been cleared up yet. Yet in the end, he walked together with those who opposed Sure Hao again, his words sharp as he looked down on Sure Hao. Little friend, Ma Yu is a genius, his age less than 100, yet already became a heavenly deity. But this is also the reason why his nature is arrogant and wild. If there is any place where he acted inappropriately, I ask for forgiveness. The old heavenly deity said, This type of arrogance I cannot accept. There is danger to my life at every corner. To be honest, I want to show him some of this arrogance myself, Shi Hao coldly replied. The first time Ma Yu took action was because he desired the immortal Dao seed Shi Hao carried, willing to kill someone even the clan offered to shelter. So one could see just how unrestrained he was. If this was it, then that was one thing, but this time, just because Shi Hao had previously asked about who it was that took action against him, he already couldn't endure it, not showing any signs of apology. Instead, after learning that someone was facing tribulation, directly displaying powerful hostility against Shi Hao, clearly mocking him. For this type of wolf-natured individual, Shi Hao wouldn't give him lightning tribulation liquid no matter what was said, to the extent where his opinion of the entire clan changed, fearing that after they obtained the precious liquid, it would land in Ma Yu's hands. Little friend, this old one brought over a good item for you. The ancient fiend race's old heavenly deity arrived, handing over a bronze spear rumored to be an immortal remnant. They acted similarly to the centaur race, also having one of their heavenly deities oppose Shi Hao. Mo Luo's actions were nearly identical to Ma Yu's, causing the race to now act extremely passively. I thank seniors. I will keep these items, Shi Hao said. If he directly refused, he might incur the fear of the two races, so if that was the case, he would rather joyously receive them. He didn't say anything else. If there really was lightning tribulation liquid, there was no way he would give it to Ma Yu, and even more so not help Mo Luo dissolve his curse. The two old heavenly deities returned disappointed, because they didn't obtain any promises, but it was still better than being refused. They each returned to their clans, immediately holding a conference to discuss the curse crisis. Ma Yu and Mo Luo were, without a doubt, going to receive the clan's old heavenly deities' interrogation. Only they were all heavenly deities, and these two were up-and-coming talented youngsters, so there was no way they would be suppressed, to the extent where they weren't even reprimanded. Moreover, both of them carried cold intent. Back then, they secretly intercepted and tried to kill Huang for the immortal seed, so it was already hard to turn around. The situation now made them even less willing to apologize to Shi Hao. What's the big deal? We'll just wait until he crosses heavenly tribulation again before we discuss this again. How many people could cross it since ancient times? He'll likely just be directly hacked to death and turn into dirty soil, Ma Yuan said. Evil thing, what are you saying? Right now, everyone is hoping that he succeeds. Could it be that you are still hoping for him to die? The clan's old heavenly deity berated. This was the same for the ancient fiend race encountering a similar problem. Mo Luo didn't repent at all, instead sneering continuously, hostility strong. If he successfully crosses tribulation, being tactful is that. Otherwise, I'll go and seize it myself. There is no way I'll allow the curse to act out. I have to dissolve it. You even wish to seize it? The clan's old heavenly deity was alarmed and angry. I am also thinking about the clan, you know? After I neutralize my curse, the lightning tribulation liquid that is seized will naturally be gifted to the clansmen, Mo Luo said coldly. In the outside world, the various clans were all discussing among themselves. There were people facing tribulation left and right, producing great waves. In addition, during these past few days, even the natives had quite a few geniuses face tribulation, wishing to succeed and take a gamble. It was because Huang succeeded, this reality motivating many people. Many young outstanding talents wanted to copy him, also wishing to leave their names down in the annals of history. However, the results were quite cruel. People continuously fell during these days, all of them turning into ashes, no one able to make it through. This was the terrifying reality. Huang is indeed formidable. After all this time passed, the most powerful heroes from various clans continuously fell, unable to resist the terrifying lightning at all. The more this was the case, the more extraordinary Huang looked, truly standing out from the masses. Of course, Gu Jianyun was also acknowledged by everyone. Even though what he faced wasn't the most powerful lightning tribulation, he still made it through, the only other person that survived aside from Shi Hao. Many experts tried to rope him in, believing his potential to be astonishing. In the future, he might still very well obtain the qualifications to charge at the most powerful heavenly tribulation. Chong Gong Yen, this cannot be tolerated. Back then, The one that provoked you now succeeded in crossing the tribulation, so don't you want to get one over him? The little fatty Chao Yuxing urged. Chang Gongyan remained calm, not saying anything. Sure Hao inwardly nodded. This four-crown king was indeed extraordinary. His mental control extremely well, not being disturbed by others, will resolute. His accomplishments in the future would be difficult to estimate. I want to give facing tribulation a try as well, Chao Yuxing said. It was because he successfully cultivated a strand of immortal energy, just that he never publicly announced it. Hong! A terrifying energy erupted, shaking all of Immortal Ancient's small worlds. At this moment, everyone sensed it, a powerful wave of fluctuations spreading. Cloud Realm, the peace was disturbed. An ancient palace appeared in the void, around it streak after streak of black cracks that continued to extend outwards, making this realm look like it was going to cave in, as if a prehistoric colossus was appearing. It was grand, tall, its aura majestic. It was situated in the void, slowly taking form. The golden tiles, ancient relief sculptures, surging auspicious colors and rising mists made it look ancient, as if it experienced the vicissitudes of time, as if it crossed time from a different great era into this one. In front of the palace, the stone steps released a great Tao vitality, and there were enormous pillars that towered here, stretching into the sky as if they propped up the heavens. The Golden Tao Palace, Guidance Ancient Palace, reappeared. Back then, when Sure Hao cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, he had previously seen it. At that time, 10 Crown King, Vicious Nests banished Immortal, Ning Chuan, and others had hurried over, wishing to seize natural luck. In the end, only a mysterious primordial spirit that seemed to have struggled free from the black prison rushed into the ancient palace. Heavens! This palace truly took form. It's not a void image, but is completely entering this world. News swept outwards like a tide, engulfing all directions. Everyone knew what this signified. That elevated stage was going to appear. All competed for supremacy, geniuses confronting each other for the peak. Who was number 1? Who could step foot in the final place of natural luck? Who was the supreme being? All of this was going to be revealed on that ancient arena. Since the ancient times, that arena always appeared together with the Guidance Ancient Palace. Sure enough, after the Golden Tao Palace appeared, a massive ancient construct emerged, created from mysterious stone. It was an ancient arena. It was extremely large, like a floating island, standing adjacent to the Golden Tao Palace. The arena was without luster, nor was there any immortal Tao energy. Looking dim and plain, on its surface dark red blood traces and broken weapons, mottled with imprints. However, a sky-reaching wave of murderous intent was felt by everyone as soon as it appeared. Normally, all those who came here would cry out in alarm, falling weakly onto the ground. This was too frightening. It looked ordinary, but it seemed like it could devour souls. A single look leaving people terrified, their bodies shivering uncontrollably. This was precisely Immortal Ancient's most powerful battlefield, the arena for the most exceptional geniuses. Since ancient times until now, it was unknown just how many died on its surface, all of them the most powerful individuals of different clans, the greatest heavenly talents. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to set foot inside that arena. If one were to ask where the most ancient freaks died, then it would without a doubt be this arena. No one would forget the great battles of the past, and even Immortal Ancient's natives would sigh when recalling those scenes. Everyone still remembered Ning Chuan's first appearance. His divine looks, eyes looking down on the crowd, bloody battles continuing for several months, killing everyone, ultimately standing alone on that battlefield. There were others who recalled 10 Crown King overlooking everything under the sky, experiencing the most bitter battle, encountering an 8 Crown King, the two carrying out a world-shocking great confrontation, making everyone's blood boil and crying out loudly as he killed his opponent. There were even others who remembered when 4 Crown King Chang Gongyan sealed the world with an arrow, freezing the arena, the scene of enemies in all directions exploding at the same time. Heroes emerged in large numbers since the past, powerful individuals rising from every generation. The decisive battles each time would light up Immortal Ancient, making everyone's blood boil. This era was different from the others. All of history's kings were concentrated together, all of them about to appear, meeting at the final era. Whether or not they could still display their previous style, their past powerful might, this already made many people's blood surge. Their fists clenched tightly, looking forward to when those kings appeared one after another to fight for the top. Already entered Immortal Ancient for several years, but there are some kings that have not displayed any activity. They previously left behind the most brilliant fiery light, so I hope they can appear one after another. I believe that they will come out and display their confidence of being unmatched. The geniuses of the 3,000 provinces were all waiting, and even Immortal Ancient's natives were paying close attention, their emotions also rising and falling. This was going to be a grand occasion. The arena is extremely clear, seemingly completely appearing. I reckon that the great decisive battle will be carried out in a few days. Everyone sighed. The end of this era arrived just too fast, everyone only entering for a few years, yet Immortal Ancient's final battlefield already appeared. Hong! Enormous lightning radiance appeared, startling creatures from all directions. Crossing tribulation. Someone is undergoing tribulation again. This aura is just too powerful. There were some who were shocked in Nest Realm, all of them raising their heads in the vicious Nest's direction. Without a doubt, it was the exiled immortal who was facing tribulation. The lightning he incurred unimaginable, far exceeding the tribulation clouds Gu Jianyun faced. It surrounded all of the sky above. One could vaguely see bloody moons move above the vicious nest. The enormous red sun shone, the irregular scene shocking. Everyone was shaken, but no one dared to draw close. That place was a restricted area with powerful ancient formations. Even heavenly deities had fallen there. Kacha! Lightning radiance shocked the heavens. Within Immortal Ancient, lightning released in hundreds of thousands of streaks, linking together and forming a sea. That was a cursed place no one normally approached. The natives usually remained at a distance, but today someone was crossing tribulation inside. Everyone saw a white-clad male with a heaven diagram on his back within the sea of lightning, otherworldly and divine. Six-Crown King, Ning Chuan. Someone trembled, shouting this name. Hong! Lightning shocked the world. Above a black sea, there was someone facing tribulation as well. All of the water was submerged in lightning radiance, utterly terrifying. That is the Sea of Death, a place no one dares enter. Yet now, heavenly judgment is descending. That person is 10-Crown King. Someone spoke with a trembling voice. That day, too many things happened. A great storm erupted within Immortal Ancient. The vicious nest was quiet. That exiled immortal didn't come out. The remains were quiet. Ning Chuan disappeared, no traces to be found. The Sea of Death. Fluctuations rose and fell. Soul figures numerous and full of evil spirits. 10-Crown King was difficult to find. Lightning tribulation erupted in many places throughout Immortal Ancient. Yet in the end, no one saw any of them leave those restricted areas. Everything dead silent, as if those areas sank into a deathly stillness. This left everyone shocked. Could it be that those individuals all died? Otherwise, why was it so quiet without any sound? No one dared to barge inside, regardless of whether it was the vicious nest or the Sea of Death, because those were both the most terrifying restricted areas. Heavenly deity blood had been shed in both places, normal people not daring to rashly enter. This became a mystery. No one could find out anything during this period of time. If those people all died, then there wasn't anyone left that could successfully cross tribulation. It could be said that those were the only ones in Immortal Ancient who had a chance at competing against Sure Hao. Dead? I saw the vicious nest's exiled immortal scatter blood over the heavens. Falling, struck by an enormous streak of lightning, his body even split apart. 2 days later, someone solemnly declared that he just happened to be outside the vicious nest, seeing that scene. Ning Chuan also died. When the last expanse of lightning fell, it illuminated that small world. the entire dangerous remains becoming as brilliant as a blazing sun. I saw his body break apart and fall. Soon after, there was someone else who walked out from the crowd, saying that Ning Chuan died as well. When this information got out, Immortal Ancient was greatly shaken up. They all died? Could it be because the arena was about to appear that they felt rushed to break through, wishing to use the lightning tribulation to make themselves the most powerful they could be? Was that why it ended up in this type of terrifying result? All of Immortal Ancient erupted into commotion, everyone discussing this topic. During the following days, the entire world found it difficult to calm down. It was clear that Xianxia appeared more and more extraordinary. Many tribes that had previously remained silent also moved out, heading out to see him, hoping that they could obtain some lightning tribulation liquid in the future. Right now, he was the only one who had a chance of obtaining the precious liquid. Guidance Ancient Palace was majestic, the golden tiles brilliant. It looked incomparably grand and imposing from the distance. At its side, that elevated stage looked more and more real. Several days had already passed. It towered there, releasing the most astonishing aura. Only when someone tried to ascend the altar, they were blasted away. There was still some time. It hadn't completely appeared in this world yet. However, everyone knew that it was happening soon. It was about to appear. The Guardian Spirit Ancestral Land was where Xianxia spent his time during the past few days, cultivating this entire time. Even though he didn't come out, he was still paying close attention to information regarding that arena, waiting for the day it opens. Reporting, Silver Blood Devil Tree Race's experts wish to pay a visit. That day, someone made this report in the 8-armed soul race. An extremely powerful race had people who came to pay a visit, shaking up Soul Island. It was because they deeply understood how terrifying the Silver Blood Devil Tree Race was. That was a terrifying holy land in Immortal Ancient, known to be one of the most powerful tribes. This was especially the case when one considered the fact that that race and Soul Island weren't on too good of terms. A few disputes had happened between the two parties in the past. Soon after, Xianxia was invited over, returning to Soul Island from the Guardian Spirit Ancestral Land. Because others wished to meet him, it was difficult even for Soul Island's cultivators to hide these news and prevent them from meeting. It was a group of 3, all of them wearing silver robes. The spiritual essence wafting out from their bodies burned like snow-white flames. Extremely terrifying. There were 2 middle-aged men who were heavenly deities, 1 male, 1 female, blood energy overflowing, their bodies shining like a silver-colored great sun. There was also a youth, his smile warm, glowing with health and vigor, temperament extremely outstanding and unordinary. It was clear that those 2 heavenly deities came to protect him, so one could see that this youth's identity was unordinary. Meanwhile, he himself was quite formidable as well, long reaching the consummate level of the true deity realm. Truly a youth among heroes. Brother Xianxia is so young, yet already established such unmatched glory, successfully crossing tribulation, enough to be recorded in the annals of history. This youth laughed loudly and introduced himself as Yin Kuan. On the side, the 8-armed soul race's old heavenly deity secretly spoke, reminding Xianxia how that this was a brilliant new talent in the Silver Blood Devil Tree Race, his strength exceptional among his peers. In addition, he had an unordinary identity, should belong to the clan's direct line of descent, deep to the point where he was doted on by the clan elder. In the future, he might be one of their main leaders. Xianxia nodded and said with a smile, "I wonder what brother has come here for?" Yin Kuan smiled and said, "I came here after hearing about your great reputation, feeling incomparable admiration towards the heroic individual who successfully crossed tribulation, so I specially came to seek a meeting." The 8-armed soul race frowned, sensing something wasn't right. This clan was extremely forceful, and the most terrifying was the old ancestor from their race. Even though he had also been trapped by the curse, he could still maintain his consciousness. This was also why this race was incomparably powerful, treated by a few tribes as a holy land. If it was in the past, the 8-armed soul race would also feel apprehensive. If any party had an ancient existence that exceeded heavenly deity level, then that was world-shaking power that could not be matched. However now, the 8-armed soul race felt a bit of confidence, because the lightning tribulation liquid allowed that million-year-old ancient ancestor to revive, recovering his mind. Xianxia smiled warmly. Since the other party acted politely, he naturally wouldn't ignore this, sitting down to drink and chat with him. They chatted for a long time, ranging from cultivation to secret treasures, and then to the rumors and other things within Immortal Ancient. Inkuan was quite entertaining in conversation, the two of them rather friendly as they talked. Xianxia understood what was happening. The silver blood devil tree was trying to make him go to their side, to enter their clan instead. However, he didn't declare his position, pretending that he wasn't aware, not wishing to head there. The 8-armed soul race's heavenly deity began to sweat. He naturally saw through this. The other person was trying to steal from them, wishing to invite Xianxia away. How could they allow such a thing? The tribes that had remained loyal to Guardian Spirit Ancient Ancestor this entire time, it will never lack our race. Even though endless years have passed, we have still protected this place, not betraying the Guardian Spirit. However, the Silver Blood Devil Treeside is different, leaving a long time ago, no longer worshipping the Guardian Spirit. The 8-armed soul race's old heavenly deity secretly transmitted to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded, expressing that he understood. Right at this moment, Inkuan finally directly offered an invitation, asking Xianxia to follow him back to his clan. Xianxia shook his head, tactfully refusing. It wasn't because of the 8-armed soul race old heavenly deity's reminder, but because he could sense that Inkuan, even though he was smiling, was actually extremely arrogant beneath the surface. The reason he came acting so low-key was because he had a request to make. One didn't even have to think about it to know that it was for the lightning tribulation liquid. Dao brother, are you truly not going to reconsider? Coming to my clan will be much better than here. Inkuan seemed to have become a bit impatient, because they chatted for such a long time, yet the other party pretended to not know what was going on, in the end even rejecting him. This place is extremely peaceful. I feel quite good cultivating here, so there's no need to switch places, Xianxia said. At this time, the male heavenly deity who came together with Inkuan spoke up. Little friend, you know my silver blood devil tree race has an unmatched expert overseeing it. As long as you head there, no one can disturb you. Are you saying that someone will come to disturb me if I remain here? Xianxia asked. I fear that the 8-armed soul race might not necessarily be able to provide complete protection, the other female heavenly deity said. Then that is to say, if I head to your tribe, I will be in good health? Xianxia said. Correct. As long as you stay in my clan, no one can touch you. Inkuan spoke directly, losing even more patience. The arrogance in his bones slightly surfaced. I apologize, I do not wish to go. Xianxia refused quite directly. He could feel that this race was a bit forceful. If he went, he would likely be under house arrest, forced to only give them lightning tribulation liquid. Dao friend, you must make your choice carefully. If you come to my clan and focus on crossing the tribulation and hand over the lightning tribulation liquid, we will definitely offer you the greatest care. Inkuan didn't smile, now speaking with a bit of coldness. I already said that I do not wish to go. Xianxia shook his head. I fear that you might not have a choice in this matter. Inkuan's voice was extremely cold, and even his eyes carried some chilliness. Are you threatening me? Xianxia began to feel some anger. This race was domineering after all. He didn't even go there, yet they already dared to treat him like this. If he truly went, then he really would be turned into a tool. You can take it that way, Inkuan calmly said. Silver blood devil tree race, do not cross the line. This is my 8-armed soul race's territory. The old heavenly deity's face sank, warning seriously. Xianxia also spoke up. You all are acting so overbearing. I won't accompany you any longer. Please leave. I definitely won't go. That is not your choice to make. Inkuan said coldly, his arms crossed behind him. You shouldn't hesitate until things end up even worse for you. Get lost. Xianxia only had these words. He was now truly angry. Was this still an invitation? Actually this forceful, daring to speak out like this. Telling me to get lost, someone like you still is far too unqualified. I think it is better if you just let your hands be tied and follow us back, Inkuin said with an ice-cold voice. His previous warm smile had long disappeared, his expression right now cold, incredibly arrogant. He overlooked Xianxia displaying force. The eight-armed soul race's old heavenly deity had long stood up, now facing the two heavenly deities on the other side. This truly was going too far. Xianxia was angered. The other party was actually so unrestrained. Daring to force him like this, it truly was bullying others intolerably. Walk, you don't have a choice, Inkuin said arrogantly, looking down on Xianxia. Do you wish to die? Xianxia said coldly. However, there were two heavenly deities on the other side, and right now they both stepped forward, facing him, ready to act out at any time. The eight-armed soul race's people naturally became angered a long time ago. The old heavenly deity released blood energy, stopping them. There were other experts hurrying over as well. My silver blood devil tree race wishes to bring away someone, so no one can stop us. He is ours. Inkuin spoke extremely calmly. He didn't give Xianxia another look, now demanding the eight-armed soul race to hand him over. Too far. Finally, other heavenly deities from the eight-armed soul race arrived, staring with the old heavenly deity, preparing to take action. Forcing us like this, you all will have to take responsibility for the consequences. Inkuin was still extremely domineering, actually speaking like this. Then, he even more so turned around to look at Xianxia, saying, Are you leaving or not? Could it be that you are waiting for us to take action? Drag you out. Can I kill him? Xianxia looked towards the eight-armed soul race's people. You want to take action against me? Haha, the eight-armed soul race can't hold back either. Are you not fearful of the danger of your race being massacred? Inkuin said coldly. Forget it. My race is merciful, only bringing Huang away. You all should back off and not bring trouble onto yourselves. The eight-armed soul race's people were all angered, walking forward to surround the other party. Not even the heavenly deities were spared. A great battle was on the verge of erupting. Inkuin was indifferent, shattering a jade shield. In that instant, the void shattered, and a powerful figure appeared. That was a silver-haired elder that descended. His clan's ancient ancestor arrived. As soon as he appeared, the void shattered, Soul Island caving in. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, making a group of people immediately fall weak onto the ground. Your hesitation will make things even worse for you, Inkuin said coldly. No wonder he was so confident in his backing. They actually invited the ancient ancestor over, having him revive, not hesitating to carry out a great battle against an entire race. In reality, when a powerful expert on this level appeared, a single person was enough to flatten an area, suppress a race without any suspense. Little friend, please come to my clan as a guest. The elder who came spoke. This was a spiritual body, but it was similarly powerful beyond compare. The price for his true body moving out was too great. Just this awakening this time was done so at the cost of many heavenly treasures. That was why, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't leave the tribe, most of his time spent asleep. Dao brother, you are too overbearing. Right at this time, a voice sounded from the back of the island. In that instant, an elder with disheveled hair appeared, stopping here. You recovered your consciousness? The silver blood devil tree race's ancient ancestor was shocked. Let's have a chat over there, the eight-armed soul race's #1 expert said. Their auras were too powerful, making 90% of the people here kneel down, their bodies trembling. The void distorted and collapsed, only returning to normal after those two left. Pong! Immediately afterwards, Xianxia attacked, sending Inkuin flying with a kick. You? Inkuin was ashamed and angry. The eight-armed soul race's heavenly deities took action as well, stopping the two great heavenly deities on the other side. Pooh! Immediately afterwards, Inkuin coughed out blood. His face trampled on by Xianxia's foot, his teeth all broken. Then pong-pong sounds continuously rang out. Xianxia didn't take action, only stepping down again and again. Miserable cries rang through this place. The atmosphere that day was quite strange. Many powerful races felt that things were strange, yet they didn't know what happened. They vaguely felt as if two exceptionally powerful individuals were clashing. Only later on did everyone see silver blood devil trees people thrown out from Soul Island. Even though the two heavenly deities and the race's inheritor Inkuin weren't killed, their bones broke and tendons snapped, faces distorted. Things are a bit complicated now. Sure how rubbed his temples. Before appearing in the elevated stage, Immortal Ancient's great powers couldn't really sit still any longer. A great storm was brewing, unknown what might happen. Hong! Several days later, a great sound rang out. The Immortal Tao Arena appeared. At the same time, an explosion sounded that shocked the various small worlds, because an enormous crack stretched across all of the small worlds, making everyone tremble. And what happened? In the outside world, there were people surprised in the 3,000 provinces as well, because many people saw a faint void crack appear in the uninhabited region, the scene terrifying. It was extremely faint, but too large, stretching for who knew how many tens of thousands of li. Could it be that Immortal Ancient is about to break apart, and we can enter as well? In the outside world, everyone's minds were shaken, some already trembling uncontrollably, all of them wishing to roar into the sky. This was too shocking. Immortal Ancient contained the greatest natural luck of this world. Anyone who obtained it able to stand at the top for tens of thousands of eras, displaying the ultimate transcendence. Unfortunately, cultivators who exceeded the supreme expert realm couldn't enter. This was everyone's greatest regret. All sect masters and heavenly deities could only watch, unable to enter. However now, a faint crack opened, extending across the vast uninhabited region. Perhaps an opportunity was about to come. Chi! Someone took action, a moon-gilded bell, releasing jingling sounds. It was covered in a thin layer of radiant immortal gold, making it shine incredibly brilliantly, pure white and perfect. When this little bell appeared, the heavens split open, the power so great it made heavenly deities tremble, all of them shivering in fear. It was powerful enough to crush a group of heaven-ranked experts. Without a doubt, it was a sect master-level expert that immediately took action, wishing to open that crack and enter Immortal Ancient. Dang! However, something that left everyone shocked happened. A mysterious natural law seeped out, spreading through the faint crack, blasting the moon-gilded bell away. One had to understand that even the sky collapsed under the bell sounds. How could this cracked area be this sturdy, actually blasting a sect master's weapon flying? Terrifying things were still awaiting them. That crack shone, the natural laws terrifying, sweeping out an expanse of brilliant multicolored light that struck at the bell once again. Pooh! The sound of something being smashed rang through the air. The moon-gilded bell was damaged. A faint layer of radiant immortal gold was applied over its surface. So even though there wasn't much, it was still a priceless immortal material. It still remained unharmed. However, a terrifying crack appeared on the inside breaking apart. In the higher realms, weapons with immortal gold, even those with just a bit of gilding, were the most exceptional precious artifacts. Not many individuals, even among sect masters, could possess them. Yet the moon-gilded bell was destroyed before their eyes, making others feel pained. Truly a pity. However, it was precisely because of this that everyone realized Immortal Ancient wasn't that easy to enter. Even if a crack now appeared, it was still difficult to truly open up. Hong! Another sect master took action, but he didn't dare activate precious artifacts out of fear of it being destroyed. He only displayed a great divine ability. The crack remained unchanged. An expanse of multicolored mist rose, neutralizing his precious technique. In addition, a powerful wave of rebound force rushed out, directly attacking him. He moved out of the way, but the mountains and rivers behind him were blasted into ashes. When the deities present saw the mountain peaks behind them turn into dust, all of them shivered with fear. Everyone, let's join hands and charge our way in, a sect master shouted. These individuals controlled the rise and fall of the higher realms, the most powerful group of creatures. Now, such a great problem unexpectedly happened to Immortal Ancient, so they might be able to barge in. Since this was the case, how could they not be moved? We are the ones that enlighten and rule over the people, the ones who received the great destiny of heaven and earth, so it is only natural for us to be able to participate. Fellow Tao brothers, let's take action together, someone shouted. Immediately afterwards, a group of sect masters produced precious techniques, concentrating the power towards the great void crack. Within Immortal Ancient, everyone trembled inwardly. That crack was just too large, extending over several small worlds, triggering great alarm. What did this signify? Could it be that these ruins were going to be destroyed, no longer existing? What made everyone the most restless was that within one of the small worlds, the crack was moving slightly, as if it was enduring attacks. There were those from the outside world who wanted to enter. However, from the look of things, the realm walls were too difficult to destroy. It was because the great crack had mysterious laws interweaving, and one could even vaguely see immortal Tao energy spreading. It should be fine for the short term. However, if this continued for a month, 2 months, several months, it might lead to a great problem. The natives were worried. They also heard about the outside world's matters. Should that small world split apart one day, the results would be unimaginable. As of the geniuses who came from the higher realms, many of them were cheering, because this meant that their seniors might be able to enter. For some people, this was the best news, because they knew that it would definitely be impossible for them to rise to the top in Immortal Ancient struggle. Those ancient freaks were too powerful. Many of the geniuses who were previously proud and arrogant, not believing in evil, were now full of bitterness. When they truly encountered ancient kings, they became filled with a feeling of defeat. Ha! My sect's heavenly deity is going to enter. Huang, I want to see how you are going to escape this disaster. There were some who couldn't help but laugh loudly. Looking forward to it, I respectfully welcome the sect master's descent. All enemies will be swept through. What exiled immortal, what Huang. They will all be suppressed. You all can shine brightly now, but in the end, there will only be vain bewailing. The ones who were like this were not a minority. For example, what was left of Underworld Clan, Heavenly Country, Divine Temple, Fire Cloud Cavern, Phantom Drake Tao Gate, and others, there were just too many. They urgently wished for the sect masters to appear, for them to sweep through Immortal Ancient, allowing them to seize the greatest natural luck from past to present with them. However, everyone suppressed their excitement, rushing towards Cloud Realm. The Immortal Tao Arena had already opened. Beside it, an enormous golden Tao Palace. Right now, forget about geniuses from the outside world. Even Immortal Ancient's natives swarmed over, filling this small world. It was extremely crowded. Guardian Spirit Ancestral Land. Xianxia sighed. He received the news. The arena opening was a good thing, but if Immortal Ancient broke apart too early, then things would be troublesome. Have to seize time. Must rise up before those of the outside world enter. I have to stand on that arena. Sweep through all enemies, Xianxia said. Otherwise, things would be too troublesome. The true natural luck would likely have nothing to do with him. If sect masters entered one after another, that would definitely be an extremely terrifying thing. Anything could happen. That kind of result, just the thought alone was enough to make people's backs turn cold. This was especially the case for Xianxia, who might very well be heading straight down a road of death. Pooh! Xianxia coughed out blood, his face like paper. His body trembled. Willow Deity's method was not ordinary after all. He sighed softly. This was a life technique to begin with, one that involved long life. Once one cultivated it, aside from obtaining terrifying offensive power, if he was even injured, he could recover in the shortest amount of time. Only, this type of precious technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. If one wanted to comprehend life natural laws, then one had to understand life itself, walk between life and death. Once this technique was cultivated, his own life spiritual essence would be unending, roiling and surging, blood energy surging into the heavens, becoming like a revived vicious 10. He would become one of the most powerful creatures in this cultivation realm. This was a complete transformation. However, if one wanted to have such flourishing blood energy, life foundational essence that surged like a volcano. Before that, they needed to ignite the self, exhaust this type of essence blood. If one wanted to obtain it, then it had to be lost first. It was this type of law of equilibrium. He was currently in this type of situation. His precious body that was originally brilliant like divine gold now lost its luster, appearing a bit dried out. Truly dangerous, right at the brink of a breakthrough. Yet that arena was already opened. Shuhao's eyes flickered. He definitely couldn't miss out on the arena's struggle for supremacy. However, he needed to break through right now, burn his own blood energy, currently attacking at the limit. I have to go and defeat everyone a step sooner. Defeat everyone else on the arena, allowing me to be a bit safer from danger. Avoid being disturbed by the outside world, Shuhao said. At this moment, his skin became more and more dark and gloomy. His body shriveled and lacking vitality. The next moment, golden blood energy erupted around his body, turning into raging flames. If one watched him from the distance, he would look incomparably brilliant like a golden furnace. However, when they walked closer, everyone would be alarmed to find that he wasn't breaking through, but rather exhausting his exuberant life force. He was like fireworks currently being set off, paying the cost of life. This is bad. I've reached the critical juncture. What should I do? Shuhao frowned. The 8-armed soul race's people were alarmed, all of them stupefied, and then they shivered inwardly. The old heavenly deity personally ran over, saying, "Little friend, what is happening to you? Do you need this old one's assistance?" They were even more scared than Shuhao. If anything happened to Huang, then their clan would feel truly pained. They were all still waiting for him to neutralize their curses. "Little friend, I have a evil rejecting pill here. Hurry and take it." Another heavenly deity was alarmed, quickly rushing over, producing a precious pill, mistaking him for having gone mad. Shuhao revealed a bitter smile. His current situation had nothing to do with going mad. He was just exhausting his own blood energy. What? Igniting one's own exuberant vitality. How can this be okay? When the old heavenly deity heard Shuhao, he immediately ordered people to pick divine medicine leaves. Don't! Shuhao stopped. He definitely should not take any medicine, or else the burning would become even more vicious, the same as pouring oil over a flame. What should I do? Under this kind of situation, I cannot go into seclusion. Shuhao frowned. It truly wasn't suitable for him to move out like this, his situation extremely bad. His own essence blood was quickly being exhausted, his body becoming more and more withered up. He finally understood why the willow deity warned him in such a way, having his cultivation realm be a bit higher, only cultivating this technique when he was powerful enough. This was extremely important, as it wished for his blood energy to be great as to prevent him from experiencing destruction. Should I directly head there, or should I wait until I finish? Shuhao found it difficult to make a decision. Cloud Realm, the Golden Dao Palace, was imposing. This was the guidance ancient palace. No one knew what it was truly guiding. At its side, that arena was dull and lightless, simple and ancient. The surface covered in black bloodstains, recounting the bitter and desperate battles that had previously happened here. It was suspended in midair, incredibly massive. The ground and sky were both packed with people, this place long becoming noisy. Everyone was paying close attention, discussing passionately. Who wishes to ascend the stage first? Many people were waiting, not wishing to be the first one out of fear of being surpassed when one's own strength was exhausted. Don't worry. The arena is fair. No one able to seize every opportunity and use trickery to win. Regardless of who it is that goes up, they have to win 100 battles before they can rest. What? Many people were stupefied, and then they became fearful. Continuously win 100 rounds. This was too cruel. One has to understand that those who entered were all the outstanding talents of different clans. All geniuses. Not a single one easy to defeat. Between them, how just much of a difference could there be? They were all talented figures, so who can be sure that they could win 100 rounds in a row? Many people's hearts went cold. This was too difficult, almost impossible to complete. You can't do it, but there'll naturally be some who can. The most powerful exceptional talents and ancient kings, which one of them can't win 100 battles? Of course, this is on the premise that they don't face any life or death great enemies. Fine, I will go up first. A three-headed underworld hound roared, the first to ascend onto the stage. It leapt onto that boundless arena, looking as insignificant as tree leaves. It was because the arena was too large. Suddenly, the distance rumbled. Everyone moved aside. Huang! He immediately came. Someone cried out with alarm. At this moment, everyone turned their heads, feeling nervous, watching him. Why did he immediately come? Does he not even want to give others a chance? Many people were guessing that Huang likely wished to fight to the end, forcing the crowd to not dare enter the arena. The exiled immortal, Ning Chuan and Ten Crown King were all suspected to be dead, killed by lightning, so who could keep him in check? Sure Hao came. As soon as he appeared, he immediately drew eyes from all directions. After he was invited away by a few clans' heavenly deities, he rarely showed himself again. Many people heard of his name before, but never saw the person himself. So this is Huang? Clearly just a delicate and an elegant-looking youth. How could he have such splendid battle accomplishments? He already crossed the most powerful heavenly tribulation, engraving his name into the annals of history. Many people were discussing with each other. For many people, Huang's name was like thunder to their ears. However, those who truly saw him weren't many. Today, his true self came over, triggering a commotion. Not long ago, he established a legend, successfully crossing tribulation and causing the downfall of 7 great heavenly deities. This was truly shocking, making him the focal point of all clans' discussions. With his battle successes and splendid magnificent feats, regardless of where he went, he would become the center of attention. He couldn't escape attention even if he wanted to. Truly a youth among heroes. He is younger than I imagined. Exactly how did he cultivate to this point? One has to understand that he isn't an ancient freak, not accumulating all this time, rising up and rushing into the heavens completely in a single era. Someone spoke with a sigh of admiration. Even enemies had to acknowledge this individual. Sure Hao swept through all those in his way, invincible, a genius on the path of cultivation that was rarely seen. It wasn't that people like this never appeared before in history, but most of them died young. The only ones left Ning Chuan, Ten Crown King, and a few others, but they still seemed to have fallen. Everyone sighed. As long as Huang wasn't killed, his future was unimaginable. Accomplishments impossible to predict. Rushing up in one era, overlooking all experts of his generation. This was a legend. A true young king that reigned undefeated throughout the world, able to fight against all geniuses in his generation. Wu, they all said that Huang's cultivation was formidable. Turns out he is also handsome. There were many young ladies here, currently looking towards Huang. Aya, he looked at me just now, Can you not look so starry-eyed? He's looking at the arena, definitely not noticing you. Unless you are like Dragon Girl, which, or like those others, you can forget about drawing his attention. A few young ladies were discussing among themselves, their eyes displaying brilliant colors, teasing each other and giggling. It was quite lively. Of course, those that bore hostility definitely weren't few, but they didn't dare express it. It was because Huang's battle accomplishments were too terrifying, continuously killing fallen divine child, Jun Dao, ancient holy child, and other ancient freaks just too terrifying. Sure Hao looked ahead, his heart finding it difficult to calm down. He was now already 20 years old. Compared to the previous openings of Immortal Ancient, this amount of time really was just too short, the decisive battle unexpectedly about to happen so quickly. That enormous arena was engraved with traces of time, but it remained unbreaking this entire time, towering in the void. That was the stage for the power struggle of young supreme beings. Sure Hao didn't immediately get in, instead sitting down and looking in that direction. What a pity, our immortal ancient remains people cannot get on that stage. Otherwise, we would be able to participate as well. There were natives who expressed their regret. Who dares to fight against me? On the stage, the three-headed hellhound roared. It didn't notice that Hao already arrived, roaring out in challenge. Quite a few people turned around, looking towards Hao. However, they discovered that he was extremely calm, not showing any response. Did you all notice that Huang's complexion doesn't seem quite right, becoming much more meager, his skin lacking luster? Someone said with shock. They previously sensed it but didn't think too much of it, but now they couldn't help but cry out. You're right. Could it be that he was injured? How did this happen? This drew a powerful curiosity from everyone. Who was it that injured him? This place began to stir a bit restlessly, quite a few experts' eyes gradually lighting up. This might be a chance. Huang might have displayed something strange, so if he couldn't get onto the stage, that would be too perfect. Everyone looked at him, but even after a long time had passed, he still didn't get up, not ascending to participate in the battle. This immediately made many people's minds move, feeling more and more like something happened to Huang. Otherwise, with his current power, if he directly got on the stage, he could definitely suppress all of the experts until they felt suffocated. Is anyone going to fight against me? On the stage, the three-headed hellhound was quite shocked. There was actually no one who got up, making it feel a bit dizzy. However, soon after, it became clear-headed. It definitely wasn't the one who left everyone stunned. Huang Yu. Finally, it discovered Huang. It previously had the luck of witnessing his true appearance. This immediately made it feel a bit flustered, wishing to immediately jump off the arena. Hao smiled towards it, but didn't get on the arena. This made it feel slightly more at ease. I'll accompany you. Someone got on the arena, a Yuxia race expert. This was a golden-winged Yuxia, his entire body displaying golden radiance, in his hands a pike. Good. As long as it isn't Huang Great One who comes up, I will keep you company, the three-headed hellhound said. Everyone cursed inwardly. This fellow was quite the bootlicker, actually seamlessly offering Hao praise. A dog monster like you should just get off, the golden-winged Yuxia shouted. The pike in his hands pierced forward, making the void release a rumbling sound, tearing apart the sky. This was a true deity, its power exceptional, making many people suck in a cold breath of air. The three-headed hellhound roared, the head on the left spitting out a streak of black-colored flames. That was underworld flame, able to burn deities. Meanwhile, the head on the right side released a golden liquid, which was water from the yellow springs, able to dissolve gods and devils. Water and fire mixed together, the two heads attacking at the same time to resist that golden pike. Hong! The golden-winged Yuxia roared, right hand holding the pike, left hand holding an enormous spear, blocking in front of its body. It released resplendent radiance, symbols surging in the thousands to tens of thousands, incredibly compact, blocking the fire and water. Kill! The pike in his hands shot out like a viper, piercing towards the space between the three-headed hellhound's brows. Dang! The three-headed hellhound reached out a large claw, striking the pike. Sparks flew everywhere, and at the same time, the middle head released a streak of blood-colored lightning, rushing towards the golden-winged Yuxia along the war pike. Obliterate! The Yuxia roared, body shining. Golden symbols rushed out like a stream, resisting the blood-colored lightning. Just like that, they fought a great battle that was extremely intense. However, even though they possessed great magical power and displayed power at the true deity level, this arena still remained unmoved, not damaged at all. After over 100 exchanges, the three-headed hellhound released a roar, three heads shining at the same time. The space between their brows split apart, actually producing vertical eyes, firing shocking symbol light that penetrated the golden-winged Yuxia's body. Pong! The golden-winged Yuxia's body was blasted apart. Quickly ran, in the end managing to avoid death, successfully jumping off the arena. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. The three-headed hellhound was quite formidable, the fact that it was able to get on the arena not without reason. This was indeed a race's rare expert. I offer this victory to Huang Great One who I worship. The three-headed hellhound's skin was quite thick, actually speaking like this. Hao was stunned, and then he laughed. The others cursed inwardly. This ass-kicking piece of shit, daring to even speak such shameless words. The skin was just too thick. Let me challenge you. While speaking, a blood-colored ancient tree reached out its branches, rushing up, arriving on the arena. This was an iron-blood ancient tree, its branches strong, winding about like dragons, branches and leaves scarlet red. The symbols it released seemed to cover the skies. Leaves brandished about, shooting forward like swords. Bark, bark, bark. The three-headed hellhound barked crazily. Its entire body shone, underworld flames burning, fighting a great battle against it. In the end, this ancient tree was set ablaze. It won again, drawing raised eyebrows. Just like that, it unexpectedly won 29 rounds, shocking a group of people. This fellow was actually this formidable, stirring up quite the discussions. About to win 30, the victory still offered towards the respectful Huang Great One. It said rather sickeningly, "You don't have the chance." A Pai Xiao leapt onto the arena, blood energy overflowing into the heavens. Its body was enormous like a great mountain, staring at the three-headed hellhound. The three-headed hellhound lost this battle, almost killed in the process. It hurriedly leapt off the arena, ending its win streak. Right at this moment, news came from the distance. A certain realm trembled violently, the fluctuations more and more intense. There were outsiders who were frantically attacking the great void crack, wishing to enter. Shihao sighed, time was pressing. He had to get on the stage, quickly sweep through his enemies and seize the natural luck. Ah! Huang Great One is stepping out for me. I offer praise to the unmatched young supreme being. The three-headed hellhound had on a look of exultation, offering sickening praise. Shihao got onto the arena, triggering a huge commotion. The Pai Xiao's eyes were vicious. It didn't back off, rushing forward. When it opened its mouth, a streak of exceptional killing light shot out. It activated a secret treasure. Gotcha! Under everyone's shocked eyes, Shihao reached out a single hand, grabbing that secret treasure. Then, with a forceful shake, it broke apart. Soon after, he raised his hand and pointed out. A golden symbol-formed willow leaf shot out. Pooh! Bloody light flashed. The Pai Xiao cried out loudly. Its heart was pierced through, immediately pleading for mercy, feeling incomparable fear. Shihao waved his hand, blasting it off the arena. This strike alone was enough to shock everyone. This was too domineering. Suppressing an archaic vicious beast like the Pai Xiao with just a raise of his hand, it truly was incomparably powerful. Something's not right. Why is he sitting on the arena? Look, his face is like golden paper, complexion not good. Everyone was stunned, because they discovered that Shihao's state was a bit off. His entire body was trembling slightly, to the extent where they even saw a streak of blood trickle out from the corner of his mouth. Hong! This place immediately erupted into noise. Everyone knew that something unexpected happened to Shihao, that here was something wrong with his body. This is a chance. This result made many people excited. Otherwise, who could stop him? However, now many people saw hope. Huang Great One, I wish to consult you for guidance. A purple gold swan spread its wings, landing on the arena, turning into human form and challenging Shihao. Sure. Come then, Shihao said. He wiped away the blood from the corner of his lips and looked towards this divine bird. Good. I'm going to make my move, the purple gold swan cried out. A purple gold divine sword shot out from its mouth, this weapon refined from a bird beak. In addition, a pair of divine wings appeared behind it, hacking through the sky as it swept towards Shihao. Shihao sat in place without moving, only reaching out a large hand that was as large as a house, directly smashing over. With a pung sound, regardless of whether it was the bird beak divine sword or the purple gold swan itself, it was as if they were struck by thunder. It immediately coughed out blood, flying outwards. I ask Huang Great One for forgiveness. I admit defeat. The purple golden swan cried out loudly, immediately withdrawing. Shihao didn't take action again, allowing it to leave. Meanwhile, his body also swayed. In addition, right at this time, Golden flames surged around his body, burning ferociously. That was his own essence blood that was being released and consumed. What is going on? He is actually burning his own life essence. Could it be that his injuries have already worsened to that state? His body has serious issues, so he wishes to end things in the shortest amount of time possible and then seize the natural luck. I feel like if we stall for time, he might collapse on the arena. Many people were pleasantly surprised. There was no news better than this. No one went onto the arena, waiting until he couldn't hold on any longer. However, after a period of time had passed, symbols appeared on the arena. What? It counts as him winning a round. Everyone understood the symbol's meaning. No one got onto the arena, so after a period of time had passed, it actually counted as him winning a round. This was definitely not the right way to do things, especially for those who were hostile towards Xianxia. None of them wished for him to easily win like this. It's fine, find a few people to go up and fight against him. When they can't hold on any longer, they can just admit defeat. Either way, it looks like he won't act viciously. Quite a few experts secretly discussed. Sure enough, in the following dozen or so fights, even though no one could do anything to Xianxia, they still managed to worsen his body's condition. It was because he was trying to break through, the exhaustion of his body's foundation essence too great. The blood energy around his entire body burned. The dozen or so creatures were all let off. He didn't kill any of them. However, soon after, Xianxia frowned, revealing cold intent. On the 18th battle, when he raised his hand, a golden willow leaf flying out, it pierced through the space between his opponent's brows, the corpse falling on the ground. Killed. An expert died. Everyone cried out in alarm. It was clear that the bitter fights were now starting. Everyone had to think it through before heading up. Meanwhile, at this time, the blood energy burning around Xianxia's body flared out with even greater ferocity. His body quickly drying up, his entire being looking a bit like flesh wrapped around bones. He truly might not be able to go on. This was the conclusion everyone came to. Many people were excited. Since this was the case, no one dared to rashly ascend onto the stage, scared that they would be killed. Not good, someone has to go up and exhaust his blood energy, worsen his injuries. Definitely cannot allow him to continuously win 100 fights. There is a chance that he might be kicked off or even killed. Someone said viciously. However, who was willing to take the risk? They likely had to use their lives to fill in that quota. Let's draw lots. The one who gets picked will go up. There were quite a few creatures who bore hostility against Xianxia. They gathered together, actually acting viciously like this to deal with him. There were some who indeed didn't fear death. Of course, many people had their own self-defense methods, so they believed that they could escape at the crucial moment. Just like that, creatures got on one after another. Xianxia's body became more and more dried up, and when he took action, it was no longer as vicious. When he won the 54th fight, he only killed half the enemies, the other half jumping off the stage. Everyone, our opportunity has come. They had to stop Huang while his body was injured, making him stop. Otherwise, no one could compete with him over the natural luck. 70th fight. 80th. Even though Xianxia was on the verge of collapse, he still successively won up to 85, shaking all of Immortal Ancient, making everyone shiver in fear. Everyone, we invited an expert. He doesn't fear Huang's speed, and at the very least will be able to jump off. I ask that everyone give him their most powerful secret treasures to use. Xianxia sat there, feeling his own body's weakness. His blood energy was still burning, body becoming more and more dried up. 86th fight, he saw a familiar individual, Child of Lightning. Back then, when they were in Origin Sky Secret Realm, Xianxia had killed him once. However, in that small world, a few exceptional talents had life symbols, able to revive once. Huang, we meet again. However, your current state doesn't seem that good. Child of Lightning said, his face cold. Indeed, we meet again. Do you still have a beast tooth life symbol? Xianxia asked. This time, you should worry about yourself. Child of Lightning said. He didn't use any trickery. As soon as he went up, his crown shone, forming a mysterious symbol, sending heaven overflowing lightning radiance over towards Shi Hao. Were you not aware that I just crossed a lightning tribulation? What I fear the least is lightning, Shi Hao said coldly. Child of Lightning didn't say anything. When he raised his hand, more than 10 secret treasures shot out, exploding here, their power enough to threaten him. Chi. Immediately afterwards, he moved, unable to sit in place any longer, using powerful methods to protect himself. Everyone was moved. This was the first time they saw Huang evade. Huang, you can go to hell, Child of Lightning roared, activating another dozen or so secret treasures. They were detonated once against, surrounding Huang. After several times of this, everyone was left stunned. Child of Lightning destroyed several dozen secret treasures, all of them priceless. What was shocking was that Shi Hao was unharmed. None of the exploded precious artifacts able to harm him. Child of Lightning trembled inwardly. He was a powerful, exceptional talent, but today he felt so discouraged, feeling an even greater sense of defeat than when he was in Origin Sky Secret Realm. He turned around to leave, quickly escaping. He knew that he was far from being Huang's opponent. Why don't we just settle things here? Shi Hao said. His arm shone, and then a golden willow branch shot out like divine chains, catching up to Child of Lightning, who sped up with lightning, fast to the extreme. No! Child of Lightning cried out loudly, struggling fiercely. Pooh! Golden chains pierced through his body, crushing his primordial spirit and taking his life. Everyone was shocked. Did Child of Lightning really die that easily? Huang really couldn't be fought against with force. 91. 92. Shi Hao continuously won. No one could match him in strength. Everyone became stupefied. His body already displayed great problems. Yet was no one able to stop his footsteps to victory? The 95th fight, a Zhuyan got on stage. It was a Zhang tall, muscles swelling, skin shining. Possessed explosive power. This wasn't quite like the chubby hairy ball from Stone Village. Its body was robust, white-headed, red-footed. The black-red fur on its body a foot long, making it look extremely ferocious. Its arms were about to touch the ground. It was robust and powerful. Ow! A roar sounded, its voice vicious and full of power. The Zhuyan leapt up, making the void split apart. This was a powerful true deity. Zhuyan King. A well-known individual among exceptional talents. Someone who had never been defeated before. Someone said quietly. Everyone held their breaths, nervously watching the scene. Everyone knew that Shi Hao's body had problems, that it was likely for him to cough out blood and fall on his own. And today, so many experts clashed with him, so it definitely made his injuries worse, perhaps bringing danger to his life. Hong. The Zhuyan's power was incomparably berserk. After soaring into the air, it leapt up and trampled down towards Shi Hao, exerting enough force to collapse a mountain. His entire body shone, hair standing on end, making it look incomparably ferocious. The void was rumbling. Shi Hao sat on the ground, the blood energy around him combusting, his golden holy flame illuminating the sky until there was an expanse of dazzling gold. He was like a true immortal that was undergoing rebirth. The image he gave off solemn and dignified. Dong! He raised his hand, sending a fist into the air, facing the Zhuyan's foot. The two attacks were released through the air, symbols shining brilliantly between the two, erupting with world-shaking noise. Shi Hao's body shook, his problems too great, but the Zhuyan felt even more uncomfortable. The sole of his foot became deformed, displaying cracks, blood trickling out from it. It was as if it saw a ghost. It suddenly jumped, its leg contorting, body trembling. The Zhuyan were known for their strength, an extremely famous race that was difficult to defeat. It was a descendant of an ancient beast of the Vicious Ten. Yet right now, just from a contest of physical strength, it still couldn't injure Huang. The Zhuyan shouted, and then its body immediately swelled. This was its magical projection, 1,000 zhang in size. It also displayed the three heads, six-armed great divine ability, its 6 arms simultaneously forming imprints, suppressing in Shi Hao's direction. The void split apart. The Zhuyan's offensive power was exceptionally shocking. The power of the devil-ape magic imprint astonishing, suppressing others until they felt suffocated. If it was a normal cultivator, they would have directly been slapped into meat paste. It was difficult for even exceptional talents to block it. However, Sure How raised his hand. Willow wadding drifted about, not white-colored, but all golden. They landed on his body, making him cry out miserably. The willow wadding displayed roots, revealing branches and tying him up. Change! The Zhuyan shouted. The thousand zhang body quickly shrank, turning into a mosquito, flapping its wings and trying to escape. Sure How still sat there. A large hand reached out, directly slapping forward. Peng, the mosquito that the Zhuyan turned into, was struck head-on. Its original form appeared. Bones, broken tendons snapped, spinning as it flew outwards. Chi! Sure How reached out a finger. A streak of sword energy flew out, piercing its body, making it cry out loudly. Its entire body was covered in blood as it staggered while jumping outwards, almost dying in the arena. The Zhuyan's face was filled with horror. It finally understood how terrifying Huang was. Even though his flesh looked dried up, blood energy scattered, the Zhuyan was still not a match despite being an outstanding talent in his race. Because of my relationship with Harry Ball, I'll spare you your life, Sure How said. He thought of Harry Ball in the lower realm, and then looked at this Zhuyan, in the end deciding not to deliver a killing blow. The Zhuyan staggered about. Its entire body was covered in blood as it leapt off the arena. At this moment, everyone's expressions became serious. Huang was too powerful, about to win 100 battles. Sure enough, no one could stop him. His injuries are so severe, yet no one could fight him head-on. If he is able to recover, who can be his match? There won't be any chance at all. Not necessarily. If there is an unmatched ancient king who takes action, Huang won't be able to walk off that arena in this type of condition. I would like to ask for some guidance. A hong sounded, deathly aura pervading the air. An enormous white skeleton descended on the arena, a divine flame burning in its head. This wasn't an expert from Underworld clan, but a bone creature that evolved into a deity. Kacha. Sure How directly used the Lightning Emperor's precious technique. Lightning radiance covered the skies as it swept over, full of yang energy. Electrical arcs filled every inch of this place. Waves of cries sounded. This skeletal true deity did everything it could to resist, but in the end, it still wasn't Sure How's opponent. The space between its brows was pierced by lightning radiance, its soul light scattering, dying on the spot. Huang took the initiative to attack, sending a torrent of attacks. He won't be able to hold on, has to finish things as quickly as possible. Many people seem to have realized this. This made quite a few experts excited, but also nervous. It had already reached the crucial point. He still had the last 4 battles. Gu Jianyun came. Right at this time, someone cried out in alarm. Many people turned around at the same time, looking in the same direction. They were all shaken. An ancient freak appeared, and this one stood out from the masses, previously successfully crossing tribulation. This was a powerful individual who came from Sword Valley, one sword sweeping through all under the sky. He had previously challenged 4-Crown King Chang Gongyan, now he came. Everyone knew that Huang was in danger. This person not only cultivated immortal energy, he also crossed a heavenly tribulation. Definitely one of the most powerful individuals. He could compete against anyone. Let alone now when Huang was already injured, his situation critical. Was Gu Jianyun going to take action? Swirled Valley, Fire Cloud Cavern, Phantom Drake Dao Gate and other sects simultaneously suppressed Sin Province's ancient inheritances. Gu Jianyun came from this kind of sect, so it could be said that he naturally stood against the sinner's blood descendant. Everyone held their breaths, calmly waiting for the nerve-wracking moment to arrive. Ha, Dao brother. I'll go up to test things out for you. Someone walked out from not too far away, smiling and saying this to Sword Valley's inheritor. No need. Gu Jianyun shook his head. On his back was a divine sword, possessing an impressive appearance. He didn't have plans to take action yet, his expression indifferent. I originally wanted to have a go at it anyway. Even if I lose to Huang, I can still escape from the arena. This person was extremely confident. Everyone cried out with alarm because they saw him reveal his original body. This was a flying dragon snake, its entire body silver and shining, enormous like a mountain ridge. It leapt onto the arena, coiling into a snake mountain, not inferior to a true great peak. Then his body shone. Symbols covered his body densely, producing the snake race's greatest profound mysteries. Draconic cries sounded, symbols suppressing forward. Meanwhile, it moved as well. Endless symbols surrounded the snake mountain, all of it suppressing towards Shi Hao. And Shi Hao was shocked. This flying dragon snake was even more powerful than an ordinary exceptional talent. The symbols erupting like a volcano, making even him feel a set amount of threat. However, it still wasn't enough. Even if almost all of his blood energy was exhausted, his body extremely weak, he was still able to deliver a thunderous blow. Hong! He blasted apart the snake mountain, using heaven's hand to cover the sky, fiercely slapping down. With a pung sound, the flying dragon snake was blasted until it coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, its enormous body rolling on the ground. It released a long roar, the snake tongue turning into a whip, sweeping outwards. Endless symbols burned to withstand Shi Hao. Pooh! This time, both of Shi Hao's hands brandished about, quickly enlarging, becoming like two mountain ridges. He grabbed this enormous snake's body, and then exerted force, directly ripping it into two parts. Ah! The flying dragon snake cried out loudly, pierced through the void, jumping outwards. As expected, it had some methods actually able to escape through the void. Everyone released a sigh. Huang was formidable as expected, able to defeat such a powerful exceptional talent even while so heavily injured. At the same time, there were people who nodded. This flying dragon snake was extraordinary. Able to live after taking heaven's hand was formidable in itself. Only, these people were quickly stunned, because Shi Hao didn't stop his offense. With a chong sound, he pulled out a simple and unadorned sword core. Dazzling radiance immediately erupted, illuminating the arena. The everlasting immortal sword appeared, piercing through the void with a chi sound. Ah! The flying dragon snake cried out miserably, hacked out from the void. A bloody hole appeared between his brows, pierced through by a sword, dying on the spot. How vicious! What forceful methods! Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. Earlier, many people lived because Huang didn't decide to act too viciously. But now, his killing intent appeared. Not even the powerful exceptional talent flying dragon snake could escape. Everyone looked towards Gu Jianyun because the flying dragon snake had previous spoke before going up the stage, saying that he was going to test out Huang. Now that the flying dragon snake was killed, what kind of reaction would he show? Everyone knew that the Sinner's Bloodline and Sword Valley, Fire Cloud Cavern, and other sects stood in opposition, the great grudge between them impossible to dissolve. Huang taking action like this, was it a warning towards Gu Jianyun? One had to understand that Huang was heavily injured, his condition terrible, yet he was still so powerful. Wasn't this forcing Gu Jianyun to take action? Gu Jianyun's expression was calm, not taking action. Only, his eyes were extremely deep, staring at the everlasting immortal sword in Shi Hao's hands, gradually displaying a blazing radiance. He used the sword, so he was naturally fond of this exceptional sword core. Very good. This sword, I like it, he said softly. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. Was this a declaration of war, going to take action against Huang? If you like it, then you can come over to take it, Shi Hao said indifferently. He sat on the arena, using his sleeves to wipe off the blood at the corner of his lips. At the same time, holy light burned around his body becoming more and more withered up, as if he was all skin and bones. I will, Gu Jianyun said. After a slight pause, he then said, however, I won't fight against a dying person. He didn't take action, only calling Shi Hao a dying person. Let me. The 98th battle started. A black tortoise entered the arena, challenging Huang. Qi. At this moment, Shi Hao didn't hold back any longer. It was because he knew his body's problems were worsening. With a Qi sound, the sword core shone, drawing out a streak of exceptional brilliance. Kacha. The black, mysterious tortoise released a loud cry. Its shell was directly cut apart, turning into two halves, falling on the ground. Isn't that the black tortoise race's exceptional talent? Its defensive ability is known as this generation's most powerful, yet it was actually cut up like this. Everyone was shocked, their eyes widening. Not even the most powerful defense could stop the exceptional sword core's strike. The black tortoise threw aside its shell, stood up and immediately turned around to flee, running while shouting, "I admit defeat!" When he saw it comically run for its life, the killing intent in Shi Hao's heart disappeared, watching as it left, leaving it with its life. Then the 99th battle came. An exceptional talent ascended onto the arena. You are an ancient king, yet you're willing to exhaust my vitality in another's place. You are going to give up on the power struggle just like this. Shi Hao said, I know myself well, never cultivated immortal energy, nor can I cross heavenly tribulation. Since it's like this, it is better to just give up on fighting over natural luck and make a deal with others, using other things to make up for the difference, he said. This battle was a competition between dragons and tigers. This person had long reached the true deity realm, and was already at the consummate level. Shi Hao was injured, his blood energy dried up. After fighting intensely, it left him quite exhausted. However, when he took a forceful breath, hot blood surging, everything turned around. Not even an ancient freak was enough. Pooh! He didn't use the immortal sword, only forming magical imprints. He displayed the Reincarnation divine ability, causing time fragments to flutter about nearby. It was incredibly terrifying, making this person quickly age. Then, Shi Hao's right hand hacked through this person's neck, sending a head flying out diagonally. In addition, Shi Hao added a finger, piercing through the space between his brows, dark red blood trickling out. An ancient freak was killed. No one could stop him. Even though there was a great problem with his body, not even an ancient king was enough. Do you want to come up now? Shi Hao gave Gu Jianyun a look. Only the last battle remained. I won't fight against a dead person. Gu Jianyun's reply was extremely simple, and also extremely decisive, not taking action. Those in this generation who dared to call Shi Hao a dead person really weren't that many. This type of attitude he displayed truly left everyone shocked. Dao friend is exaggerating. Words perhaps going a bit far? On the side, someone carefully asked, not daring to speak loudly. Gu Jianyun in front of him was extremely powerful. Right now, apart from Shi Hao, he was the only one who successfully crossed a tribulation, so he was definitely one of the most powerful kings. He cultivated a method that harmed his great Dao essence. His situation already hopeless, won't live much longer. Gu Jianyun said, this could also be considered an explanation. What? Everyone became shocked. Huang was close to dying with not much life left. This truly was beyond everyone's expectations. One had to understand that all of the most recent disturbances had to do with Huang. How could he suddenly have injured his great Dao foundation, possibly falling? At this moment, everyone looked towards the arena, staring at Shi Hao. There were even more specific ancient kings who cultivated heavenly eyes, divine light sparkling as they observed his flesh. Correct? Gu Jianyun Dao brother's words have reason. Huang is in danger. His blood energy withered up, and his foundation is burning. Impossible to stop, gradually heading towards weakness. Now, there weren't many ancient freaks left. Any one of them exceptional talents who had reigned undefeated throughout an era. Right now, one of them spoke up, agreeing with Gu Jianyun's words. At this moment, everyone's eyes towards Shi Hao changed, looking at him with a bit less reverence, more of a bit of pity, a few even taking joy in his disaster. What kind of method was it exactly? To be able to harm the great Dao foundation, ignite the foundation, this was too frightening. How unfortunately, Huang is so heaven-defying, yet he might die unexpectedly just like those from the ancient past because of being excessively powerful. The heavens couldn't tolerate him, in the end cutting him down. Everyone was in agreement regarding this. Those who are blessed by the heavens die young. This was the only explanation. Ha ha ha! In the distance, someone laughed loudly, truly not holding back at all. This was without a doubt an enemy of Shi. They were extremely happy after hearing these news. The current Huang was impossible to keep in check. Apart from 10 Crown King, the exiled immortal Ningchuan, who else was his match? However, those three seemed to have been struck down by lightning. Previously, all enemies felt terrified. No one able to match Shi. They never expected this type of unforeseen event to happen. So how could they not feel happy? If it was anyone else that said this, then that was that no one would believe them. However, who was Gu Jianyun? He was the only other king in this world who successfully crossed a heavenly tribulation. Apart from this, there were other ancient freaks who acknowledged this. In addition, anyone with eyes could see that there really was a problem with Shi. His body's energy could devour mountains and rivers, almost unmatched. Yet right now, he couldn't easily defeat his enemies, instead sitting there, passively facing fights. This was enough to prove everything. This place erupted. This kind of heaven-warping, divine, talented young man was going to die. This made many people feel as if this wasn't too realistic. Shi calmly said, "I don't have much time left. When everyone dies and a few great eras pass, I will definitely still be in this world." When these words were spoken, everyone became stupefied. Wasn't this too arrogant and insolent? Your decision to not come up here is quite sensible, at the very least not having to die right now. Shi looked towards Gu Jianyun and spoke like this. Everyone erupted into commotion. Who couldn't see that his situation was utterly terrible, spending more than half the time seated on the arena, not getting up. His blood energy and foundational essence were burning, yet he was still acting so powerfully. One had to understand that with Gu Jianyun's current unmatched power, even if Huang was at his most powerful state, he still had to treat him seriously. Gu Jianyun definitely had the qualifications to challenge Huang at his peak. With Huang's current state, didn't he fear that Gu Jianyun truly would go up and fight with him to the death? With his body's current condition, he might be killed. Gu Jianyun sneered, not minding this. He carried a divine sword on his back, eyes staring at that sword core in Shi's hands, not displaying anything else. The 100th intense battle, the great power struggle didn't arrive. Shi sat on the arena, yet no one came up. No one dared to go up, fearing that he might go mad during his final moments. Truly regretful. Is no one going to come up? Shi asked. This made a few enemies release cold snorts inwardly. But there really was no one who dared to go up. Either way, he didn't have long to live, about to withdraw from the arena, so what was the point in fighting him to the death? Who dares to compete against me? Shi asked again. In the dark, all of his enemies were discontent. This was just too brash and arrogant, behaving so ostentatiously in front of everyone, making these people's faces become unpleasant. A dying person is not worth me taking action. What is there to be so arrogant over? In the end, wouldn't you still die? Just waiting to watch you fall. Who'd be scared of you? Just that no one wants to deal with a dying person. Some people couldn't help but reply, speaking inwardly. The 100th battle, no one got on. A single youth sat alone on the arena. Around him a golden Tao palace, also floating in the void. Time flowed on. Soon after, there were symbols that appeared. It was because no one challenged him, so Shi smoothly passed the trial. 100 rounds of continuous victories. Shi accomplished this feat. Everyone was looking forward to what was going to happen, waiting for him to leave the arena. In everyone's perspective, because Huang's life couldn't be ensured, he was trying to put up a brilliant display with the last of his strength. And now, he already proved himself that he was an unmatched king, winning 100 battles in a row. No one dared to challenge him head-on. He could leave, not needing to fight anymore. However, in the end, Huang didn't leave. He didn't choose to rest, still sitting on the arena, threatening to take on everyone's challenge. This place immediately became noisy. Everyone looked at him. Wasn't his life about to go out? Why did he dare to stay behind? You really have crossed the line. We showed you respect, allowing you to have a conclusion, yet you didn't cherish it. Do you wish to die in the arena? There were immediately enemies that shouted out, not showing any lenience, ridiculing Xianxia. Clearly body dried up, combat strength in steep decline, but still don't understand how to withdraw. Are you just waiting for someone to kill you? Others are showing you face, yet you don't know how to act properly. Of course, there were some who were partial to Xianxia as well, saying, "This is the choice of a king, rather dying in the arena than silently leaving." Correct, powerful individuals like Huang are rarely seen, originally about to become unmatched, yet encountered this type of unforeseen event. So how could he resign himself to such a fate? He would rather scatter blood on the arena. It is worthy of respect. This place couldn't calm down, people saying all types of different things. No one went onto the arena. As time went on, he won without fighting, already counted to have won more than 20 in a row. This result left the enemies furious. Wasn't this too easy? Xianxia indeed didn't wish to get off the arena. Time was pressing. He wished to forcefully continue, stabilize the ultimate throne, obtain the great natural luck. Otherwise, if the outside world's experts entered, that would become much more difficult. Is there really no one who wishes to challenge me? Then I will just silently guard this area alone, he said. My ass. Like I'll let that happen. Someone wasn't able to hold back, having the cultivators under him go up and challenge Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes were cold, his actions ruthless. He pointed out, reincarnation symbols pervaded the air, directly blasting that person into a pile of dried bones. How was he still this powerful? Everyone was a bit horrified, to the extent where they even began to doubt Gu Jianyun's words. Huang was just too terrifying, right? No blood energy left, foundational essence even more so dried up. He really is going to die, Gu Jianyun said. He saw Xianxia's Dao foundation crack apart, about to die. Xianxia was alarmed inwardly as well. Willow Deity's technique was too domineering, actually being like this. If it wasn't because he understood all of this precious technique's profound meanings, he would have also suspected that he was dying. However, he knew that this was where Willow Deity's precious technique was heaven-defying. To desire long life, one had to first experience destruction. Without destruction, there is no creation. He wanted to obtain the thriving life force, but had to first experience the body withering up, the sensation of near death. There was no quick fix, as this technique possessed the profound mysteries of balance. However, this process was indeed incredibly vicious, a single mistake possibly resulting in dying in a seated posture, thus becoming a pile of white bones. His expression was grave as he sat there, not daring to act carelessly. Time flowed on. He didn't fight, but he already obtained 58 victories. Everyone was speechless. Since the ancient past, no one had seen someone like this winning without fighting. He was clearly dying, yet no one was willing to provoke him. This won't do. Get on there. Force him to take action, making him die faster. A few experts gathered, and after discussing with themselves, they demanded their subordinates go up and fight with Xianxia. In the end, Xianxia continuously killed. Even though his eyes were dim, skin dried up, body like a skeleton, essence blood burning around his body, he still possessed astonishing killing power. In the end, several dozen people fell. He continuously won another 99 battles. To be more precise, it should be 199 in total. You still aren't coming up? Xianxia looked towards Gu Jianyun. Gu Jianyun didn't reply. On his back was the long sword. He still chose not to fight against a dying person. Soon after, Xianxia continuously won 200 rounds. This created an uproar. If this was the past, continuously winning 100 rounds, even the most powerful freaks would take some time to rest, not daring to show any bit of carelessness. However, Huang had already won 200 rounds, but still didn't leave, wishing to guard his position. This can't continue. We have to stop him, or else this ancient arena will acknowledge that he won. No one able to match him, giving him the natural luck, someone said. Even ancient freaks couldn't stay calm any longer. Gu Jianyun's expression also changed slightly. If this continued, then it might really become a joke. How could a dying person be allowed to be first? The 201st battle began. The battle was a bit fierce, no longer winning without fighting. Sure Hao continuously took action. Many people were forced onto the stage, and quite a few people believed that Sure Hao was becoming more and more weak, that there might be a chance. They wanted to seize his immortal seed, and then immediately flee. In the end, the results were extremely cruel. More than 80 experts lost their lives, dying on the arena. Eventually, Sure Hao won 300 rounds. This triggered an uproar. However, his condition was indeed becoming more and more terrible. While he sat there, his body unexpectedly began to sway about. This gave others a gleam of hope. Perhaps the chance to personally kill Huang had arrived. Only from the 301st to the 400th round, Sure Hao killed another 60 or so experts, immediately making everyone shiver inwardly. Was this a monster? Everyone saw that Sure Hao was like a lamp that ran out of fuel, his foundation essence already gone. But he just didn't die, continuously killing experts that bore hostility against him. They all became speechless. This was too heaven-defying, right? Even Gu Jianyun was in a daze, feeling that this was inconceivable. Is there anyone else going up? Sure Hao asked, incomparably weak. From the 400th round, there were several dozen rounds where no one got up. He began to win without fighting again, reaching the 439th round in the blink of an eye. He can't hold on any longer. Look, he can't even sit steadily any longer, so he can be killed. We cannot waste any more time. If we allow him to continuously win anymore, this ancient arena will definitely regard him as the ultimate victor. Some people became nervous. Sure Hao was indeed spent. In the following battles, he couldn't defeat his enemies with just a few moves. He had to use up even more time. However, he still won. Another 56 corpses were added to the arena, all of them killed by him. Thus, he already continuously won 500 rounds. Meanwhile, at this time, the elevated stage shone, unexpectedly scattering light on his body. This was an award, as well as the recognition of his completion of this stage. We have to stop this. This arena is clearly reviving. If this continues, it will be bad. Someone said seriously. Outside world, Central Province. During this period of time, a great storm erupted at the heart of the 3,000 provinces, the effects far-reaching. It was to the extent where, because of the things that happened in the central ancient land of the 3,000 provinces, many great sects temporarily forgot about Immortal Ancient. Half of the sect masters were attacking Immortal Ancient Remains Great Crack, and then another half were here by the Immortal Tao Magical Formation, because the things that happened here left too great of an effect on the 3,000 provinces. Could it be that you all came from outside the higher realms, the people from those places? Wrong. Not the earth, but the sky, a youngster said, incomparably proud and arrogant. His eyes carried disdain as he said, "You all here are too disappointing. These are your heavenly deities? I already won 81 times in a row. The so-called well-known figures among heavenly deities aren't enough even if they come at me together." The expressions of the heavenly deities here all became unpleasant. Even a few sect masters' facts fell. However, what the youngster said was true, he was just too powerful. Why don't all of you heavenly deities come up together? There was immortal energy around that youngster. It formed great Tao flowers around him, appearing above his head as he spoke proudly. 500 rounds. A dying person unexpectedly won 500 rounds in a row. This was difficult for the geniuses here to accept. This type of situation had to be stopped. The crowd couldn't sit still. If this continued, the mysterious ancient arena would likely regard Huang as the ultimate victor. However, what left everyone confused was that Gu Jianyun didn't move, still never entering the arena. There were others who consulted him, but he still spoke the same sentence, that he wouldn't fight with a dead person, not placing much attention on Huang. However, others couldn't sit still. Some people said quietly that Gu Jianyun was likely scared of Huang, not daring to rashly get on the stage. We have to take action and exhaust Huang's essence blood. Only by killing him earlier can we be more at ease. There were some who began to conspire. Wu, make Gu Jianyun get on the arena. Huang's condition is extremely bad, so he is definitely going to fall. But the reason he hasn't yet is because Gu Jianyun is waiting until the final moment. We should have him fight a bloody battle against Huang. This ought to be the way. A few people were scheming, having their subordinates go up, paying large amounts of resources to have experts go up and waste Shurehao's blood energy. Included in this were the geniuses of 3,000 provinces and even immortal ancients natives, putting out heavenly treasures to recruit people in challenging Shuhao on the arena. For example, In Kuan from the Silver Blood Devil tree race, who was given a beating in the 8-armed soul race and then thrown off Soul Island. He felt incredible hatred, staring at Shuhao with bitter resentment, inviting people to deal with him. From the 501st battle, the battles became intense. Shuhao's body staggered about. His cultivation reached the critical moment. The Willow Deity's technique was completely comprehended by him, currently experiencing an intense transformation, burning his self, waiting for the results. Without a doubt, this process was extremely dangerous, with a single mistake resulting in eternal damnation. This was especially the case when he was still fighting against others. This made it even more difficult. Battles were carried out one after another. Once it reached the 567th round, Shuhao displayed a bit of carelessness. His shoulder was in pain, pierced by a feathered arrow an expert shot out. Even though that feathered arrow exploded after only entering half an inch into the flesh, this was an extremely dangerous sign. His condition had already reached a critical level. Shuhao took a deep breath. A feathered sword appeared behind him. It was incomparably large, reaching into the sky. Dazzling golden light erupted. This was the embodiment of the Kuan Peng technique. Soul True Feather Sword. He hacked down on that expert. Blood splashed everywhere, that expert cleaved in half. Ever since he started the 500th battle, even though he defeated many enemies, he rarely killed. All of them were able to run, because his body was extremely frail, not wishing to waste any extra energy in killing his enemies. But now, he forcefully operated his spiritual essence, cutting this person down. There was no reason other than because this person injured his shoulder. Even though this possessed quite the intimidating effects, it still couldn't conceal his current weakness. Many people's eyes released brilliance. Essence light erupted. A chance truly arrived. This was the first time Huang was injured by someone, so it might be possible to kill him here. Go, seriously injure him. Beat him down. In Kuan said through clenched teeth, still paying a high price to invite geniuses from the outside world to take action. There were other enemies that did the same, their eyes revealing looks of excitement, wishing to eliminate Shuhao. There were quite a few true experts that were eager to give it a try as well. They didn't wish to come first, but just wished to eliminate Huang quicker, seize his immortal seed, and then run. One had to understand that Huang's immortal seed even incurred the jealousy of 7 heavenly deities. For them, this possessed deadly temptation. It was to the extent where many believed that the reason Huang was so powerful, able to reach this step, was connected greatly to that immortal seed. Once they obtained it, they themselves might also become like a fish leaping out from water, turning into a dragon that rose into the sky. What a pity Gu Jianyun still didn't take action. I reckon the opportunity still hasn't arrived yet. It is best if Huang could bring him down too before dying. Some people sighed with regret. At this time, there were other ancient freaks that glared like a tiger watching its prey, hoping for the two to fight it out. 587th round. Shuhao was injured again. An archaic ash-gray wolf roared. A large claw shone, grabbing his arm, his flesh damaged somewhat. Only Shuhao's arm didn't flow with blood, because it was pretty much completely exhausted, the essence blood completely burned. He is almost finished. Not even having blood anymore, spiritual essence dried up. Person already near death. Otherwise, why would he be injured by the wolf claw? Many people were excited, receiving a morale boost. Pong! Shuhao's arm moved. That gray wolf's body flew out, exploding in midair, turning into a bloody mist. Only Sure Hao himself also staggered about, feeling weak to the extreme. This situation was extremely bad. Everyone who will go up. Great rebirth pill, half-sect master level weapon, and other things. Once we leave Immortal Ancient, it will immediately be given over. If you don't believe it, we will make a curse blood pledge. Those left from demonic Sunflower Garden, Underworld Earth and Heavenly Country hurried over. Just like the others who opposed Sure Hao, they offered a great price to kill Sure Hao. As for Divine Temple, Fire Cloud Cavern, and Phantom Drake Dao Gate, they had moved even earlier, inviting people to exhaust Sure Hao. Kill him. Do not worry about there not being a reward. You all are looking at precious pills that contain divine medicine and extremely great reward. In Kuan also displayed viciousness. Apart from this, the Golden Elephant, Ancient Ape, Ma Yuan, Dikuan, Horn Dragon, and others, the 7 great heavenly deities clansmen had also arrived a while ago. All of their faces fell, inviting people to go up and kill Sure Hao. If you want to die on the arena, die with dignity? No way. Get people to go up there and overwhelm him with numbers. Beat him until he is like a dead dog, and then kick him down for me. Let him die in the most humiliating way on the arena. In the second group of great clans, there were some who were already on the verge of going mad, not sparing any cost to invite others, all of them wishing to eliminate Sure Hao and humiliate him. In the last dozen or so battles, Sure Hao was extremely weak, only killing less than 10. Even though the rest were defeated, they all escaped, Sure Hao powerless to kill them. This was precisely the reason why more and more people gathered the courage to go up, moved by the great reward, jumping onto the arena to fight against him. Pooh! The 600th expert was defeated, killed by a finger from Sure Hao, falling on his back. Continue. Sure Hao gritted his teeth. He had previously heard that in a certain world, an ancient freak displayed great power, continuously winning more than 700 rounds, and then was declared the victor before even finishing the process. That was why he wanted to continue, wishing to finish this battle as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen events from happening. If those sect masters from the outside world entered, then it would definitely be extremely dangerous for him. Something extremely shocking happened. There were several times that Sure Hao couldn't even sit down, his body swaying back and forth, almost collapsing on the arena. However, he still won. 698 battle. 699th battle. Heavens! Is he an immortal king reincarnated? How can he still continue? Everyone became fearful. 700th battle. Sure Hao made it through another round, leaving everyone so shocked their expressions all changed. Many people felt fear. Could it be that Huang's injuries were just to deceive everyone into going on to the arena? When they thought of this, many people looked towards Gu Jianyun, feeling deep shock at his foresight, feeling like he likely noticed something. You don't need to look at me. He has another 100 battles at most. Being able to hold on for this long isn't bad. If there are others that attack ferociously, he likely won't last to the 800th battle. Gu Jianyun calmly said, "Kill him for me." Someone said softly, face sinister. He displayed power to kill Sure Hao. 701st battle, 702nd battle. Sure enough, Sure Hao became weaker and weaker as time went on, several times even entering a dangerous situation, something unexpected almost happening. This stirred up the crowd greatly. When Sure Hao reached the 795th round, he sighed inwardly. He couldn't hold on much longer, sighing inwardly. It was because based on what he heard, when that person won 700 rounds in a row in the past, he was actually designated as the final victor. Now, he already passed that record, but the arena didn't decide him as the victor. Soon after, he understood. Back then, that person crushed everyone with his power, his strength too terrifying, making it so that no a single person dared to challenge him. Meanwhile, his current condition wasn't like that because he was injured. There were many people who wanted to challenge him. Can only go up to here. I'll get some rest first and try to cultivate the Willow Deity's technique as early as possible. Undergo a perfect transformation. Sure Hao set his resolution and made this choice. 800 battles. Making it through this terrifying situation without being hurt much. Rushing through. This place became dead silent. This was too strange, too heaven-defying. If he wasn't injured, then what would the results be like? Finally, Sure Hao got up, his body staggering as he walked off the arena. What? He's not going to defend his position any longer. Walking out himself? Everyone became stupefied, and then they woke up. Huang couldn't hold on much longer. This triggered a fervent discussion, this place immediately becoming noisy. Huang finally couldn't hold on, his body and spiritual essence exhausted. This meant that he might die, his great Tao foundation cracked, body heavily injured. This was all true. Quite a few people looked towards Gu Jianyun, deeply experiencing the sinisterness in his eyes. He said that Huang would reach 800 rounds at most, this prediction unexpectedly accurate. Huang won't be able to go on. His body state is going to betray him. Haha. Really is good news. Many people roared with laughter, taking delight in his disaster, not feeling any sympathy for Sure Hao's current situation, instead feeling great excitement. In addition, many people's eyes flashed with killing intent. If not for the restraining fear they felt towards the natives' protection, they would have likely immediately taken action. One had to understand that Huang was at his weakest state right now, easily killed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten off the arena. Huang, do you dare fight against my immortal ancients natives? Just now, on the arena, we were restricted, unable to get on it. We now wish to compare with you to see who is higher and who is lower. Exactly. If not for this arena rejecting us, you think we would rely on outsiders? Huang, do you dare fight against me? There were those who secretly challenged in the dark. Everyone became shocked. There was actually this type of situation that happened. Is this the right choice? Some might take offense. Some people said quietly in the distance. In Kuan shook his head, a cold smile appearing on his face. So what? It's not like we are taking action. There are those who openly declare a challenge, so we are just watching a play. This was incited by you. If others find out, it will definitely appear inappropriate. What does that have to do with me? They made the challenge themselves. Moreover, the 7 great heavenly deities' descendants and tribes are also inciting the crowd. As long as we don't take action, what does it count as? In Kuan was calm and unruffled amidst the chaos, saying this indifferently, his eyes cold and sinister. Huang, do you dare fight, compete against immortal ancients natives? What does your bit of accomplishment count as? Someone provoked. The descendants of the 7 great heavenly deities all laughed coldly, inciting a few vicious individuals. Huang, don't weaken our 3,000 province geniuses' dignity. Don't lose honor for us. What are you scared of? Fight against them. Those from the outside world, the geniuses from the 3,000 provinces also shouted noisily. They clearly didn't have good intentions, purposely rousing everyone up, not fearing that things would become more and more chaotic. Everyone saw that the current Huang was extremely weak. Challenging him was the same as killing him. Those people didn't have any misgivings as they cried out noisily. Huang, could it be that you only dare wave your butcher's knife at the geniuses of the 3,000 provinces? Outsiders are challenging you like this. Are you going to hide your head in your shell like a turtle? There were others who were more direct with their words, humiliating Sure Hao. Demonic Sunflower Garden, Divine Temple, Underworld Earth, Fire Cloud Cavern, Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Heavenly Country, and other people who were still alive secretly added fuel to the flames. Huang, can you do it or not? You don't dare fight anymore? Truly losing face for our 3,000 provinces geniuses. The crowd secretly mocked, their thoughts vicious. The 8 armed soul races people wanted to take action to stop these people, but they were stopped by Sure Hao. He stood there, expression chilly. The descendants of the 7 great deities were one thing, but even those from the 3,000 provinces even joined in. Truly was hateful. Since you all are looking for death, I'll unleash a great massacre. Kill all of you. Sure Hao's gaze was ice-cold. Chi! A streak of sword radiance rushed into the sky. Sure Hao pulled out the everlasting immortal sword, brandishing it forward. It was as if a rainbow pierced through the sun. A light pew sounded. A golden divine ape was cut, cleaved in half. A corpse fell on the ground. This change shocked everyone. Huang took the initiative to attack. That ape was clearly the descendant of the ancient ape from the 7 heavenly deities. Yet he was killed so quickly. One had to understand that Huang was currently heavily injured, his current state terrible to the extreme, already unable to hold his position. Yet now he acted so powerfully, killing an individual with a single move. The restlessness and noisy ones just now immediately became silent, everyone becoming stupefied. Many people sucked in a cold breath of air. One had to keep in mind that the golden divine ape was an expert that reached the great circle of the true deity realm. Yet in the end, he was killed by a single move. How much power did this Huang have left? Taking action as soon as he said he was going to, not feeling any restraining fear, not having any misgivings. Immediately afterwards, this place became noisy again. Many people began to discuss among themselves, all of them staring at him. You dare act viciously? You didn't kill those who challenged you, but rather killed my immortal ancient heavenly deity's descendant. Someone shouted loudly, denouncing Xianxia, secretly inciting disharmony, instigating and rewarding the experts who took action against me. Do you think I didn't know? Xianxia said coldly. Chi. Another streak of sword light shot out. The creature that berated and denounced Xianxia just now cried out. Bloody light flashed, his head removed by Xianxia. Everyone shivered inwardly. A wave of clamoring erupting. Huang was too domineering. This person merely berated him, yet was killed in the end. Too much. Huang, what kind of place do you think this is? You dare to casually kill my immortal ancient natives. Dao friends, attack together and arrest him. This person is behaving fiercely. Kill him. The descendants of the 7 great heavenly deities became furious one after another, roaring there. They asked those in the surroundings to take action. Kill Huang. At the same time, people even more so inwardly transmitted sound, making those vicious individuals who accepted rewards take action. Immediately kill Huang. Good. Huang should be like this. Who do these natives think they are? Just kill them in one move. No point in wasting words with them. Correct, this is what someone from my higher realm's 3,000 provinces should be like. What nonsense. Just kill them and simply end things. Quite a few people shouted in the dark, not revealing their true bodies. These people were inciting public anger, raising a racket, hoping to stir things up even greater, adding fuel to the flame, making Xianxia drown in a sea of natives. Demons and monsters, things that are unfit to be seen under light. Do you think I don't know where you all are? Xianxia immediately released a short shout. He rose into the air and then a sword hacked out. Sword radiance erupted, and then several streaks of multicolored light shot out. Under pew sounds, miserable cries rang through the air. Within the crowd, several dozen individuals were pierced through, half of them killed, the other half seriously injured, flying outwards, their bodies dripping with blood. Huang, did you go mad? Taking action against immortal ancients natives is one thing, but you even act viciously against those who also came from the 3,000 provinces. Someone shouted, Divine Temple's evildoer, you dare to call me one of you? Xianxia laughed coldly. He brandished his sword again, and with a pu sound, the person that questioned him had his head removed. Blood splashed outwards, dyeing the sky red. Everyone was shocked. Huang was too powerful. He didn't show any hesitation when killing, moving decisively and forcefully. Xianxia stopped, supporting himself with the sword, breathing in and out heavily. He was truly drained. If his blood energy was still at its peak, those attacks wouldn't only injure others, but instead directly kill them. When Fire Cloud Cavern, Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Demonic Sunflower Garden, Underworld Earth, and other cultivators that were still alive saw this scene, they all shouted from the distance. Everyone, what are you hesitating over? Kill him. This person is close to death, not having any strength left. It is a good opportunity to eliminate him. A few people responded, encouraging the crowd, shouting loudly from the distance. At the same time, the descendants of the 7 great heavenly deities also berated, criticizing Xianxia, deeming him guilty, recruiting experts, offering them great rewards. They pressed forward. Apart from this, there were a few who took advantage of the crisis, quietly sneaking forward, wishing to attack when Sherhao's strength was completely drained, and then sneakily attack to seize his immortal seed. A group of younger generation. You all still aren't going to back off? 8-armed Soul Race's expert shouted. Soul Race's senior, aren't you siding too heavily? We are honorably issuing a challenge, and Huang even accepted it, even taking action. How can you interfere? The descendants of the 7 great heavenly deities shouted. 8-armed Soul Race, could it be that you all wish to shelter an outsider, trampling on the dignity of immortal ancients' natives? The Silver Blood Devil Tree Races, Kuan said, pouring fuel over the flame. It was because he knew that his relationship with Sherhao was done for. Even if he did cross tribulation in the future, there wouldn't be any lightning tribulation liquid for them. Precisely. Why are you taking action for an outsider? We are challenging him honorably, someone shouted. Fire Cloud Cavern, Heavenly Country, Divine Temple and Demonic Sunflower Gardens, remaining disciples blended together with the natives, shouting together, making this place extremely chaotic. In addition, there were those who took action in secret, rushing at Sherhao, killing energy surging. Dao friend, you should know what is right and wrong. Do not give in to personal selfish reasons. There were olden generation natives that appeared as well, clearly invited from the 7 great heavenly deities' descendants and the Silver Blood Devil Tree Race. I accept the challenge. If you all don't fear death, then just come, Sherhao said. Little friend, the 8-armed Soul Race's expert became anxious. At this time, a few other powerful races couldn't continue watching. They feared that Sherhao was going to be in danger, still hoping that he could neutralize the curse, wishing to protect him. No harm, I'm fine. I'll use them to temper my body. This can still be considered making use of trash, Sherhao said without holding back. This immediately made many people furious. Weren't these words too much? Huang was already heavily injured and dying, yet he still dared to look down on them like this. It truly was intolerable. Seniors, I am going to unleash a great massacre. Will you all be able to take responsibility? Sherhao asked. He looked towards those people in the crowd, killing intent surging. When the 8-armed Soul Race's expert heard this, he was a bit shocked, saying, the ones who are killed, it's not a big deal, only little friend your body. Ever since the clan's ancient ancestor recovered his mind, the 8-armed Soul Race no longer feared any powerful race, let alone the fact that those who were on their side were too great in number. Many races wanted to protect Huang, so they didn't care about offending anyone. As for the descendants of the 7 great heavenly deities, there was no need to feel any restraining fear, because their heavenly deity already died, the remaining descendants nothing to be scared of. The only thing they had to worry about was Sherhao's body, even though he had long said that this was cultivation, that there was nothing to worry about. Good. Since that is the case, then I have no misgivings left. After saying this, Sherhao's body staggered about, carrying the everlasting immortal sword as he walked forward. Move out the death soldiers. Kill him. I want to see how long he can behave so insolent for. Already about to die, yet still dare to act like this. Beat him until he is like a dead dog and drag him over. Kuan clenched his teeth, inwardly ordering. Chi. Right at this moment Sherhao moved. A sword rushed towards Kuan's direction. He passed many clamoring individuals, rushing at the Silver Blood Devil Race to kill. A pew sounded, and an expanse of bloody light surged. In that instant 8 individuals were killed, all of them dying under this one sword. Even Kuan almost encountered disaster, that sword light only brushing past his body, making his fine hairs stand on end. If not for immediately retreating at the critical moment, he would have died just now. Huang, you dare take action against me? Are you provoking my Silver Blood Devil Tree Race? He was shocked. They were far enough already, and just now, their voices weren't that loud, so how did Huang hear them? So what if I take action against you? It's not like I didn't beat you before on Soul Island, Sherhao said, raising the sword and hacking over. Everyone erupted into an uproar. Many people didn't know about this matter, so when they heard it now, They all revealed shocked expressions. One had to know that the Silver Blood Devil tree race was known as a holy race, a holy land. Normally, who dared provoke them? You. Kuan was humiliated, furious. To be spoken about in front of his face, it made him incredibly ashamed and resentful. Chirping and squeaking. Where are you hiding? Do you think I don't know? Urging others to take action against me. It seems like you didn't learn your lesson after I spared your life last time. This time, I will cut you down in one go, Xianxia said. Everyone was shocked. Huang was too powerful. The 8-armed soul race, beauty race, and others laughed bitterly. Huang really was good at provoking others. The reason he wanted their forgiveness was actually so that he could kill Kuan. Kill him for me. Beat him into a dead dog. Kuan was shocked and angered. Now that all face was lost, he didn't have any way out, calling over death soldiers to take action. Chi! Suddenly, the long sword in Xianxia swept out, taking action against those in his surroundings first. A group of people cried out miserably, all of them falling. You all are people from the 3,000 provinces, making so much noise and even launching hidden attacks, even more hateful than Kuan, Xianxia said. Kill! Many people shouted. Come then, a group of trash. I'll use you all to refine and comprehend my body, Xianxia said. Originally, he was already staggering about, not having the strength to fight. However now, his flesh suddenly shone. Bits of bloody wisps within his flesh shell shining, erupting with resplendent light, making him flourish with power again. That was the remaining supreme being blood essence. This blood energy was extremely difficult to exhaust, not being erased this entire time. It was sealed within the depths of his body. It was because he was worried, fearing that when everything was burned away, the supreme being blood drying up, that it wouldn't appear again for a long time. However, right now he needed strength to deal with all types of dangers. He always felt hesitation, not knowing if he should use up everything. Now he came to the resolution. All of his blood energy, including the remaining supreme being blood energy essence, was ignited, making himself completely withered up, undergoing a transformation, experiencing a revival to comprehend the Willow Deity's technique. For the long term, this was definitely the best decision. The remaining essence of the supreme being blood appeared. Xianxia immediately became full of life, like a true dragon emerging from an abyss, tyrannical and unmatched. Ah! Many people cried out miserably. Xianxia's body shone, burning like a great furnace. His supreme being bone erupted, the flames around his body surging, shining resplendently. He bashed sideways and collided straight on, truly using these people like whetstones, using it to speed up the consumption of his supreme being blood, unleashing a massacre here. Xianxia brandished his sword. The so-called death soldiers died in large amounts, several hundred corpses falling in the blink of an eye. One step covered 1,000 zhong, 3 strands of immortal energy around his body. He immediately arrived before Kuan. You cannot kill me, Kuan shouted loudly. His face was full of shock. His strength was great, but the last battle shattered his courage. Now no longer daring to face Xianxia head-on, continuously retreating. Who do you think you are? Why wouldn't I be able to kill you? Xianxia brandished his sword. Kuan roared angrily, activating all of his precious artifacts. But it was completely useless. That sword hacked open his frontal bone, his entire body exploding on the spot, completely dying. There is still you all. I even brought heavenly tribulation upon your old ancestors and killed them. So why would I be scared of you? Xianxia rushed at the descendants of the 7 great heavenly deities, and like a tiger in a wolf pack, swept through everyone before him. Reincarnation divine ability was displayed, fragments of time dancing about. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, everything withering away, turning them into white bones. This wasn't a confrontation, but slaughter. Hurry and run. Everyone became frightened. The difference between them was too great. Where do you think you are going? Divine Temple, demonic sunflower garden, fire cloud cavern, you remnant evils. Back then, I left you all with a road of life, not eradicating you all. Yet you still dare to come disturb me. "You can all die." Sure how, like a pung bird, leapt up, attacking all directions. The faces of those individuals who cried out noisily and stirred up disharmony all went pale, all of them killed. No one expected the dying Huang would actually be so powerful. In the end, many people were running. Sure how chased after them with a bleeding divine sword in hand. Soon after, over 1,000 corpses appeared here. The ones who were howling before, most of them were now corpses under his feet. Sure how didn't stop, still exhausting himself. His supreme being blood burned frantically. His divine force erupted, quickly draining as he unleashed a great massacre in all directions. This battle, those of the later generations would all shiver in fear when recalling it. The so-called geniuses, experts, before Huang couldn't take a single blow, just like a chicken or insect, chased after and swept through. There were heavenly deities who secretly came, but the 8-armed soul race, beauty race, centaur race and others weren't to be trifled with. No matter how many came, they were all still stopped. In the end, all sides became quiet, no one left to kill. Those that were unrelated had long fled into the distance, all of them stupefied, their bodies cold. It was because this had become the home of an Azura. Right at this moment, the blood energy in Xianxia's body was finally exhausted. When he sat down, it was as if he faded away, not moving an inch. In his surroundings, blood trickled about. The skeletal remains of experts rested one after another, the scene shocking everyone. This was like hell on earth. An expert sat here, silent and still amidst the bloodiness, comprehending the Tao alone. Hong! He trembled again. In the end, the final trace of vitality also vanished, his entire body seemingly passing away. The 8-armed soul race was alarmed, incredibly nervous. However, soon after, a strand of vitality appeared on Xianxia's body. The first thing that changed was his arms, originally dried up and without luster, but now producing a golden radiance, the life force astonishing. Xianxia sat in place. Starting from his hands, the golden radiance began to spread inch by inch, overflowing with vitality. He was originally all dried up, about to die out, unmoving without the slightest trace of vitality. Many people thought that he had died in a seated posture, but now they saw this scene. Everyone was stupefied, none of them daring to believe what they were seeing. As time went on, that withered body began to flourish with vitality, golden luster flowing out, spreading from his arms. Soon after, the upper half of his body became like this. Xianxia's appearance was dignified, as if a golden body was undergoing rebirth. That body contained supreme mysteries, astonishing power spreading outwards. It was clear that he succeeded and was starting to revive, life force slowly taking form. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Huang was too heaven-defying. Everyone thought that he was dying, but in the end it was just like he said, using those people as trash to temper his body. A few people looked towards Gu Jianyun. It was clear that this exceptional genius judgment was wrong. Gu Jianyun was also calm, not saying anything, only he silently stared at Xianxia. Killing a direct descendant of my silver blood devil tree race, choosing to stand against my holy land, you will not be forgiven. Someone spoke secretly, an expert from the silver blood devil tree race. That was a male heavenly deity, and beside him was a female heavenly deity. They had both previously appeared in Soul Island, clashing with the 8-armed soul race. Zhang! A divine all flew out, dark black, releasing dark light. A heavenly deity magical artifact. Hong! The space immediately shattered. The might of a heavenly deity was immeasurable. It tore through the void, immediately arriving before Xianxia, the chilliness bone-penetrating, about to strike the space between his brows. You dare! The 8-armed soul race's old heavenly deity swung his sleeve, heavenly deity natural laws spreading, locking this place down, and then engulfing that black magical artifact. He also stood in front of Xianxia, protecting him. The battle escalated, even heavenly deities now taking action. Everyone was incredibly nervous. Giants at this level could make an entire realm bleed with a single clash. a small world possibly even being destroyed. Eight-armed soul race, you all are shielding evil. You all are also immortal ancients' descendants, yet you watched as he killed our people, now still standing together with him. Deserving punishment. The silver blood devil race's heavenly deity shouted. At this time, it even revealed its true body, turning into a silver-colored ancient tree, its branches reaching into the heavens, voice ringing like thunder. Pong! The silver ancient tree moved, enormous branches lashing down, cracking the void. In addition, every single branch produced a heavenly deity natural law, incredibly terrifying. The eight-armed soul race's old heavenly deity had cultivated for many years. The space between his brows shone, powerful soul force surging. He was a peak-level heavenly deity, so he was naturally without fear. He constructed a natural law web, suppressing the other party. Since this is the case, why did you all ascend to my soul island? Your mouth saying little Tao friend when you came and offering all types of benefits as well. When little Tao friend refused, you all now become hostile. The elder spoke things before everyone, not giving the silver blood devil tree race any face. As for what exactly happened, everyone understood clearly. Fighting over sure how, wasn't it all to neutralize the curse? Meanwhile, there were some parties whose grudges definitely wouldn't be resolved, so they now wanted to kill him. Gotcha. Heavenly deity natural laws clashed. The void here distorted. Two Tao friends should calm down. I heard that there are people in the outside world who are trying to break Immortal Ancient's realm wall, wishing to break in. We cannot have internal conflicts right now, someone advised. Right at this moment, the world trembled greatly, as if proving what this person said. Long, long, long. The void crack that stretched across various small words released mysterious multicolored light under the violent trembling. Natural laws interweaved. It became unstable, as if it was about to collapse. It was clear that there were many powerful experts that were attacking, wishing to tear open this crack and make it through the realm wall. This made others worry, the natives especially flustered. Since the ancient past, for countless years, no sect master level figures could enter. Was this going to disturb this place's peace? Everyone was uneasy. This was the last time Immortal Ancient was going to be opened, so one knew what kind of conclusion there would be, what will ultimately happen. Hong! That enormous crack began to tremble once again. It suffered an even more powerful collision, making Immortal Ancient's natives' expressions change. The geniuses that came from the 3,000 provinces all became happy. Were their masters going to enter? Many of them were excited because the arena was already too difficult for them, impossible to win. However, if their clan's heavenly deities were to come, if sect masters were to descend, then that was enough to stop everything. What Huang? What Gu Jianyun? None of them were significant. No matter how great their talents were, they could still be killed. Right now, they definitely couldn't stop sect masters. Gu Jianyun got on the arena. Right at this moment, everyone released a cry of alarm. It was clear that Gu Jianyun also felt that things were troublesome. If those from the outside world were to enter, if they were to then clash, even if Sect Master fought against Sect Master, no matter how brilliant he was, he still wouldn't have a chance. Who dares fight against me? He calmly asked. On his back was a divine sword. He swept his eyes over everyone. This place immediately became silent, no one responding. It was because he was currently unharmed at his peak state. Who dared to fight against him head-on? Apart from Huang, he was the only ancient freak who faced tribulation and lived. One could vaguely see that he currently had unmatched power. As time went on, Gu Jianyun intimidated everyone just by standing there. There were no battles, but as time went on, the arena granted him 50 wins. This left everyone speechless. It was actually like this. Many people were speechless. He calmly passed rounds just by standing there without battling, collecting wins. Quite a few people frowned, extremely unwilling to accept this, yet didn't dare go up. These are the residual effects left by Huang's display of might. There were some that side. Not long ago, everyone could see that even though Huang was about to die, he still won 800 rounds, no one his opponent. Now, Gu Jianyun was someone who had crossed heavenly tribulation. his blood energy flourishing, unharmed. This naturally left everyone fearful. In everyone's opinion, right now, he might be even more terrifying than Huang. Just like that, he stood there, his accomplishments already reaching 99, winning without fighting. When the 100th round arrived, an expert finally appeared, shouting from the distance, "Gu Jianyun, I will keep you company." An expanse of lead clouds rushed over, carrying heaven overflowing pressure. A long gray-haired young man appeared, landing on the arena with a honglong sound. "It's you, you're still alive." Gu Jianyun was shocked. "Correct. Back then, you won by a fluke, my damaged body not dying, still alive. I will settle things with you in this world." The one who came shouted. This youth's face was pale, his gray hair reaching his waist, surrounded by mist. Needless to say, everyone knew that this person was incomparably terrifying. Back then, he could fight against Gu Jianyun in a bloody battle, only losing by a single move. This was an ancient freak. "The last time I could defeat you, so this time, I naturally can still kill you," Gu Jianyun said after calming down. "Less nonsense. Let the fight decide everything." This was a life and death struggle. The fighting intent of the one who came surged, the aura his body released extremely terrifying, throwing himself over like an angry lion. Chi. After a dozen exchanges, this person was killed by a finger from Gu Jianyun. Blood splashed out, his flesh splitting apart. Dying just like that. Too easy. Gu Jianyun now cultivated immortal energy. So how could past opponents be able to deal with him? Everyone sighed, feeling pity for that person. Gu Jianyun didn't loosen his guard, still taking action. He produced an expanse of Tao flames, burning that person's corpse and blood. "You can't kill me." What was horrifying was that an expanse of blood surged, turning into 10,000 droplets, quickly evading, condensing into a human body not far out. "The reason why you escaped death last time is because of this method, right?" "Endless blood scripture," Gu Jianyun said. With a chong sound, he pulled out the divine sword on his back, pointing it at the blood-colored figure. "Correct. As long as I still have a drop of blood left, I won't die. Hand over your life." That blood-colored figure shouted, not needing a flesh body, only attacking with a blood body. This left everyone shocked. Heavens, it's actually the endless blood scripture. This type of demonic art is the most cruel and difficult to refine. Wasn't it long lost in inheritance? It actually appeared again. Many people cried out in alarm. This was an ancient secret method. Even though it couldn't compare to the great sky-burning art or 9 heavens 10th earth scripture, its advantage was in its craftiness. It was difficult to kill the one who cultivated this art. The divine sword in Gu Jianyun's hands continuously brandished about, scattering that blood person, but he just didn't die. Even though it was burned until there was just a bit of blood beads left, it was just too difficult to burn everything. Not good. There's actually this type of person who can't be killed. How can you even win against him? Sword Valley's people felt worry. This type of enemy was too frightening, possessing an undying body. There is no need for worry. Gu Jianyun brother definitely can find a way to break through it. There is no undying body in this world. I reckon there is a few drops of foundation blood essence that allows him to revive several times. If he truly erases those concealed droplets of blood, he will undoubtedly die, someone said. "I will refine your entire body. Begone," Gu Jianyun shouted. His sword swept out, a domain taking form surrounding that person. Hong! The entire blood individual was pierced, and then set aflame. However, in the distance, a drop of blood rolled out from between the cracks of the arena, condensing into a blood body, fighting a great battle against Gu Jianyun. A single drop of blood can produce a magic body? Everyone was shocked. Once this type of demonic art is cultivated, it still doesn't reach the immortal Tao domain. It's not that one becomes unkillable, but rather that there will be 5 to 9 more lives. Someone explained the inner details. This battle was extremely intense. However, in the end, Gu Jianyun hacked through everything, using an unstoppable might to kill this person 9 times. The bloody light finally vanished, that person losing his life. I cultivated immortal energy and even crossed heavenly tribulation. So even if you had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough for me to kill, he said calmly. When these words were spoken, this place immediately became silent. Then he stood in place, winning without fighting for another several dozen rounds. When the 200th round descended, something unexpected happened. Someone got on the arena, producing a magical artifact. At first, no one sensed anything, but later on, it unexpectedly erupted with a terrifying aura, releasing blazing divine radiance, striking Gu Jianyun until he coughed out large amounts of blood. Heavenly deity magical artifact? Many people were shocked. There was no way the geniuses of the outside world could bring in this type of weapon. Meanwhile, the weapons of natives, generally speaking, couldn't appear on the arena. Gu Jianyun was injured. His eyes flourished with radiance as he said, "Regardless of how you obtained it, you aren't a heavenly deity yourself, so you will still die." He released a long roar. The divine sword in his hands shone. He became one with the sword, and then fought intensely against that expert, at the same time avoiding the light released by that heavenly deity magical artifact. In the end, he cut down that person. However, that heavenly deity magical artifact flew into the air, unable to stop it. Gu Jianyun wanted to continue guarding his spot, but he suddenly saw someone. His pupils shrunk, stopping these plans. An exceptional individual appeared, while he was injured. He had to treat his injuries or else he would be in danger. Gu Jianyun leapt off the arena, disappearing with a flash. Then, someone arrived from the distance, white clothes fluttering, extraordinary and aloof. This person was too handsome, making even many women jealous. It was precisely Ning Chuan, his silver hair reaching his waist, body tall and slender. Even his socks and shoes white, untainted by a speck of dust. He stepped on great Tao symbols as he arrived. Hong! This place immediately erupted with noise. Ning Chuan was still alive. This was an enormous event. He successfully crossed tribulation, not dying. He ascended onto the arena with a single step, his gaze deep as he swept his eyes over everyone. He didn't say anything. No one was willing to get on the arena. Sure Hao sat there, golden radiance currently moving down inch by inch, now already spreading to his legs. He was like a golden sculpture, his appearance extraordinary. He sensed something, his eyes suddenly opening. He immediately saw Ning Chuan on the arena. In addition, Sure Hao's divine senses were extremely sharp. He looked into the distance, seeing another person. The exiled immortal from the vicious nest also came. He didn't die. Then he discovered 10 Crown King. Things are going to get crazy now, about to decide who is on top, who is the #1 expert. Everything is about to be revealed. Sure Hao said to himself. The top-level figures had gathered. A heaven-shaking clash was naturally going to erupt. Ning Chuan ascended to the stage. No one else dared to go up, this place immediately becoming deathly silent. Just now, when Gu Jianyun got on the arena, there were at least a few people who challenged him, especially the last individual with the heavenly deity magical artifact who even inflicted injuries on him. Now, the white-clothed Ning Chuan appeared, unexpectedly making it hard for everyone to even breathe. No one dared to challenge him. In the blink of an eye, 200 rounds passed. He stood there calmly, no one going up on the stage. This was unprecedented. Never seen before since ancient times. Hong! There's someone crossing tribulation? Everyone was shocked. Under this type of situation, there was actually someone who chose to face tribulation. It truly was astonishing. It's Chong Gong Yen. For Crown King is facing tribulation. Shocking and stunning after all. Only, it's unknown if he could cross it or not. When news of this traveled out, everyone became shocked. At the same time, there was more news that there were people undergoing tribulation. In other small words, there were people who heard world-shocking thunder. More experts are going to die, someone said with a sigh. This was the truth. How could lightning tribulation be that easy to cross? Rashly inciting heavenly tribulation would inevitably result in being hacked into ashes. Those who dared do this were definitely the most powerful kings, with ancient freaks taking the lead. The deaths of these types of people would definitely be the greatest loss and regret. This made others sigh. No Dao friends are going to come up? On the arena, Ning Chuan was extremely calm, not being moved by the thunder sounds. However, right now, Shi Hao was currently at a critical point, golden light covering his body, already reaching his knees, his entire body about to become golden. Shi Hao's expression was calm. He gave him a look, but didn't stop. If there was a battle to come, it would still be when he successfully made it through this process. I'll fight against you. At the 201st battle, someone flew onto the stage, the bone blade in his hands hacking towards Ning Chuan. This was a creature at the great circle of the true deity realm, indeed powerful. However, Ning Chuan only used a hand to point out. A streak of quiet light flew out, shattering that bone blade. It was as if fireworks were set off in the void. Bone blade fragments flew in all directions, and it began to burn. Ning Chuan's strike was powerful to a frightening degree. However, right at this moment, shocking changes happened. Those bone blade fragments, even though broken, still shot forward as if they had intelligence, not stopping. In addition, the void unexpectedly exploded. What? Heavenly deity might? Many people turned pale with fright. These changes were too strange. It was the blade handle that was left, so how could its power become even greater? Formless blade. Someone cried out in horror. This was a secret treasure. A heavenly deity magical artifact, the most terrifying type of weapon. This type of blade's blade body couldn't be seen, able to hide in the void. A terrifying demonic weapon for assassination, impossible to defend against. Heavenly deity magical artifacts can't be brought into Immortal Ancient, and the weapons of natives cannot approach the arena. So where did he obtain this? What is going on? Previously, Gu Jianyun had already encountered one, and now another heavenly deity magical artifact appeared, leaving everyone shocked and in confusion. The void rumbled. That formless blade was too sharp, shattering the void. Heavenly deity natural laws interweaved, terrifying divine force engulfing everything. Even Ning Chuan's expression changed, quickly evading. He disappeared from his original location, appearing at a different place. However, this expert brandished the heavenly deity magical artifact, cutting open the void, sweeping through the entire arena, making this place incomparably terrifying. An era into nothingness. Ning Chuan released a shout. In the end, he still wasn't a heavenly deity, so he had to treat this seriously. He displayed a great divine ability, his body turning into a streak of light, darting about, moreover, refining the void. Even though this creature was powerful, activating the heavenly deity magical artifact was still too exhausting. Even though Ning Chuan was forced to retreat, that creature still knew that the current situation wasn't favorable at all. Pooh! In the end, he coughed out large amounts of blood. Magical force not enough. Unable to activate the heavenly deity magical artifact, suffering serious injuries. The moment his source energy was about to run out, like an immortal ascending into the heavens, Ning Chuan pointed outwards, blasting through the space between his brows with a pu sound. That formless blade immediately flew away, disappearing. Everyone erupted into commotion, feeling admiration towards Ning Chuan's power, as well as shock towards the heavenly deity magical artifacts that appeared one after another. There are geniuses from the 3,000 provinces who are working together with the natives. Someone said quietly, "You're right, it should be like this." Soon after, there were people who came to this type of conclusion. Those who could go on the arena were naturally all outsiders, not natives. As for the weapons, everyone suspected that the natives were in charge of refining the core, to the extent where only the final step of the refinement of the heavenly deity weapon was left to the outsiders to complete. This wasn't impossible. Even though a heavenly deity magical artifact was precious, difficult to refine, if all of the conditions were prepared ahead of time, waiting for outsiders to take advantage of, then it could still succeed. It is to the extent that it might not be the natives, but rather a few large sects themselves. Do not forget that there are some great sects that purposely left some disciples in Immortal Ancient, turning into unconventional natives, They're scheming great. Correct. The more they thought about it, the more frightened the people felt. One had to understand that even Immortal Palace's Dikuan was a chess piece, left behind in Immortal Ancient to cultivate up to the heavenly deity realm. Only, he was killed earlier by Sure Hao. One could thus assume that other great sects definitely had ancient heroes stay behind to work from inside. Sure enough, in the following battles, there were several individuals who took action, still using heavenly deity magical artifacts. In addition, everyone could tell that they came from different parties. Not good. Things don't look good at all. A few ancient sects made plans a long time ago, joined up with natives, or established their own foundation. How can we stop this? Hong. During the 387th battle, there were experts who took action. They were exceptionally terrifying. There was actually an ancient freak with a heavenly deity magical artifact, challenging Ningchuan. Everyone was stupefied. This was too frightening. An ancient freak with a heavenly deity-level weapon. Apart from Ningchuan, Huang, and others at this level, others would only have the fate of death awaiting them. In this battle, Ningchuan exhausted quite the effort. The other party not only had a heavenly deity magical artifact, but also grasped a type of curse, almost affecting his Tao. Hong. Behind him, a heaven diagram appeared, finally wrapping the other party, refining him into a pile of white bones. An ancient freak died just like that. Everyone was shocked, but at the same time felt sorrow for him. He previously overlooked an era, unrivaled under the sky, but now he encountered an even more powerful individual, dying just like that. In addition, even if an ancient king grasped a heavenly deity magical artifact, it still wasn't enough. Unable to match Ningchuan. Ningchuan won 400 in a row, and then he stopped, no longer taking action, because continuously fighting against individuals who graped supreme secret treasures left his blood energy a bit unstable. This was especially the case when the last person was an ancient king, making him exhaust a certain amount of strength. If there weren't any experts here, then that was one thing. He could continuously guard his place, but Ningchuan saw the currently recovering Huang, as well as the exiled Immortal and 10-crown king. He didn't dare bite off too much, jumping off the arena, making sure that he was always at his peak. Even if he was missing just a bit of blood energy, he would rather not be on the arena. Then, another person walked over, his body indistinct, surrounded by a bit of chaotic energy as he ascended onto the arena. Who is this person? Many people didn't recognize him. He is 10-crown king, someone said softly, fearing that something taboo might happen. What? At this moment, everyone became shocked. This was the one known as the undefeated wonder 10-crown king, the one who had moved unhindered through Immortal Ancient from past to now, unmatched this entire time. Forget about them, even the natives were shaken. Many people widened their eyes as they looked at him. This person carried too much impact, entering Immortal Ancient 10 times, each time suppressing everyone with his strength, coming out on top. There were those who remembered his fight against 8-crown king. When he swept through the world under the sky, he had an unmatched aura. In the eras where he appeared in before, his energy devoured mountains and rivers. No one could stop him. There were natives who previously wanted to kill him as well, but he always came out unharmed in each era, avoiding the heavenly deities that bore hostility against him. This Old One's teacher had previously wanted to deal with him, but was killed instead. A senior among the natives said, regardless of whether it was the 3,000 provinces or this ancient land, 10-crown king was an undefeated legend, a legendary figure. When he went up, sure enough, there was no one who dared fight against him at first. However, later on, there were still people who went up, still the creatures who held heavenly deity magical artifacts. However, 10-crown king didn't show fear. Chaotic energy swept out, suppressing those who challenged him. Just small Tao. He only had these words. Below, some people felt like they were suffocating, expressing deep acknowledgement. Even if a child held a sharp blade, it would still be difficult for it to resist an adult. 10-crown king had the qualification to speak like this, because he was strong. This made others frown inwardly. Their many years of preparation was actually ineffective, unable to do anything to people like Ning Chuan and Ten Crown King. Flute sounds echoed through the air. A person walked over from the distance, stepping on the void, clothes fluttering about, looking like an exiled immortal. He looked aloof and otherworldly, as if untainted by the world of mortals. The exiled immortal came, the mysterious male that came from the vicious nest. He held a pure white-bone flute in hand, ascending the arena to face Ten Crown King. "Dao brother, if you would." The exiled immortal a calm smile, hinting towards Ten Crown King to take action. Hong! This place erupted with noise. Two world-shocking experts were clashing, leaving everyone shaken. "I already saw you the first time I entered Immortal Ancient." Ten Crown King stared at him, carefully observing him, unexpectedly speaking like this. "Indeed, back then, the two of you entered Immortal Ancient at the same time, previously faced each other from the distance on the 3,000 bluestone paths, smiling and sending each other off." The exiled immortal said with a smile. These words left everyone stunned, every single person shocked. The two of them appeared in the same world, entered Immortal Ancient in the same era? That was Ten Crown King's first era, but was it the exiled immortal's first, second, or third? No one knew. The exiled immortal laughed and said, "After 10 eras have passed, Dao brother already overlooked the world, having the title of Ten Crown King, rising above the ancient people, deserving of honor and respect. You are the first one that I admire so. 10 eras without showing yourself, you truly are the crownless king." Ten Crown King said with a sigh. When everyone heard their conversation, they all became stupefied, great waves stirring within them. "Then let's just settle things in this final era." The exiled immortal remained calm throughout this discussion. "Fine." Ten Crown King only had this word, starting to take action. Wang! The arena unexpectedly shook. This was something completely unprecedented. The two of them began to exchange blows. Vicious 10 precious technique. Many people cried out in alarm. Those two were too extraordinary, immediately using world-shaking great divine abilities. Ten Crown King's fist smashed out. A true dragon roared, clearly a dragon fist, the unmatched true dragon precious technique. This was not a loose move, but the real undamaged world-shaking divine ability. The exiled immortal's clothes fluttered about as if they were dancing. He was like a reincarnated immortal. Around him, brilliant colors shone. He displayed the heavenly phoenix race's great divine ability. True dragon versus heavenly phoenix. Everyone was dumbstruck. This was only the beginning, the first move, yet these two used such exceptional secret methods. How could this not leave everyone shocked? The natural luck of these two was just too great. These two precious techniques, calling them first and second throughout time, was already close enough. Then, everyone became even more shocked, their scalps going a bit numb. It was because the two of them quickly changed secret methods, once again displaying different vicious 10 precious techniques. Heavens! How many world-shaking precious techniques do they grasp? On the stage, thousands of natural laws appeared, 10,000 streaks of auspicious light shining, tearing through the heavens, splitting the clouds. Even the ancient arena was shaking, something that had never happened before. When cultivators fought on the arena in the past, it never budged an inch. In an instant, the two already exchanged over 100 moves. During this process, both of them used 3 to 4 types of unmatched precious techniques, all of them belonging to the vicious 10. Were they defying the heavens? This made everyone's mouths and throats go dry, their hearts shaking violently, difficult for any words to come out. Truly a battle between giants, Xianxia said. He opened his eyes. The golden light already spread to his feet. He succeeded, completing the transformation. Sinner's blood descendant, do you dare fight? Ning Chuan spoke. This was the first challenge he issued after arriving here. Why wouldn't I? The two of you can also go up. Xianxia pointed at the arena. Immediately afterwards, the two of them rushed up, both of them leaping onto the ancient arena floating in the sky. Everyone became stupefied. Even this was okay. The two of them didn't speak unnecessary things, fighting immediately after rising up. It was a world-shocking clash. The arena was divided into two different battlefields, both sides using the rarest great divine abilities in this world. They fought until the sun and moon lost light, heaven and earth losing color. For great experts clashed. This was unprecedented. This type of intense battle never before seen since the ancient times. This arena unexpectedly permitting two different battles between young supreme beings. Below, everyone's blood boiled from watching the battle. This was an extremely rare great event since the ancient times. True unmatched great battles began. A power struggle between supreme beings. On the arena, dragons and tigers fought, for great supreme beings fought for supremacy, their roars causing heaven and earth to collapse. Oh! A draconic cry tore through the air, 9 heavens resonating. 10 crowned kings' divine fist was matchless, a true dragon coiling about it, shattering the void. When he brandished his fist, his own blood energy overflowed into the heavens, scattering the clouds above. From the distance, it was as if an immortal Tao great furnace was releasing spiritual essence. The exiled immortal moved about gracefully, his body vigorous, moving about above through 10 crowned kings' heaven overflowing blood energy, not any inferior to the other side, fighting a great life and death battle here. Everyone's eyes felt dizzy as they watched, their minds shaken. On the other side, Sure Hao and Ning Chuan's great battle reached into the heavens, the abnormal scene shocking. It was as if two supreme war gods were fighting to the death, stirring up the 9 heavens and 10th earth. Ning Chuan, hand over your life, Sure Hao shouted loudly. Right now, his entire body was golden. After cultivating the willow deity's technique, it was as if he had an indestructible golden body. He dove forward, light released in 10,000 streaks, every single one resembling the tail light of a comet. Brilliant divine radiance shone, making the surrounding void split apart. He produced 10,000 streaks of brilliant light beams, their lengths reaching several dozen li, smashing over like great stars from outer space. Groups of stars surrounded them in protection. It was dazzling to the extreme, impossible to look straight at. At this moment, he produced a fist imprint. He was like an unmatched divine king that descended into this world, about to shatter mountains and rivers. One could see that his golden fist imprint was blazing, golden blood energy pervading outwards, making the arena tremble and shake. If it wasn't for this arena being sturdy enough, any other place would have long exploded. The fist imprint's light shone with brilliant colors and in tens of thousands of streaks. When a bit of golden light from within it rushed into the distant mountain range, it directly caused the enormous mountains to collapse. One could imagine how terrifying the strength of Sure Hao's fist right now was, simply enough to smash down a star in the heavens above. Everyone became stupefied. How many people could resist a fist like this? Sinner's blood descendant. Accept death. Ning Chuan shouted, his white clothes fluttering about, silver hair dancing in the air. He was incredibly lofty and unsullied, body releasing divine radiance. He produced the most powerful magical imprint. In that instant, around him, 9 supreme divine shadows appeared, every single one of them with dignified appearances, their auras overflowing into the heavens. It was as if 9 heavenly deities emerged at the same time, about to suppress the person ahead. Dong! The strike made heaven and earth split apart, ghosts cry and deities howl. There was even lightning and thunder. A rain of blood poured down. The scene made everyone's fine hairs stand on end. This was a world-shocking confrontation between two individuals. They had already exceeded the limits of this realm, transcending above, triggering irregular phenomenons between heaven and earth, displaying strange scenes of the heavens weeping. Below the arena, everyone shivered with fear. What kind of great confrontation was this? In those two surroundings, great void cracks appeared in the tens of thousands, rushing in all directions. The two of them were like unmatched kings, both of their auras devouring mountains and rivers. Every move they made was enough to tear apart this heaven and earth. The great dark void cracks were filled with their fist radiance. It was as if over 10,000 streaks of lightning could be seen above, warping and interweaving about. It became more and more terrifying. Blood scattered down, gods and devils howling. This wasn't true blood, but rather one condensed from light, recreating the terrifying bloody battles of past experts that exceeded the limits of this realm. The two individuals fought a great battle, making heaven and earth resonate, reconstructing the scenes engraved in the heaven and earth void of battles between the most powerful ancient figures. Unimaginable, too powerful. In the rain of blood, within the lightning, in the great void cracks, the white-clothed Ning Chuan style was unmatched, untainted by a speck of dust, not contaminated by blood, appearing more and more transcendent and aloof. However, every single attack he released carried the power of the sun, moon, and stars. Roiling stellar energy pervaded the air. It was as if stars collided, smashing down. Dong! Any random move he made was enough to pierce through the heavens. His divine might unimaginable. Everyone's faces turned white. If this type of power was applied to their bodies, who among them could block it? Not even hundreds to over 1,000 true deities were enough, still killed without any suspense. Only Huang could resist it, fighting fiercely against him. Not long ago, everyone was still saying how Huang was about to die, but now, he was like a human heavenly dragon, full of vitality, blood energy roiling, his strength enough to tear apart this world. Heavens, I can't take it anymore. Below the arena, someone trembled, falling from the sky with a putong sound, falling weak onto the ground, unable to endure this type of power. As for the area in front of Xianxia right now, no one could remain in midair, all of them unable to resist the terrifying aura produced by that fist imprint. It was simply about to shatter the world. This fist imprint was unstoppable, vast and unstoppable, grand to the extreme. The two of them clashed, instantly exchanging 1,000 attacks, clashing like lightning, each time releasing dazzling divine light, illuminating the heavens in an expanse of brilliance. This was a battle between heaven-warping divine individuals. Compared to them, everyone was too inferior, feeling truly dejected inside. The difference was truly too great. This type of people, how many of them existed since the ancient times? They were all heaven-warping individuals, any random strike enough to kill outstanding talents at the same level. Their enemies didn't exist in one era, but rather crossed past and present, only found along the river of time. This was precisely why young supreme beings of different eras were sealed until this era, all of them wishing to seize the final natural luck. Only now were they able to encounter each other, encountering worthy opponents. Otherwise, every single one of them were unmatched in their respective eras. A defeat was hard to find even if they sought it. Ning Chuan, didn't you say on and on how you were going to suppress me? Come then. Xianxia shouted, attacking viciously. An era into nothingness. Ning Chuan grunted. He opened his mouth and spat out. Chaotic energy surged, refining the void, making this world become indistinct, about to be refined into a golden core. Then his frontal bone shone, dragon patterns covering it densely. This was his innate great divine ability. Rumors had it that he might be an unmatched forbidden existence reincarnated, previously nourished by dragon blood, leaving behind traces that formed dragon patterns. Of course, rumors were rumors, no one could prove if reincarnation existed. Hong! Xianxia went berserk, lightning radiance erupting in 10,000 streaks. He displayed the Lightning Emperor's secret method. Stars formed from lightning appeared one after another, filling up this place densely. From the distance, it was as if an ancient stellar domain had been removed, brought over here to suppress the void. Explode! Xianxia released a large shout. All of the stars produced by lightning exploded. The ancient stellar stream surged, piercing through heaven and earth, shattering space. He used this technique to break through the restriction. The surface of his body was golden like the unbreakable golden body. He rushed in front of Ning Chuan, raised his fist, and then smashed downwards, sending out overflowing electrical radiance. Hong! The two individuals' palms collided, erupting with endless divine light. All directions were covered in the scorching divine radiance. The arena rumbled and trembled. As for the distance, all of the cultivators were alarmed. This type of power, if it arrived before them, many of them would turn into bloody paste, dying on the spot. The two exchanged fists, one more powerful than the other, as if they were going to break the heaven and earth furnace cauldron and display eternal life. A battle on this level was rarely seen since ancient times. In this bloody struggle, all types of multicolored light erupted, as if there was ascension happening right here. A rain of light scattered down, mysterious and shocking. Xianxia sighed. This type of opponent was truly hard to find throughout the world. Too powerful. If not for him cultivating to this step, things might very likely not end well. One had to understand that ever since he appeared in this world, only once did he attack a single person with others, and the one he faced was Ning Chuan. Back then, Stone Clan's three brothers, every one of them self-confident, said that Ning Chuan's spiritual body wasn't much, but in the end, they still attacked it together. Back then, they killed his spiritual body, but that didn't mean that Ning Chuan wasn't powerful enough, but rather that when Shi and Xianxia fought together, the power they displayed was heaven-defying. That defeat wasn't enough to call Ning Chuan weak, instead proving how extraordinary he was, previously going 1 versus 3. Now, his true body appeared, every move he made making heaven and earth harmonize, containing tremendous power. It was as if they could suppress everything, impossible to match. Xianxia naturally wanted to sigh in admiration. This person was worthy of being a hero from past until present, an exceptionally powerful individual. In reality, Ning Chuan was even more shaken, great waves stirring within him, finding it impossible to calm down. One had to keep in mind that he was a 6-crown king, someone who had appeared in 6 eras, displaying his divine might in 6 worlds. Being unmatched under the sky was but inevitable and to be expected, but the person before him actually rose up in a single era. Ning Chuan reflected on himself. He advanced himself to the limit during these eras. His own path derived clearly, everything already planned out perfectly without the slightest hindrance, and that was why he could sweep through Immortal Ancient, being unmatched in the world. Meanwhile, the one before him actually rushed into the sky in this chaotic era, leaping up in one go, not accumulating in past eras, relying all on this world. His accomplishments truly made even him sigh softly. Oh! At this moment, 10 Crown King's hair suddenly flew about chaotically, releasing a loud shout, making the heavens split apart. This person's blood energy pervaded the air, engulfing the heavens above and earth below. Forget about the arena, even everyone who already hid far enough felt uncomfortable. Many true deities even coughing out large amounts of blood, flying outwards. The few divine flame realm cultivators even more so had their flesh split apart, almost exploding. This type of world-shaking divine might, forget about the 3,000 provinces geniuses, even the native seniors' experts' expressions changed. This arena is a place where only the strong can stand. Take on our fist first to see if you too have the qualifications to stay here, 10 Crown King shouted. He unexpectedly temporarily stopped his fight against the exiled immortal, moving like a dragon, stepping like a tiger, like a heavenly emperor reincarnated, slaughtering towards Xianxia and Ning Chuan. A honglong sounded. Mountains and seas surged. 10 Crown King released a fist, immediately attacking Xianxia. This was the unrivaled dragon fist. A true dragon coiled about his arm, his aura devouring tens of thousands of li, directly smashing over. A fist arrived, heaven and earth capsizing, everything now hidden from view. Only draconic roars that shook the 9 heavens could be heard. I also want to see if you have the qualifications to stand here. Xianxia released a loud shout, opposing him with equal harshness. He leapt up, rising into the sky like a Kuan Peng. His fist shone, becoming golden in color, occasionally displaying a bit of black specks. This was the Kuan Peng fist. Kuan Peng versus True Dragon. This was a great collision between vicious 10 precious techniques. Moreover, the first clash between Huang and 10 Crown King. In that instant, the sun and moon lost light, heaven and earth losing color. Deafening woo sounds rang through the air, as if demons were weeping, deities sobbing. Blood-colored lightning interweaved, endless lightning erupting. There were countless god and devil void figures that appeared, continuously falling. This was an irregular phenomenon of heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. A Kuan Peng rose out from the sea, tearing at the true dragon that leapt out from an abyss, incredibly bitter and desperate. Peng feathers dyed with blood covered the sky, true dragon roaring, scales broken and shattering. The terrifying scene created by this strike shocked everyone, making many experts' hands and legs go ice cold. What kind of methods and might was this? 3 strands of immortal energy. Hao's pupils contracted. He saw 3 strands of immortal energy around 10 Crown King's fist. Just like him, exceptional and unmatched. Blood energy overflowed from this strike, divine force suppressing the world. The two separated, passing each other. 10 Crown King revealed a look of surprise. This era was something to look forward to. Another opponent now appearing. Ning Chuan, you have to take a blow from me first as well. 10 Crown King shouted. What is the so-called the boldness and confidence of being unmatched? This was it. After forcefully clashing against Huang, he turned around and then rushed at Ning Chuan, not fearing enemies from any direction, wishing to test him out as well. One had to understand that on this stage, the exiled immortal, Huang, and Ning Chuan were all exceptional individuals. Facing any one of them would be a great disaster, yet 10 Crown King was fearless. With a Wang-long sound, smoke and light surged between the two, flames burning the sky. Natural laws interweaved, bone texts blossoming, the sounds deafening. The space in that area was torn through like a painting. 10 Crown King's divine bravery was unmatched, unleashing a great battle. You will take a strike from me as well. When Hao saw this, he rose into the air, rushing over, fist imprint like a furnace, magical force roiling and surging, erupting with the most world-shocking divine radiance. He also wished to size up how powerful 10 Crown King was. Even though they clashed once, he wasn't able to measure his depth. Fine! 10 Crown King shouted. His back shone, releasing brilliant light. A massive dragon tail took form, sweeping outwards and hacking towards Hao. It was the true dragon precious technique again. Moreover, it was the powerful, unimaginable true dragon tail. This great divine ability even stronger than the dragon fist. Back then, when the true dragon brandished its tail, experts everywhere fell from the skies with pili-pala sounds. The 9 heavens even hacked apart. Pong! This was a great world-shocking confrontation. Hao's fist imprint and the dragon tail clashed. Endless divine radiance surged. It was as if 10,000 streaks of sword energy were cutting apart the heavens. Powerful and tyrannical, there weren't any true deities that weren't shaken. When this type of aura flowed out, everyone trembled inwardly. How was anyone supposed to stop this power? Hong! The void continuously caved in. Chaotic energy flowed out between the two, drowning out everything. In the surroundings, thousands of Tao laws, tens of thousands of streaks of auspicious lights shot into the heavens, extending along the great void cracks, rushing out from the arena. Fortunately, everyone was far enough away, or else countless people would have died. Despite this being the case, there were still many people who were shaken up by the fluctuations until they almost fainted. This was especially the case when a few natural laws fragments rushed into the mountain range. A few tall mountains immediately collapsed, and there were even some that were blasted until they were uprooted from the ground and then exploded in midair. This scene left everyone horrified, their bodies feeling ice cold. Even cries of alarm and all discussions were stifled. They only felt a deep fear. Then, they didn't stop, instead continuously clashing several dozen times. Meanwhile, in another place, Ning Chuan and the exiled immortal clashed, also facing off, the two displaying great divine abilities, fighting fiercely. In the past, I almost encountered danger by the vicious nest. Turns out it was because of you, Ning Chuan said. His white clothes were purer than snow, silver hair scattering about, his temperament extraordinary. However, right now there was a wave of coldness. In the past, he almost got caught in the vicious nest, an unexpected event almost happening. This was a seed of grudge between the two, and that was why a great battle unfolded. Neither of them were ordinary individuals, their characters extraordinary. The exiled immortal style was exceptional, pure like an immortal. His attacks weren't all that forceful, but he moved like the wind. His Tao natural laws extraordinary, making all things dissolve away. His attacks weren't tainted by the world of mortals, but were terrifying to the extreme, destroying all things, impossible to defend against. Hong. The two exchanged more than 10 moves in the blink of an eye. The exiled immortal rushed over, both arms moving. Raging flames surged into the heavens, all different colored lights shining beautifully. Phoenix spreading its wings. He was like a heavenly phoenix that soared past, graceful and elegant, yet carrying unmatched divine might. This was the heavenly phoenix's great divine ability, its power unimaginable. Ning Chuan released a long roar. His arm shone, and then an indistinct image appeared from his back. He was like a divine king as he clashed with the exiled immortal, forming imprints to suppress that heavenly phoenix. Vicious 10 precious technique. Ning Chuan had them as well. However, outsiders couldn't see it clearly. At their level, after accumulating for several eras, they all had extraordinary natural luck, previously obtaining world-shaking precious techniques. Hong. Between the two, the void caved in. Demonic flames burned the 9 heavens, all directions collapsing, heaven and earth shining brilliantly. They clashed and then separated. The vicious nest's dead. The two of us should settle it as well. Sure Hao shouted. The exiled immortal rose into the air, displaying the heavenly phoenix divine ability, soaring past. It truly was like a phoenix spreading its wings, gorgeous and exceptionally beautiful, aloof and otherworldly. Meanwhile, Sure Hao had just rushed over, clashing with him head-on, using the Kuan Peng's technique to attack. From the distance, one could see an enormous peng bird spreading its wings, clawing towards that phoenix. This was a clash between supreme immortal birds, both belonging to bird clans, their divine abilities unmatched. The precious techniques left behind by the vicious 10 were known to be unmatched, any one of them enough to shock the heaven and earth, 'cause the supernatural to weep, too rare to come by. Hong. Countless feathers continuously fell between the two. All of them dyed with blood, shaking up the world. Two unmatched creatures were tearing at each other, their appearances heaven-shocking. They clashed together, erupting with resplendent light, the feathers bright and beautiful, with every single one of them like divine swords as they tore through the void. This was a deity-shocking collision. The two immortal birds attacked viciously, rushing into the 9 heavens, creating the most terrifying and shocking scene. In the end, the irregular scenes disappeared, the two experts revealing their true bodies. The exiled immortal smiled, appearing extremely gentle. I heard that your divine force was unmatched. Today, me and you should exchange a palm. He withdrew his spiritual essence, clothes began to flutter about. He no longer operated the heavenly phoenix precious technique, but used his hand to directly hack over. Hong. Immediately afterwards, heaven and earth erupted. Even on the great earth far from the arena, the distance who knew how many li, sand and stone began to move about. Under the exuberant blood energy and divine force, all directions were shaken. One could even see some of the mountain peaks on the great earth splitting. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. Was this still an exiled immortal? Actually having such a berserk side, blood energy roiling. It was as if a true dragon rose into the air, breaking through the dome of heaven. This type of aura was too terrifying. Sure Hao shivered inwardly, going all out as well. Behind that exiled immortal appeared a creature's void image. It covered heaven and earth exceptionally tyrannical. It's that creature. Actually, this precious technique. Many people cried out with alarm, revealing looks of shock. The vicious nest contained a type of world-shaking divine ability, and it was actually acquired by the exiled immortal. In the past, Many people didn't know what kind of secret technique it was exactly, but now the truth was revealed. Heavenly Horned Ant. One of the vicious 10, Heavenly Horned Ant, known as the one with the greatest strength, incomparable and utterly terrifying. Now, it had long died, no longer appearing in this world. However, its descendants still existed, leaving behind many bloodlines. The archaic divine ant, single-horned immortal. These two archaic vicious bugs both evolved from its descendants. Regardless of whether it was the archaic divine ant or single-horned immortal, they both possessed strength greater than the vicious bugs of this world. If they were the same size as other creatures, there wouldn't be any with greater strength than them. Meanwhile, their ancestor, the heavenly horned ant, was even more unimaginable, able to tear apart the universe, overturn the 9 heavens. Right now, the exiled immortal became completely different, his power matchless, a single palm slamming over. The void was blasted apart, power surging forward like a great wave. Hao's expression became grave. He used his own 3 types of divine abilities. Even though it wasn't complete, when used together with his most powerful precious techniques, the power would increase greatly. This innate precious technique was extremely powerful. It could increase the power of divine abilities, make their power increase sharply. When the fist and palm collided, the most terrifying scene happened. Heaven and earth were pierced through, the divine might immeasurable. The stage became hazy, chaotic energy pervading the air. The heavens was covered densely in cracks, the scene terrifying to the extreme. This was a contest of strength. It made heavenly deities' expressions change. How powerful, now terrifying. There were immortal ancient natives that said so softly. The blood energy of the exiled immortal poured out in torrents, becoming completely different from before, now terrifying to the extreme, burning like a sun. It was so bright everyone's eyes were in pain, unable to look straight at it. His vitality was too vigorous, blood energy like a sea. Hao inwardly nodded. This didn't exceeded his predictions. One had to understand that the exiled immortal used the blood of countless geniuses to refine his body, using all types of bone texts to temper himself. It would be strange if his blood energy didn't flourish so greatly. This strike shook the arena until it even began to release ka-ka sounds, as if it was going to collapse. This was something that had never happened before. When the two clashed and passed each other, 10 Crown King rushed over, facing the exiled immortal. It was clear that he wanted to experience that terrifying divine ability, the heavenly horned ant's precious technique. Sinner's blood descendant, continue our fight. Ning Chuang rushed over. In reality, the 4 of them were now carrying out a chaotic melee, taking action against each other from time to time. It became more and more intense. Hao didn't feel any fear, even though he only had a single world's accumulation, not like the other 3 who accumulated so much, gathering over the years, long making their Tao fruits perfect. He still didn't fear any opponents. In everyone's opinion, Huang's divine valiance was simply a miracle. Restrain! Ning Chuan shouted, silver hair scattering about, divine and untainted. A heaven diagram appeared on his back, boundless and immeasurable. Great stars surged within, silver rivers falling, comparable to a universe of its own. This was the magical diagram that had existed since his birth. The patterns engraved in his back, heavenly might matchless. Right now, he used this innate precious technique to suppress Hao, wanting to collect and restrain him inside. Not long ago, he used this secret method to refine the ancient freak who held a heavenly deity magical artifact into a pile of bones, the power exceeding everyone's imagination. Kill! Hao shouted. In his hand, a reincarnation sword appeared. This was constructed out of symbols. Fragments of time danced about, covering the sky. He already experienced life and death. This precious technique now evolved to its limit. The power was great to the point of making one's soul tremble, carrying the power of time. Qi. 2 types of precious techniques collided, setting the void on fire. Time became unstable, once again causing heaven to cry, blood rain to pour down, and other types of sinister and abnormal scenes. This seemed to have broken the imprisonment of heaven and earth, producing the undecaying and immortal. A sword cry sounded, the sound rushing into the heavens. There was even exceptional sword radiance that erupted. Gu Jianyun jumped onto the arena. Everyone cried out in alarm. This ancient freak that had crossed a heavenly tribulation got on the stage again, also wishing to join in. His eyes were sharp like a sword, staring at Shi Hao. Right at this moment, a great roar sounded from the horizon. A figure turned into a divine arrow, penetrating the void and descending on the arena. On his body were lightning burn marks, but his blood energy was as exuberant as a sea. It was precisely Chang Gongyan. He arrived here to stop Gu Jianyun. Everyone was shocked. Chang Gongyan, who attempted the heavenly tribulation not long ago, clearly just succeeded. Shi Hao laughed loudly and said, "Brother Chang Gong, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Let me teach him a lesson first." Sword Valley, Fire Cloud Cavern, and others had suppressed Xin Province's ancient inheritances, so Shi Hao didn't have the slightest good impression towards them. When he saw Sword Valley's descendant get on the stage, he directly slaughtered over. Shi Hao immediately brandished his fist, light shining in tens of thousands of streaks, blasting the heavens apart. Gu Jianyun pulled out his sword, exceptionally sharp, the sword radiance hacking apart the void, releasing tens of streaks of light. Biting cold chilliness froze the void. Dang dang dang. Sparks flew everywhere here. Shi Hao barehandedly faced the sword's edge. At this time, he didn't hold anything back, every single fist carrying his own matchless divine ability, his divine valiance unstoppable. After the great collision, blood flowed out from the corner of Gu Jianyun's lips, the divine sword growing dim. He staggered backwards. The most powerful young king of Sword Valley was nothing more than this. This was what Shi Hao said. He then slaughtered towards Ning Chuan, abandoning Gu Jianyun. It was because Ning Chuan also came over to provide assistance. No one looked down on Gu Jianyun. Under Huang's supreme divine might, not dying on the spot was already the meaning of possessing great power. After all, there was only one Huang. The dual pupils are undefeated, unmatched since ancient times. How can this type of battle lack my presence? In the distance, someone else said quietly. Shuri appeared, stepping on the void, arriving quickly, descending on the arena. Sword Valley suppressed Xin Province, oppressing my sinner's bloodline. When have I ever given permission for such a thing? Shuri said. He also wanted an explanation from Sword Valley. Immediately afterwards, the void exploded, chaotic energy pervading the air. Shi Yi's eyes seemed to be able to open the heaven and earth, shocking everyone. His eyes released two beams of light, flying towards Gu Jianyun. Gu Jianyun was furious, raising his hand and charging murderously, sword radiance splitting the sky. However, in the end, he was blasted by the two beams of light until the space between his fingers ruptured. Then, he was even struck until his arm dripped with blood. A long roar sounded. Another person landed on the arena, brash and arrogant. What a pity that there's no exceptional beauty. Otherwise, I'd just take with me. Shi Hao turned around, immediately recognizing this person. He had crossed blows with this person before, precisely the mysterious flame male back then who had a reincarnation disc. Why are you all choosing him to test out your skills? Is he that special? Let me have a try as well. The divine flame mysterious male said, also targeting Gu Jianyun. Gu Jianyun was furious, his expression falling. He was so powerful, yet he became a target for these individuals to test their strength. Ha ha! A great laughter sounded, raging flames burning the heavens. A male rushed over, his hair chaotic, carrying a demonic type of wildness as he said, I, Xianxia have also come out from seclusion. The great sky-burning art has already been refined to an unprecedented level. So how can I not kill a few ancient freaks? The arena was extremely chaotic. The most powerful people had pretty much all arrived. So now, the most terrifying great decisive battle was about to begin. A battle between dragons and tigers. On the arena, Several young kings appeared at the same time, shocking everyone. This great battle became more and more intense, making the spectators' blood boil, their minds rise and fall greatly. No one expected things would develop to this extent. Ancient kings, a present world king, and others all appeared, rushing up. These people's divine senses were sharp. They felt that the arena permitted multiple people to get on it, allowing for a group fight for the top. It was likely different from the past, about to display unforeseen changes. It was precisely because of this that they ascended onto the arena to seize natural luck. Dengzheng. Sword cries cracked the heavens, the sounds ringing through the horizon, cold air seeping into everyone's bones. Gu Jianyun's hair was disheveled, entire body covered in blood, looking like he was going to go mad. He was utterly furious, angered to the extreme. It was because these people who ascended onto the arena all used him to test their strength. He became a standard for measuring strength. How could he allow this? He, Gu Jianyun, cultivated a strand of immortal energy and even crossed a heavenly tribulation, a well-known outstanding hero, yet right now he was looked down upon like this. He was first seriously injured by Shi Hao, and then he had his arms blasted by the dual pupils. Then he continuously suffered attacks, leaving him incredibly resentful. During this battle between giants, more people arrived, all of them ancient freaks. One of them was a female who held an inch-tall miniature volcano, within the magma floating a small coffin. It was sinister-looking and mysterious. There was another girl, golden hair scattering down, releasing golden light. Heaven art was released, making this place rumble. This arena became even more chaotic, great battles continuing endlessly, Dao sounds rumbling. It was because these people all sensed that natural luck was about to appear. If they didn't ascend the stage, then there wouldn't be another chance, so they had to fight during the chaos. Do you think just anyone can come up here? All of you, take a fist from me. 10 Crown King was dissatisfied. He suddenly turned around, forming a dragon imprint, his fist shining. The imprint he released was the most ferocious dragon fist. A true dragon brandished its tail, rushing down towards everyone. He swept through the crowd by himself, facing the people who just arrived, domineering to the extreme. Those people all suffered attacks, having no choice but to resist. This place erupted, divine radiance covering the sun, symbols erupting like a volcano. There were some who coughed out large amounts of blood, among them including ancient freaks, difficult to block 10 Crown King's fist strength. Still not getting on the stage to quickly offer assistance? There were some who, after injured, didn't withdraw, instead secretly transmitting sound. Hong! This place erupted. There were experts from all sects below the arena. Many alliances formed between them. At this time, they heard these ancient freaks' voices, moving out, separating into different camps, unexpectedly rushing up the arena together. This was unprecedented muddled warfare. From past to present, there had never been such a chaotic battle on the arena. It was unknown just how many cultivators ascended the arena, standing together with some ancient freaks, advancing and retreating with them. Kill! There were some who were above the rest. Shi Hao, the exiled immortal, and 10 Crown King weaved through the crowd, sweeping through everyone in their way. Their great battle wasn't affected, killing all those who dared stand in their way. Those who approached their battle were directly blasted apart, turning into a bloody mist. This type of person couldn't be faced at all, like devils who cut down everything in their way. No one dared interfere with their battle, nor could they stop their actions. Dong! Suddenly, a bone dagger flew out, piercing towards Shi Hao's back. Dark light surged. This was a heavenly deity magical artifact that attacked secretly. Shi Hao released a light shout, spitting out innate spiritual essence from his mouth. It was accompanied by chaotic radiance, guiding and moving the dagger. In the distance, miserable cries immediately sounded. There were cultivators that suffered a disaster. You dare secretly attack me? With a point of Shi Hao's finger, Kuanpeng true feathers danced about. Golden multicolored light filled the sky as he slaughtered forward. Pooh! In the end, an expert fell. The heavenly deity magical artifact had its own spirit, fleeing on its own. Huang is too powerful, truly our great enemy that has to be eliminated. After getting on the stage, someone assisted Gu Jianyun, ending the dangerous situation, secretly transmitting his voice to him. You actually didn't die, also came. Gu Jianyun was shocked. This was Fire Cloud Cavern's ancient freak. Previously, it was rumored that he went mad, dying in meditation in a certain era. No one expected him to still be alive, entering Immortal Ancient. He now stood by Gu Jianyun's side. Let's help Ning Chuan kill Huang. The sinner's blood descendant must be eliminated. Fire Cloud Cavern's young king said coldly. Just now, the reason why someone used a heavenly deity magical artifact to attack Xianxia was precisely because of his instigation. It was precisely as what the people predicted. There were some great sects that had prior arrangements working together with the natives, creating heavenly deity magical artifacts in Immortal Ancient, using them to deal with a few ancient freaks. Fire Cloud Cavern, Immortal Palace, and others had previously done this. Those heavenly deity magical artifacts and secret powers now appeared. Gu Jianyun frowned. Even though he wanted to kill Huang, joining up with others like this wasn't his style. What is the point in having misgivings now? I will help Ning Chuan kill Huang, and then we will just watch from the sidelines as 10 Crown King and exiled Immortal mutually destroy each other. When the time comes, our group will be able to win and obtain the natural luck. Fire Cloud Cavern's ancient freak said with a low voice. Should we make our move? Right at this time someone approached, transmitting sound to those two. Gu Jianyun was shocked. There were still others. This was also an ancient freak. I contacted 2 Dao friends. When the time comes, they will use heavenly deity magical artifacts to assist Ning Chuan. Fire Cloud Cavern's supreme being said. Ning Chuan Dao friend might not necessarily appreciate this. Gu Jianyun hesitated. Ning Chuan didn't belong to their inheritances, but he had previously read their ancient sect's ancient books and records, and that was why he carried a great responsibility. Sometimes, Ning Chuan was their representative. Take action, Fire Cloud Cavern's expert said. He originally thought that there was something wrong with Xianxia, that he would definitely die, never expecting him to produce a golden body. It was completely unexpected. Fine. In the end, Gu Jianyun nodded. He carried his divine sword, slaughtering his way forward. The 4 separated, secretly advancing, fighting against those in their surroundings, advancing through flying blood. Hong! Suddenly, a heavenly deity pagoda shone, appearing above Xianxia's head, suppressing downwards, surrounding him. Xianxia's fine hairs stood on end. He dodged to the side, and sure enough, a heavenly deity spear pierced over. Cyan radiance shone, piercing through the void, the aura powerful beyond compare. He dodged again. A large web, sparkling and translucent, moved over, about to bind him within. In addition, Gu Jianyun also took action. A divine sword hacked apart the sky, slicing over. This all happened in an instant. For great experts attacked, and then the formidable opponent Ning Chuan also joined in, surrounding him within. One had to understand that there were heavenly deity weapons pressuring Xianxia. Everyone's expressions changed, because at this moment, heavenly deity magical force swept through this place. It was too vigorous and forceful. Many cultivators in the surrounding immediately turned into a bloody paste, exploding on the spot. Apart from ancient kings, many cultivators found it difficult to retreat, dying miserably without being able to even utter a sound. This area immediately became empty, courting death. Unexpectedly, Xianxia didn't dodge this time, standing there and facing all 4 enemies. In his hands, a spotlessly white bone piece appeared. It wasn't that large, but it was gentle and sparkling. He used it to face the heavenly deity magical artifacts. Hong! The void images of all types of creatures appeared, withstanding the heavenly deity might, stopping those heavenly deity magical artifacts. This was the 10,000 spirit diagram, the first time he displayed it before everyone since entering Immortal Ancient. He used it to face his enemies. What is this? Fire Cloud Cavern's inheritor shouted loudly. The heavenly deity spear in his hands couldn't move. All of its magical force dissolved, unable to press forward. The only fortunate thing was that this bone piece didn't erupt with divine might, only passively guarding. It displayed all types of void shadows of different creatures. Kill! At this moment Xianxia erupted. This was intolerable. He discovered that those were actually ancient freaks. These types of individuals actually joined hands to launch a hidden assault on him. Kuan-Peng wings appeared behind him, and in front of him, the most powerful lightning erupted. A sword condensed from reincarnation symbols was held in his hands. He rushed forward murderously. He faced Ningchuan head-on, and then turned around to kill Gu Jianyun. Gu Jianyun was greatly alarmed. This type of power couldn't be faced head-on. As soon as that person rushed over, it gave him a suffocating feeling. Symbols surged, making him cough out blood with a wah sound. He resisted the sword as he moved, immediately retreating. Ah! Fire Cloud Cavern's king cried out loudly, because Xianxia targeted him. That sword hacked over, reincarnation symbols erupted, time disappearing. He felt as if his life was being plundered. Kill! He shouted loudly. However, no matter how he struggled and continuously took action, using his most powerful methods, displaying all types of precious techniques, it still wasn't enough, unable to stop Xianxia. When Xianxia rushed in front of his face, he already used several dozen secret methods, but that was all he could do, withstanding several dozen moves before his head was cleaved open by a sword. His primordial spirit wanted to flee, but in that instant, it was hacked through by the fragments of time, turning into ashes. Hong! Ningchuan took action from behind, but Xiao's Kuan-Peng wings moved, hiding the sky and covering the earth, stopping him. In addition, Xiao rushed forward, using the 10,000 spirit diagram to stop the heavenly deity pagoda. His fist smashed over, blasting a king apart, turning him into bloody mist. Then, he continuously produced lightning emperor imprints, slapping out incessantly. Lightning interweaved, blasting another ancient freak flying, turning him into a chunk of charred coal. Not even cultivating a single strand of immortal energy, yet still dare to try and kill me, Xiao said coldly. Hong! The moment Xiao rushed towards Gu Jianyun, Chang Gongyan took action, firing an arrow, making Gu Jianyun cough out large amounts of blood. That arrow pierced through his shoulder, making that area explode. Gu Jianyun flew outwards, falling off the arena. It's time to end this. All of you, move out of the way, someone shouted. It was precisely the mysterious flame male who came from the lower realm. A reincarnation disc appeared in his hands. In the beginning, this disc's power was never displayed, but as his wrist produced blood, the ancient disc slowly revived, displaying waves of chaotic energy, releasing the greatest power. It could be brought into immortal ancient, not stopped by the great Tao flower petals. This reincarnation disc was unimaginable. At this moment, he activated this corner of reincarnation disc to suppress everyone, wanting to blast everyone off the arena, making him the final victor. Just like that goose who became first in immortal ancient, possessing a chaotic precious artifact. There were people who turned pale with fright. Those who rushed up all felt their scalps turn numb, unable to withstand it at all. Do you think this alone is enough to suppress everyone? Still not enough. 10 Crown King shouted. In that instant, a small tree appeared in his hands. It was less than a foot tall. He grabbed the trunk, fiercely sweeping outwards. At this moment, auspicious light flew out in 10,000 streaks. Natural laws endless, completely erasing all of the chaotic energy that pressed down towards him. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of 8. That might very well be a world tree. On the other side, the exiled immortal was even more calm, in his hands appearing a horn, simple and natural. However, when he lightly brandished it, the heavens and earth split apart, ghosts and deities howling. Heavens, that's the heavenly horned and single horn, an unmatched vicious 10 immortal horn. Everyone became stupefied. The mysterious flame male's expression changed. This attack actually failed, actually two people able to stop his power. Hong! Right at this time, heaven and earth trembled. That great void crack suddenly released caca sounds, continuously expanding, about to explode. It also affected the arena's stability. What? There are people from the outside world who want to enter. Everyone cried out in alarm. The natives were even more shaken, feeling greatly alarmed. Great changes were about to take place. Kacha! The great crack spread, rushing past in front of the arena, creating an intense collision. A wong sounded. The arena flashed, quickly forming a gate, starting up a transport formation. A streak of light swept towards Shi Hao, about to bring him away. It chose him. Everyone clenched their fists. There was an external force interfering, an unforeseen event now arising. This arena became unstable, so it made its choice. Everyone knew that Shi Hao previously won 800 rounds, the one who won the most among these people, and that was why he was chosen. Get back here! 10 Crown King shouted. He brandished the small tree in his hands, producing 10,000 natural laws, forcefully stopping Shi Hao, wishing to drag him back. At the same time, the exiled Immortal also took action, using the heavenly horned ant's single horn to suppress Shi Hao. Kill! Ning Chuan also moved. They weren't the only ones. Others also tried to stop this from happening. At this moment, Shi Hao didn't hold anything back, putting on the tattered armor that seemed to be related to the Lightning Emperor. Moreover, he held the 10,000 spirit diagram in his right hand, his left hand producing a foot-long scale. This scale released draconic energy that rose densely. It came from the blood-dyed black-colored ancient boat. Those who stop me will all die, Shi Hao roared. With a schwa sound, over 10,000 great Tao fragments flew about, dazzling to the extreme. The world tree, even though only a sapling, really was just too powerful. Contained all Tao from the day it was born, harmonizing with heaven and earth. Could produce an entire world. At this moment it moved about, releasing walala sounds, leaves producing all types of brilliance. Hong! Shi Hao held the 10,000 spirit diagram in hand, facing it head-on. 10,000 void figures appeared, all types of creatures emerging, unexpectedly blocking that little tree. Between the two, large amounts of chaotic energy erupted. Everything was hazy, making this platform shake violently. This type of scene shocked everyone here. This was a supreme treasure. The world tree sapling was one thing, the entire world aware of its terrifying nature. However, what was that palm-sized white bone piece in Shi Hao's hands? It was pure white like jade, unexpectedly so powerful. This bone piece only passively defended, not displaying any offensive characteristics. The arena shone, producing a gate of light, forming a transport formation. That type of power became greater and greater, pulling at Shi Hao. He was swept up, about to rush inside. However, everyone tried to stop him, those precious artifacts too powerful, blocking his path. Heavenly horned ant suppression. The exiled Immortal took action. The single horn didn't look that long, but it was heavier than 10,000 great mountains added together, the pressure making it hard for others to breathe. One could see the void explode inch by inch. It contained laws of extreme power. The heavenly horned ant's natural laws appeared again, this power previously overturning the 9 heavens. If it was an ordinary person, they would have exploded a long time ago, and not even an ancient king would be able to stop this strike. This was an unmatched magical bone that was without equal. Fortunately, Shi Hao also had methods, an item that could match it. The 10,000 spirit diagram in his right hand resisted the world tree, while the dragon scale in his left faced this attack. Waves of draconic cries sounded, tearing through the 9 heavens, stopping this single horn. The defying scale of a dragon. Touching it will incite great anger. Someone trembled, releasing this type of cry of amazement. It was because there were people among the natives that recognized that this might be a true dragon's defying scale. It actually appeared in Huang's hands. Hong Long. Heaven and earth split apart, even the arena became cracked, all because of the collision between the single horn and scale. These were a horn and scale from the bodies of the vicious 10, a confrontation that crossed thousands of eras. One represented strength, the other representing the world's most powerful species. This type of great confrontation was naturally terrifying without end. In that instant, it was as if the sun, moon, and stars all fell. Deafening great Tao sounds rang out. "Stop him! Don't let him leave!" There were others who shouted from behind. Now wasn't the time to fight one-on-one. Once Sure Hao entered, it would end everyone's hopes. Only by stopping him, blowing him off the arena would they have a chance. Kill! Those behind him also slaughtered over, taking action at the same time. In that instant, all types of precious techniques flew about, all of them world-shocking divine abilities. Normally, just the appearance of a single one would leave others stupefied. Yet now, all types of restricted divine abilities appeared. There were some that had been lost in inheritance for several hundreds of thousands of years. Yet now, they all saw the light of day, displaying their brilliance. Sure Hao released a great roar, his entire body shining. With two divine treasures in hand, he fought against the crowd before him. He completely went for broke, doing everything he could to resist. The one that posed him the greatest threat was still 10 Crown King's little tree. Even though that tree was only a foot tall, the 10,000 light mist strands, every single one of them was a type of Tao fragment, tangling around him, preventing him from entering that Tao gate. Otherwise, Sure Hao would have directly left. Right now, he was bound by the world tree, the biggest problem he faced right now. Apart from this, the heavenly horned ant's single horn's power was also terrifying. Even though it couldn't restrict him, its offensive power was ridiculously great, releasing an unceasing torrent of symbols. Its divine might was matchless, about to make the arena itself cave in. If it wasn't for the defying dragon scale in his hands, it would have been extremely difficult for him to fend off that horn. Kill! The male, surrounded by mysterious flames, slaughtered his way over, activating the Reincarnation disc. With a light shake, the heavens split apart, chaotic energy pervading the air. This immediately worsened Sure Hao's situation. Another supreme precious artifact pressed down. In not for the 10,000 spirit diagram and defying dragon scale, he would have definitely been crushed without any suspense. Just like that, several supreme treasures tangled together, chaotic energy surging between them, spreading from the hands of all different owners. They locked down the void, confronting each other. Kill! 10 Crown King loosened his grip, not fearing that anyone else might steal the little tree, directly slaughtering over to fight against Sure Hao. The 10,000 spirit diagram, heavenly horned ant's single horn and the others floated in the void, tangling together, forming a strange space, temporarily preventing Sure Hao from leaving. He could only fight. Sure Hao let go of everything. His entire body blazed like a great sun, erupting with endless brilliance. Hong! He didn't say anything, instead directly facing 10 Crown King. His fists were like jade, sparkling and transparent. But when they smashed over, it was more terrifying than heavenly thunder. This fist contained several types of profound mysteries, nothing it couldn't overcome, powerful to the extreme. 10 Crown King's expression became grave. His body released pai-pa sounds. That arm shone. The dragon fist merged with other vicious 10 precious techniques, making that fist strength matchless. Dong! Their fists released heavenly deity flames, transcending the past, as if they really were going to break through the heaven and earth cage to display immortality. Hong long long. The heavens caved in and earth collapsed. Smoke and dust surged. The arena was damaged. Shua! The exiled immortal also took action, gracefully brushing his arm. Chaotic multicolored light erupted, looking pure and aloof. But this strike made the arena surface split apart. There was even less of a need to talk about Sure Hao, who exchanged a palm with him. He endured an unimaginably great amount of force. Ascension-like light erupted between the two, producing an endless rain of brilliance, the dazzling light hurting everyone's eyes. Everything happened too quickly, taking place in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. 3 great experts already confronted each other. Suddenly, mountains collapsed and seas roared. A heavenly diagram took to the air, suspending in the air like a heavenly sun. Great stars swirled about, the stars of the cosmos faintly discernible, boundless silver river brilliant, powerful to the extreme. Ning Chuan also took action. The heavenly diagram on his back suppressed forward. This left everyone stupefied. For great supreme experts were contending for supremacy, among them 3 surrounding the 4th. It was too shocking. One had to bear in mind that any one of them could sweep through an army, overlook all enemies, rarely encountering opponents. However, things ended up developing like this. Everyone's hearts were beating crazily. Will Huang be able to live? He is likely in danger. Kill! Sure Hao released a great roar, the tattered armor on his body shining. Even though there were many holes, right now they weren't a weakness but instead provided benefits. The holes were full of brilliance, continuously swirling about, drawing the world's essence from all directions, sending it into Sure Hao's body, making his blood surge, assisting in his fight against 3 great enemies. In that instant, the world split apart, gods and devils wept, a rain of blood pouring down. There were even immortal spirits that seemed to appear, hazy light surging. There were too many irregular scenes. For great supreme beings turned into light, intertwining together, continuously clashing. Everyone was shaken up. Sure Hao was actually this formidable, not falling, fighting intensely against 3 individuals. I'm joining in as well. Someone roared from behind, also taking action. It was precisely Zi Yanfei. This person was quite the monster, cultivating the great sky-burning art to an unprecedented level. His body attained great power through the fire Dao. Right now he swooped over. What? Everyone was shocked. One could vaguely sense immortal Dao energy. Turns out to be like this. Sure Hao understood. This fella had an ancient flame refined together with him. One that could be considered an immortal seed. It was just like Qing Yi merging with the green lunar flame. Zi Yanfei refined a flame Dao technique to begin with, the great sky-burning art shaking past and present. It was something that was comparable to the 6 Dao Reincarnation or 9 Heavens 10th art. Now, he even merged with the origin flame, a true immortal left behind. So the power he displayed was definitely unimaginable. No wonder he said that he cultivated the heavenly art to an unprecedented level. Indeed frightening, someone said with a sigh. Even if others obtained the ancient flame, left behind by a true immortal, after they became a deity, that flame would still leave. Meanwhile, he managed to make it stay behind. Hong. However, contrary to Zi Yanfei's anticipations, Sure Hao faced it head-on, forcefully clashing with his great sky-burning art, not hiding at all. It was because Sure Hao's fist had 3 strands of immortal energy surrounding it. It suppressed all flames, impossible to match. Who? Fiery light overflowed. Zi Yanfei shouted loudly, the spiritual essence in his entire body surging. The raging flames burning with such great ferocity even the heavens were going to collapse. This was the power of an ancient flame, even more so the power of the great sky-burning art, simply unimaginable. A tremendous noise sounded. Sure Hao formed a fist imprint. It became even more resplendent, and in the fist's surroundings, golden willow branches flew out one after another, turning into divine chains of order, rushing into the fiery light. Pooh! After an intense collision, Zi Yanfei released a muffled groan. He then coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, retreating backwards. His injuries were extremely serious, suffering a loss in that great clash. How could this be? Merged with the ancient flame, in this cultivation realm, my heavenly art has already been cultivated to a level no predecessors have ever accomplished. He didn't dare believe this. Come back with your heavenly art after you cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. Sure Hao shouted coldly. While fighting against 3 great supreme beings, he was also looking down on everyone else. Suppress him together. The others didn't dare approach, taking action from the distance, producing precious artifacts, among them including ancient freaks. Kill! Sure Hao released a great roar. At this moment, he formed a fist imprint, fighting against the 3 world-shocking experts. His body shone, golden ripples spreading, also producing the willow deity's technique. On his body, patterns interweaved, and then a golden branch rushed out from every single opening. This was the willow deity's technique, appearing gentle, but the power was unstoppable. Pu-piu sounds rang out incessantly. In the distance, the space between everyone's brows were pierced through one after another, killed on the spot. It was to the extent where there were 3 ancient freaks that were also pierced through, crying out loudly as they retreated. However, immediately afterwards, they were blasted apart by the golden branches, exploding on the spot. "All those who stand in my way will die," Xianxia shouted. He exerted all of his strength, displaying all of his secret methods to unleash a massacre. Those that stopped him were the same as stopping his path of Tao. At this moment, only the 3 great supreme being experts could remain calm. Everyone else's expressions changed. That type of method was too terrifying. Xianxia brandished heavenly wind, sweeping through all in his way. Around his body, blood energy surged into the heavens, his fist imprint matchless. The willow deity's technique was activated by him, sweeping through all directions. The powerful dual-pupil user unexpectedly didn't take action. Standing to the side, his eyes incredibly overcast. Chaotic light flashed. He was clearly a terrifying expert as well. He didn't move, the effects of this extremely great. Apart from this, Chang Gongyan held his enormous bow, not moving either, standing in the distance. Xianxia faced 3 great supreme beings. The armor on his body rumbled, light mist overflowing. He had previously suffered attacks, but also delivered strikes onto his opponent. Right now, there were traces of blood on his body. The arena was chaotic. He moved about, attacking left and right, ferocious and unmatched. Wang! Finally, the equilibrium was broken. The gate of light produced by the arena swelled, becoming even more brilliant. In addition, the arena unexpectedly began to burn, grand and majestic. Xianxia roared. The earth quaked and mountains shook as he did everything he could to slaughter his way into that gate. At this time, he forcefully grabbed the 10,000 spirit diagram and defying dragon scale, holding them in his hands. It was clear that this arena was about to break apart. This was the final opportunity. If he couldn't enter, then the gate of light might be destroyed. Hong! Finally, he succeeded, forcefully smashing his way inside. The main reason was because the gate of light was also displaying power, the flourishing beam of light engulfing him. With a ka-cha sound, the natural laws the world tree exerted separated from him, unable to bind him any longer. Shua! Xianxia disappeared from this place, entering through that gate. At the same time, Immortal Ancient rumbled, as if it was going to break apart. The great void crack immediately became several times larger, releasing ka-ka sounds. Not good. Those from the outside world are going to get in. Right at this moment, shouts sounded from the distance, shaking up heaven and earth. Everyone was greatly alarmed. Immortal Ancient was going to be thrown into chaos. There were those from the outside world breaking in. This was completely earth-shattering. Turbulent changes that Immortal Ancient had not experienced for endless years were now beginning. It made all of the natives feel a great fear, not knowing if this was good fortune or a disaster. As for the geniuses of the 3,000 provinces, they were all stirred up. They knew that their masters were going to enter, about to march into Immortal Ancient's remains. Unfortunately, they were a step late. If they came a bit earlier, Huang wouldn't have entered the Gate of Light. What a pity! There were some that stomped their feet in anger. It was too regretful, just slightly off. This would become their life's greatest regret. Many people felt incomparably bitter, roaring where they stood. There were quite a few that cursed, their faces distorting, already going mad, truly wishing to guide their masters in massacring Immortal Ancient. There were some whose bodies went cold, having bad premonitions. For example, some of the ancient freaks, as well as 10 Crown King, exiled Immortal, and others, for them, the arrival of the sect masters of the outside world signified extreme danger. It was because they carried heaven-defying objects on them. There were definitely going to be some who would target them. Everything was in turmoil. If Immortal Ancient encountered a disaster, those sect masters sweeping through this place, their situation would be extremely bad as well. Even Gu Jianyun, someone who had a great sect protecting him, his face also fell. If a mortal ancient was thrown into chaos, if an ancient king like himself couldn't immediately reunite with his sect, he might very well be plotted against by others. The effects of this were too great. In that instant, everyone's reactions were different. It's not that I am not a match, but rather that the situation changed too quickly. 10 Crown King said softly, clenching his fists tightly. 3 strands of immortal energy turned into true dragons, winding about his body. With an exertion of force, the void caved in, making everyone shiver with fear. This was especially the case for the group of talents that were too close to him. All of them coughed out blood with a wah sound, flying outwards, unable to resist those fluctuations at all. This was 10 Crown King. When he got angry, when his aura surged, others wouldn't be able to endure it at all. The exiled immortal was originally disappointed and frustrated, unwilling to accept this result. But suddenly, his expression changed. It was because the gate of light was still there, not having disappeared. The exiled immortal's black clothes fluttered about like a heavenly phoenix spreading its wings, drifting over. He was surrounded by immortal energy, scattering out a rain of light, directly arriving before the gate of light. What? He also entered. Everyone became stupefied. The exiled immortal was extraordinary, surrounded by immortal light, incredibly pure and aloof. He stepped into that gate of light with a single step, quickly rushing inside. Hong! This place immediately erupted with commotion. No one could remain calm. These sudden changes left everyone shocked, happy, emotions immediately surging. Even more people roared towards the sky, venting out their hearts' frustrations. At this moment, enormous joy filled the hearts of every single person. Hong Longlong, 10 Crown King took action. Like a true dragon rising from an abyss, he leapt out, no one able to stop him. When he brandished his fists, mountains and seas collapsed, heaven and earth trembled. It was as if a matchless divine king was moving. Blood energy surged, rising into the heavens above and seeping into the earth below. When one watched from the distance, a fiery red Tao furnace surrounded him, massive like a mountain. This was all formed from blood energy. This was the vitality of a single person, even more so the embodiment of his unmatched strength. 10 Crown King rushed inside, also entering the gate of light. Everyone moved out of the way for him. Actually, this type of situation, there is still a chance to remedy the situation. We can also enter. Everyone cried out, and even those below the arena were shaken, swarming towards the arena like a flood, wreaking havoc through heaven and earth. Unexpected developments took place, giving everyone hope. All of the cultivators' eyes burned fiercely, each striving to outdo the other. They had to enter no matter what. Even if the natural luck had been seized already, they still had to see it to its end. A heavenly diagram moved. Within it a sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. Right now, the ancient scroll turned into a great golden path. Ning Chuan entered after 10 Crown King on his heavenly diagram. Hong Long. Shi Yi took action, his eyes shining, dual pupils opening heaven and earth, displaying the profound mysteries of the world's beginning stages, forming a heavenly domain of its own. He split the void, sweeping through everyone around him, also rushing inside. How can I miss out on this? I will definitely become an immortal, the little fatty Chao Yuxing shouted, standing together with Chong Gongyan, also rushing forward. Ancient freaks all moved, each displaying their own methods, great divine abilities appearing endlessly. The gate of light swirled with brilliance, natural laws interweaving, heaven and earth collapsing. The most powerful individuals all entered one after another, but when they stepped through the gate of light, they discovered that their treatment wasn't the same as Shi Hao's. Huang directly disappeared from this place, brought to the final destination. Meanwhile, they had to run along a passageway constructed from natural laws and head towards that mysterious place. Hurry, we have to hurry! Everyone shouted. If they were late, there wouldn't be anything left, likely everything completely taken by Huang. Forget about those in the rear. Even the exiled Immortal and 10-crown king were quiet, using the greatest strength, igniting divine force, exhausting their source energy, not hesitating to use any resources to rush forward. For what purpose did they wait several eras? It was for this moment. They all erupted with power, becoming even more terrifying than before. Hong. Of course, during this process there were a few battles. For example, the dual pupils fired beams of light, chaotic light pervading the air, clashing with Ning Chuan's heavenly diagram. This road was not calm. Why is this path so long? Even the ancient freaks became anxious as they moved quickly. With their cultivation levels, even several thousand li could be covered in the blink of an eye. However, as time flowed on, they now traveled at least several tens of thousands of li. Yet in the end, they were still advancing along the road, not getting closer to that ultimate ancient land. Kacha. In front of the arena, that great void crack trembled, the aura frightening. The natives' faces became unpleasant, all of them returning to their clans to prepare against the changes that were taking place. At the same time, there were also those who rushed towards a certain small world, wishing to see what kind of figures were arriving, preparing to scout out information to report back to their clans. There were even more geniuses from the 3,000 provinces that rushed towards that small world. They didn't enter the gate of light, instead wishing to receive their own sex, guide the experts over. In the eyes of many, instead of fighting against Huang, 10-crown king, and exiled Immortal, it was better to hurry and find their sect masters, as well as block that gate of light. That way, nothing could get away. Dark Light Realm, a place that wasn't that large, an ordinary small world. However, because a spatial node was blasted open here, connecting to the outside world, everything became different. This place was not going to become calm again. Divine force surged, natural laws interweaved. Lightning rumbled between heaven and earth. All types of irregular scenes appeared, brilliant and varied, shocking all of the natives in this realm. After experts from other small worlds hurried over, they were all stupefied as well. A great crack ran through this realm, among them one part that was especially wide. That was where the spatial node rested. An elder wearing a purple golden crown, his body in Dao robes stood in the cracks, half his body entering this realm. His eyes were like divine rainbows, sweeping through the mountains and rivers, burning with incomparable passion. In front of him were a dozen or so other individuals, but their cultivation levels were all lower than his, ranging from the supreme expert realm to the true deity realm, all of these cultivators successfully entering to test the carrying capacity of the spatial node. Not good. This person released a cry of shock, feeling his soul trembling. His felt as if his blood ran cold as a great danger surrounded his body. Ah! He released a great cry, struggling greatly, trying to rush over. However, Immortal Ancient had strange laws that interweaved within the great void crack, stopping him. Even though there were those in the outside world that took action, supporting him in crossing realms, it still wasn't enough. His face immediately became pale. It was because supreme Tao laws rushed into his body. No! He cried out loudly. His frontal bone shone, primordial spirit rushing out, wishing to flee into immortal ancient remains, because he already felt a bad premonition that his flesh wouldn't be able to hold on. However, right at this moment the great void crack's light became hazy. Primal chaos light swept out, and like the exceptional sword radiance, hacked down on that primordial spirit, not letting him go at all. Pooh! That fist-sized primordial spirit cried out in grief, exploding on the spot. Meanwhile, his flesh was also burned into ashes at the same time. The dozen or so individuals that arrived all backed up, their faces lacking color. They were quite fortunate to have made it through successfully. Meanwhile, this Taoist strength was tyrannical, already having 1 foot into the next stage, a half-sect master-level figure. In the end, such a powerful creature died so easily, just like a stone thrown into a lake, not producing ripples too great. Outside world, uninhabited region. Great cracks weaved through the air, blood-colored multicolored light erupting. Pitch-black lightning interweaved, the scene horrifying. At this moment, groups of people stood here, their levels ranging from supreme experts to heavenly deities, and then to sect masters and others, all cultivators from various sections. This was especially the case with the group of sect masters up ahead, all of their expressions grave. They all used up an enormous amount of power, finally breaking through the realm walls. In the end, they tried one after another. Divine Flame and True Self realm people entered without any problems. Out of impatience, that old Taoist took the initiative, volunteering himself. They cooperated in helping him cross over, never expecting that a heavenly deity with 1 foot into the next cultivation realm would be killed so quickly. Could it be that we have no chance, no opportunity to enter? One of them said with a sigh. They watched that scene just now with their own eyes. They silently thought to themselves, already deducing that sect masters couldn't enter, expelled by Immortal Ancient. Otherwise, that old Taoist wouldn't have died so miserably. The greatest will only be at the heavenly deity realm, not even those with 1 foot in the next realm able to cross. One of them said. The sect masters here all became silent. Which one of them didn't want to enter? However, after thinking about it, they all frowned, feeling unwilling inside. Are there any other Tao friends willing to give it a try? We will do everything we can to protect and assist you, someone said. No one replied because they had long determined the result. Forget it, we can only have our heavenly deities to fight for the opportunity. I believe that they will be able to bring it out. There was a sect master that spoke up. However, this realm wall wasn't stable. Even when transporting heavenly deities inside, they still had to work together to prop open the node, protect those who were crossing realms. Immortal Ancient rejects us, so this passageway wouldn't be too stable. I do not know how much longer it can be supported, so the number of heavenly deities that can be sent in wouldn't be too great, someone said. Everyone knew that if this spatial node was destroyed, they would have to find another place and then use the same method all over again to open up another one. Based on their deductions, the first batch of people should be able to enter smoothly. This quota was extremely important. The various sects discussed it among themselves, arguing with each other over them. My immortal palace must have a spot in this first batch of people. Chaotic energy spread from an ancient bronze palace in the distance, releasing an aged voice. Everyone's minds were shaken, the great sect masters of various sects no exception. They all felt deep restraining fear towards him. A voice sounded from an emperor carriage as well, the present world emperor race also requiring a spot. My western sect needs a place as well. My underworld clan must enter Immortal Ancient's place of natural luck. My divine temple used the 9 heavens 10th earth scriptures to protect the passage, so we ought to have a spot. All sect masters were speaking up, fighting over the spots. At this time, they definitely couldn't back down. This involved great natural luck. They were dividing up Immortal Ancient's greatest opportunity. What Huang? What exiled immortal? What ultimate victor? Under the suppression of heavenly deities, they can only be regarded as dust. Someone inside the heavenly deities that were chosen said softly. A middle-aged man from Immortal Palace, his eyes cold. Tao Friend's words are precisely correct. Before we entered, those were just children playing house. Now, we have to choose the owner of the natural luck again. Those who don't follow us will all turn to ashes. Inside Immortal Ancient, the ultimate ancient land behind the arena's gate of light, Sure stood there alone. This place was too mysterious. He seemed to have already become petrified.